Chapter 401 Honest Man, Hinata and Hinata. In the Hokage's office. Lord Hokage, the Kumo ninjas sneaked into our Hyuga clan and kidnapped our little girl. We must let them give us an explanation in Konoha. The meeting had just begun when Hinata and Hinata spoke aggressively. The more I thought about it, the more I took a step back and became angrier. The Kumo ninja envoy dared to come to Konoha to kidnap their own daughter. If they couldn't teach the other party a lesson, they might go further in the future. So after their family meeting last night, they decided to let the village come forward to teach the Kumo ninja a lesson. It is not without reason that the clan would think that the top management of Konoha must be on their side. Because the Hyuga clan is not as high profile as the Uchiha, and they also cling to the Hokage clan. In addition, the Byakugan is an indispensable blood successor to Konoha. No matter how you think about it, the top management should be on your side, right? However, what they didn't know was that Konoha F4 had also discussed it in advance and finally decided to grievance the Hyuga clan. After all, Konoha is now completely troubled by internal and external troubles. Not only did they have the traitor in the castle tower, but there was also the inner ghost Uchiha in the village. Coupled with the food crisis, they didn't have much power to start a war with the Kumo ninja. So, except for Danzo, everyone else has the same meaning. Find a way to appease Union Village and avoid expanding the war with it. Before, it was just a local war, and Konoha was already a little overwhelmed. If there was a full-scale war, Konoha would not have the power to deal with it. Even if it had this power, several other major ninja villages would see the opportunity and directly attack in groups. It is almost the consensus of the remaining 4 of the 5 great ninja villages to attack Konoha no matter what. If it's just a cloud ninja, there's no need to worry. No matter how serious the internal problems in Konoha are, a emaciated camel is bigger than a horse, and it is not something that Kumoyan village can provoke. It was precisely because of the situation in the ninja world that they made this decision. Of course, there is also the intention of taking the opportunity to hit the Hyuga clan. After all, they are planning the Sage Mode, but they have no intention of sharing it with the Hokage clan. Isn't it a bit arrogant? In the Hokage's office. Faced with Hinata and Hinata's anger, Koharu, who went to bed, responded with a soft tone. Nizu, this time it is indeed Kumo ninja's fault, but you killed the opponent as soon as you took action. Could it be that isn't that right? And no one can testify that it was the other party who kidnapped Hinata, right? This statement is completely a double-edged sword. First of all, it is admitted that it is indeed wrong for the Cloud Ninja to kidnap Hinata, but is it not wrong for you, Hyuga Hayashi, to kill someone? The key is that no one can testify that they kidnapped Hinata. As for the Hyuga clan? In this matter, they can't be witnesses, because everyone knows that the Hyuga clan is a bird in a cage. No one will believe the Hyuga clan as a witness. As for the fact that there is a way to make the dead speak in the ninja world, this is indeed true. But it is impossible for the Cloud Ninja to make their own. The head of the ninja's body was handed over. After all, there were too many secrets related to the hidden Cloud Village on him, and it was impossible to extract his memory. No evidence after death. Because of the identity of the deceased, even the way of using the body as a witness was cut off. In one word, absolute. The Cloud Ninjas were really absolute. But there was no way, they really wanted the Byakugan, a strategic bloodline limit. On the battlefield, having the Byakugan was equivalent to opening a full map cheat, and the benefits were completely understood by those who understood. Konoha's ability to defeat the strong with the weak was not unrelated to the Byakugan. In addition to the Lightning Chakra mode, only the Byakugan could assist on the next level. How can we not let the Cloud Ninja make plans? It has been introduced before. What is the style of the Cloud Ninja? Rob. Just grab whatever you want. If you can't grab it, threaten, steal, and so on. Now it is stealing first and then threatening to hit the porcelain, directly arranging a set meal for the Hyuga clan. But Hyuga Hayashi may be a good clan leader and good father, but he is definitely not a person who is good at mouth fighting. Now he was stunned after listening to what Yuta and Koharu said. Yes, he has no evidence to prove that the Cloud Ninja kidnapped his daughter. Even if this is a fact, but there is no way to prove it. On the contrary, he actually died in his own hands. Seeing Hyuga Hayashi stunned. Bullying an honest man. Dohei sighed in his heart. There is a reason why Konoha F4 can steadily suppress the major ninja clans. At least there are a lot of tricks. After a few words, Hyuga Hayashi, who was originally angry and ready to settle accounts with the Cloud Ninja, became worried. Swoosh! Just at this time, an envoy appeared in the office. Hokage-sama, just received information that the Raikage has led the Shadow Guard to the border of the Land of Lightning. The other party knelt on one knee and told this important news. Cloud Ninja. Or the Raikage personally came out, the threat can be imagined. And the other party's purpose is also very clear. Demonstration. It means that if Konoha does not give an explanation to the Hidden Cloud Village, then the Hidden Cloud Village will come to ask for this explanation in person. You go down first. Midaman signaled the envoy to leave. Swoosh! The envoy used the instant body technique to disappear in the office. Hiruzen, it seems that if we can't give an explanation to the Cloud Ninja, the Raikage will attack Konoha. Midaman's tone was a little worried. Of course, this was also said to a certain honest person. But they bullied the honest people like this, and Doping couldn't stand it, so he said directly. It's just a Cloud Ninja, leave it to me. He is not afraid that the higher UPS will really agree to let him go to the battle. Once he is allowed to go to the battle, it is equivalent to letting him gain merit. What is the use of merit? Of course, it is used by the next Hokage. If you want to become a Hokage, the prerequisite is to have enough merit. In the past, White Fang actually had no intention of becoming a Hokage, but because of his high merit, Sarutobi Hiruzen had to give him the Hokage half-sleeve, which is equivalent to the next Hokage. The problem is that the other party is not from the Hokage lineage. So even if Sarutobi Hiruzen is optimistic about White Fang, he will not let him take over as Hokage. The last as a result, he let Danzo plot against the other party. Originally, he thought that he would only lose the qualification to become a Hokage, and if he helped the other party, he would not be able to become a Hokage, but would be grateful to him. What he didn't expect was that White Fang would rather break than bend, and would rather use his life to give everyone an explanation than bow his head. With this lesson, how could Sarutobi Hiruzen and others give Dohei another chance to follow White Fang's path? No need, so he immediately rejected Dohei's volunteering and said, "We don't necessarily have to go to war, so there is no need to trouble you." That's right, the more proactive Dohei is, the less likely he is to give him such an opportunity. Hayashi, what do you think we should do? Yutane Koharu threw the question to Hyuga Hayashi. Elder Yutane. Hyuga is not a sofa decisive character, so it is naturally impossible for him to have an answer for a while. Actually, it's not that there is no way. Danzo, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke, attracting all eyes. Don't the Cloud Ninja want an explanation? Then let's give him an explanation. When he spoke, he looked at the honest man, Hyuga Hayashi. Danzo, what's your plan? Sarutobi Hiruzen was furious. Because the implication of Danzo's words should not be too clear. That is to use Hyuga. The life of Hyuga clan is used as an explanation to the Cloud Ninjas. The head of the wealthy Hyuga clan is much more valuable than the life of a ninja head. Using him as an explanation will definitely shut everyone up. Even if the Raikage is not satisfied, he can't use this as an excuse to invade. The method is a good one, but Sarutobi Hiruzen will naturally not agree to it, so after scolding Danzo, he turned to Hyuga and said, Hyuga, you go back first, leave this matter to me. He really didn't mean to agree with Danzo's method. As an honest man, Hyuga was naturally grateful to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Thank you, Hokage. After saying that, he left the office. During this period, the Cloud Ninja delegation will be entertained by the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave another order to Dohei. Obviously, he was going to use Dohei to suppress the Cloud Ninja delegation so that the other party would be more honest. Yes, Hokage. Doping nodded gently, and at the same time felt that something was wrong with the plot. It turned out that it was not the Cloud Ninja who took the initiative to ask the Hyuga clan to hand over the murderer, but Konoha who proposed it. In this way, it is not surprising why the Hyuga clan blatantly played Sarutobi Hiruzen in the future Chunin exam. It can only be said that the real ninja world is indeed quite different from the ninja world he knew before he crossed over. And then, it depends on how the village operates to make the Hyuga clan take the initiative to hand over the murderer. Chapter 402 Dirty Water and Prince Naruto. The Hyuga clan. In the spacious and tidy main house. The elders of the main family knelt in 2 rows, and the one at the top was Hyuga Hayashi. Danzo, this guy, it was the Cloud Ninja who kidnapped our main family, and he dared. An elder scolded. Because Hyuga Hayashi had already told the situation in the Hokage's office. After hearing this, the elders of the main clan, who were originally furious and ready to cause trouble for the Cloud Ninja, were naturally numb instantly. They were completely experts in civil war. They were bolder than anyone else when dealing with the branch clan, but they were naturally timid when facing the Konoha high-level officials in the outside villages. Now they were naturally worried when they heard Danzo's method. Hyuga Hayashi was the patriarch of their Hyuga clan, how could he hand him over? Didn't Lord Hokage agree? Maybe he can think of a better way. A main clan elder persuaded. There are still many people who believe in Sarutobi Hiruzen. That's right, Lord Hokage will not give up on us. Other main clan elders also echoed. At this time, what else can they do except say this? They can't jump out to oppose the Hokage like Uchiha, right? However, before they could discuss the result, a member of the Hyuga clan came to report. Chief, the news is spreading in the village that our Hyuga clan killed the Cloud Ninja messenger, which led to the war between the two ninja villages. This news may have started to spread before the Hyuga clan came back from the Hokage's office, otherwise it would not have spread so quickly. What? Hyuga Hayashi was startled. At this time, he didn't care about the restraint of the rich family, and asked quickly, "Are you sure you are talking about our Hyuga clan, not others?" Even if he was slow, he could smell a deep sense of crisis. Yes, it's our Hyuga clan, and this news has spread throughout the village. The Hyuga branch family member answered affirmatively. For this reason, he also confirmed it several times, otherwise he would not be so panicked. And this news also made the elders of the main family unable to remain calm. How is it possible? It's obviously the fault of the Kumo ninja. Do the village leaders want to abandon our Hyuga clan? They naturally understood that these rumors were definitely spread by the village leaders. The biggest suspect is Danzo. The other party's roots are best at this trick. Even the famous White Fang fell under this trick. Now the other party has extended their black hands to their Hyuga clan, they can't resist. Although the Hyuga clan is large and powerful, it looks like a wealthy family like the Uchiha. But they are self-aware and know that they are far inferior to the Uchiha in terms of combat power, so they have to find a way to get the sage mode. If the village really makes a move, they don't even have the power to resist, so they are naturally very panicked. Don't panic, Lord Hokage will definitely solve it. Hyuga Hayashi is indeed an honest man, and now he still has hope for Sarutobi Hiruzen. The other side. Dohei was sitting at Ichiraku Ramen with Hinata Sogetsuo and Honglien to eat. He and Honglien had naturally eaten their fill a long time ago. Now it was Hyuga Sogetsuo who was eating. Slurp. Although her movements were pleasing to the eye, her speed of eating noodles was amazing. At this time, she had already piled up a pile of bowls that were much taller than a person's head. Master Dohei, is there anything strange about that kid? Honglien followed Dohei's gaze and looked at the blonde and blue-eyed kid standing in the corner not far outside the store, which the surrounding villagers deliberately avoided. She felt a little puzzled. Of course, she would not think that there was anything wrong with Dohei. As a core member of the castle tower, she naturally knew that it was Dohei who had the ability to predict, so she would naturally pay attention to an existence that could attract his attention. What do you think, if there was a protagonist in the ninja world, what would it be like? Dohei retracted his gaze and asked meaningfully. Yes, that little guy was the protagonist of the ninja world. Prince Ming. At the same time, he is also the son of his own sister Kyuyuki Na. No. He is the chakra reincarnation of Azura. It's hard to say whose son he is. With the other party's strange and suffocating views, it was really hard for Dohei to believe that the other party was the descendant of Katsuyuna and Namikaze Minato. At this point, Namikaze Nariko, or Uzumaki Nariko, is quite normal in this regard. Although he is only a few years old, he has already shown his extraordinary abilities. In terms of hardware, he has inherited the whirlpool physique and possesses huge vitality. When he starts to refine chakra in the future, he will definitely become a Shitara. In terms of software, not only is his IQ astonishing, but his nerve reflex speed is also inherited from Namikaze Minato. Both software and hardware are top-notch. Except for the lack of Kyuubi and Azura Chakra, in other aspects, he completely crushed the protagonist Naratai. But it's okay. With Tang Ping here, he will naturally find a way to help her cheat. From now on, Uzumaki. Namikaze Nariko, it is not surprising to start with a strong shadow and a super shadow, and Liu Dao can also try it. In the ninja world, children of a few years old can already check their talents. That's why ninjas need to be trained from an early age. Like all major ninja clans, they must use secret medicine and medicinal baths to cultivate them from a young age. In this way, in the future, more chakra will be refined, the meridians will be thicker, and all aspects of nature will be stronger. And this is also the key to why the talent of civilian ninjas can never be compared to that of the ninja clan. We were already losing at the starting line, and coupled with the difference in resources, it would be strange to win. A civilian genius like Namikaze Minato is completely rare to see for many years, so it cannot be included in the normal calculation. Main character. Hinata Kangyu also raised her head from the pile of ramen bowls and looked outside. Uzumaki Naruto. Others don't know each other's identity, but how could she not know it? There was such evil and huge chakra sealed in the opponent's body that she could see it as soon as she opened her reincarnation eye. But she really didn't think that a nine-tailed Jinchuriki could run rampant in the ninja world and play the leading role. After all, the Kyuubi didn't have no Jinchuriki before, it was still a complete one. Now, this Jinchuriki with only half of the Yang Kyuubi cannot be the protagonist no matter how you look at it, right? But what she didn't know was that compared to the previous two, this Jinchuriki was completely cheating. Azura Chakra. He is also the biological son of Liudeo, which represents what he understands. That's why Dohei always calls him Naruto Prince instead of Naruto. Exactly, it's shameless to brag like this. It's a counterattack based on perseverance and hard work. It's just shameless. That's right, don't you think there will be a protagonist in every era? The last protagonist was Senju Hashirama. He changed the ninja world from the Warring States period to the Ninja Village era, and now it is time to enter a new era. Tang Ping stopped looking outside to avoid being noticed by the monitoring ANBU, and continued the conversation. The emergence of Prince Ming also represents the arrival of a new era. No, the protagonist of the new era will only be our castle tower. Hinata Kangyu's tone was firm and domineering. To her, it doesn't matter who is the protagonist, in the end it will only be the castle tower, that is, Dohei. If not, then just kill all the other protagonists. That's right, the protagonist of the new era will only be our castle tower. Hong Lian was full of approval. She recognized the castle tower very much, so naturally she didn't want to let her play a supporting role. Yes, the protagonist is not fixed. Sometimes supporting characters and passers-by may be able to steal the show and become the protagonist, right? Tanghei ended the topic after leaving a sentence with unclear meaning. After they left, little Naruto dared to timidly enter Ichiraku Ramen. I don't know why, but he had a feeling in his heart that the people who just left were very dangerous. On the street, Tang Ping and the others heard the villagers' discussions from time to time. What, Konoha is going to war with Kumagakuer, didn't they just send an envoy? I heard that the Hyuga clan killed the envoy, and the Raikage is still at the border waiting for an explanation. Damn it, why don't the Hyuga clan die? Because it is closely related to myself, there are so many people discussing it. But Tang Ping started to complain. Chapter 403 Asma, don't talk to us, I'm afraid the daimyo will misunderstand. Danzo's methods are really nothing new. Why don't you change the tricks you use to deceive people? Listening to the discussions among the surrounding villagers, Dohei felt that Danzo's routine was too old. But I have to say that it doesn't matter whether the routine is old or new, as long as it is useful. Splashing dirty water, smearing, and moral kidnapping. It is useless for Tanghei, but for the natives of the ninja world, it is already a dimensionality reduction strike. You mean, White Fang? Hinata Kangyu thought of who Tang Ping was hinting at. When the opponent is at the top of their game, the three ninjas would always put them down, but to fall for this method is naturally impressive. Tang Ping nodded slightly. Anyway, this method of his is really worthwhile. As long as you have no morals, others cannot morally kidnap you. Then next, shouldn't someone come and talk to the Hyuga clan? Hyuga? Kangyu thought about the follow-up. If it was just a rumor, the Hyuga clan could just pretend they didn't know. Therefore, there will definitely be village leaders who will take the initiative to come to persuade the Hyuga clan. For the sake of the village, you Hyuga clan can only suffer. It's almost a similar rhetoric. Combined with what Dohei said before, Danzo has been temporarily released from Konoha prison, so the role of the villain and the bad guy must be him. No wonder Sarutobi Hiruzen can't leave him. If it were him, he really couldn't bring himself to do such a thing. As for going to war with the Cloud Ninja directly, they all knew it was impossible. The current Konoha is not the Konoha where the gods came down to earth and beat 4 people in the past. After the Nine Tails Rebellion, with the castle tower and Uchiha dragging its feet, the current Konoha has no strength to fight another ninja world war. Therefore, Konoha can only endure, and it is impossible to go to war. In this case, the Hyuga clan will naturally be wronged. Of course, they also took the opportunity to warn them. With the precedent of the Aberme clan leaving Konoha, F4 was naturally extremely worried, fearing that others would follow suit. Now they could use the Hyuga clan as an example to scare others and let people know their methods. After they walked for a distance, a familiar voice came. Hong, I really didn't leave you on purpose. I just didn't want to live under the shadow of the old man, so I left Konoha. Enough Asuma, don't bother me anymore. Hong. You left without saying goodbye and made Hong so sad. What qualifications do you have to ask others to forgive you now? Hongdu, I. A bloody drama was going on the street ahead. The 2 women and 1 man were all acquaintances of theirs. Yui Hong, Hongdu, Asuma. Just listening to the first few sentences, you know what the content is. Asuma left without saying goodbye a few years ago and went to be a guardian ninja. This time, he came to Konoha with the daimyo delegation, naturally wanting to win back the goddess in his heart. Yui Kurane was also unlucky. She thought she could get rid of her, but she didn't expect that she would come back again. Do Ping had said it once before. Asuma was able to hook up with Yui Kurane not because he was excellent, but because of his identity. He was a second-generation shadow who was a gangster since he was a child. He was not a super genius or a handsome guy. On the contrary, he was prematurely aged. Did Yui Kurane like him because he was ugly or because he smoked? Future was also unable to bear being pestered, and he just compromised after getting older. So, it would be strange if Yui Kurane had a good impression of him now. Encountering this situation, Do Ping instantly became excited. It's here, it's finally here. The plot he has been looking forward to since he traveled through the ninja world until now is finally here. The hero saves the beauty. If it were the protagonist Lu next door, it would be considered too little if the number of girls rescued in less than 2 digits within 100 chapters. At the same time, the girls rescued would admire me, fall in love with me, and be unable to stop wanting me. But unfortunately, Tang Ping has never had the opportunity after traveling for so long, but now he finally has the opportunity. But before he could yell let go of that girl, let me do it, someone had already gotten there first. What do you want to do? Hong Lian rushed out at the first time, blocking Hongdu and separating Asuma from entanglement. Although the 2 of them quarreled as soon as they met, their bond was getting deeper and deeper. Now that Hongdu was in trouble, the hot-tempered Hong Lian decisively took action. The problem was that if she played like this, Tang Ping's idea of experiencing the protagonist treatment would be dashed. Gan. If it were someone else, he could still beat the other party, but when it came to Hong Lian, he really had no way. So, he went forward to quarrel with people in dissatisfaction. Hey, isn't this the famous traitor in our Konoha, the 2nd-generation Kajisuma-sama who eats his bowl of rice and goes against his bowl? Speaking of yin and yang, he was also a key fairy in the past, at least compared to the natives of the ninja world, it is a complete dimensionality reduction attack. Slap in the face. Even if other people knew what Asuma did, they didn't dare to say anything. After all, it was his Hokage mission to join the Guardian Ninja. But Do Ping naturally didn't give him any face, and directly said that he was a traitor who eats his bowl of rice and goes against his bowl. He didn't say anything nonsense. The other party grew up in Konoha and obtained a lot of Konoha resources, but joined the Guardian Ninja. This is not justifiable anyway, so Do Ping said this without any injustice to the other party. You are talking nonsense, I was ordered to join the Guardian Ninja. Asuma blushed instantly. But after seeing the goddess in his heart, he immediately explained. Although he felt a little embarrassed, in order to avoid the goddess in his heart from misunderstanding, he decided to accept this statement. Before this, he felt that he was voluntarily joining the Guardian Ninja, not for any mission. Oh, really? Do Ping's nonchalant look made it clear that he didn't believe the other party's explanation. Asuma was very angry, but he had no choice. A few years ago, Do Ping dared to give him a big BB, and he didn't believe that the other party would be timid now. If he dared to lose his temper, it would not be surprising that the other party might beat him again. looking at Asuma's red face, but not daring to speak, no matter how red or even the red beans are very relieving. In the past few days, the other party had been stalking them, causing them a lot of headaches. Now they finally breathed a sigh of relief. All I can say is that we really can't look at the real ninja world through the eyes of anime. If you think Kurane should be paired with Asuma, then you are pushing the opponent into a deep pit. She is red-skinned, fair, and beautiful, and has a good figure. How can she take advantage of Asuma, a smoker who ages prematurely? Well, Tang Ping said that he was definitely not selfish, it was just that he had a friend who couldn't stand it. Also, the guardian ninja of Mongolia, it is best not to talk to the Konoha ninja, I am afraid that the daimyo will misunderstand. Tang Ping reminded the other party quietly. Although they are not enemies now, in fact they are almost the same. If they are too close, they will cause trouble. His words can be regarded as a side reminder to the two women. Asuma is a second-generation shadow actor, so naturally no one would dare to cause trouble by playing like this. But you are not. If you come into contact with a guardian nin, you will really be investigated by ANBU. Especially Red Beans. He was originally implicated because of Orochimaru, and now he is considered a key defensive target of the village. If he is involved in this kind of thing again, will he think that the outside world is too free and want to go to Konoha prison? How is it possible? I just met Hong. How could I let the daimyo misunderstand me? Asuma argued. But no matter what he said, Hong and Hongdo were already interested in each other. They decided not to talk to each other in the future, and just ran away when they met. In the end, Asuma could only leave in despair and go back to Kyoto. He stayed these days just for the sake of being famous. Now that he was hit, he naturally didn't want to stay in this sad place any longer. Well, it's best not to come back. Tang Ping thought silently in his heart. Next, the two teams joined together and soon arrived at the place where Tang Ping works. Chapter 404 Tang Ping, I don't want you to feel it, I want me to feel it. In front of the hotel where the Cloud Ninja mission is staying. It was you Konoha who killed us. That's right. Do you still want to stop us now? Go to the Hokage and ask for an explanation. Loud sounds kept coming from the crowd in front, and there were a large number of Konoha unscrupulous people watching. To the villagers of Konoha, Dohei's concept is that of difficult people. Maybe he was really brainwashed and stupid by the will of fire. He really felt that ninjas were tools to protect him. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to fight against Uchiha at every turn, and would help him deceive others from time to time under Denzo's instigation. If it were the world before Tang Ping traveled through time, this situation would be normal. The problem is, this is the ninja world. A cruel and bloody world, the hell-like world outside is the real ninja world. These unscrupulous people in the ninja village have never suffered at all, so they feel that it is completely natural for the ninja to protect them, and they are always dissatisfied. So Tang Ping was right when he said they were unruly people. A group of 5 people separated from the crowd and entered the middle. At this time, a large number of Kumo ninjas were confronting the Uchiha security department in front of the embassy, and there was an ANBU wearing a mask on the surrounding houses watching. Good guy, Tang Ping calls him good guy. ANBU knows how to deflect blame. If there is merit, they will come out to get it, and if there is trouble, they will leave it to the security department. The same is true for the roots. If it's beneficial, grab it. If it's not beneficial, just cheat Uchiha. All of them are not human beings. And the power of both departments is higher than that of Uchiha, so they can't even resist. And their group also let everyone see it, and more attention was paid to them, and finally all the voices were silenced. No way. Whether it's the handsome Tang Ping wearing a handsome tight-fitting combat uniform, or the remaining girls, they are extremely eye-catching. Especially the 3 reds combination. They are all beautiful girls. Whether it is the bold red bean, the charming Yuhihong, or the fiery red lotus, they all have their own characteristics, how can they not attract attention? That is to say, Hinata Kangya would disguise when she was in the village, covering up her appearance, otherwise it would only attract more attention. Lord Tanghei. *N. All the Uchiha from the security department greeted him respectfully. Not only did Tanghei temporarily become their superior, but also because of the special relationship between him and Uchiha. In the past, Dohei was an insult to the Uchiha, but now it is an honor. In addition, they all know the situation of the Chongfang lineage in the castle tower, and they also have some yearning in their hearts, so naturally they will have this attitude. After Tang Ping nodded slightly, he came between the two parties, looked at the Yun Ninja envoy in front of him and asked. You want to cause trouble? He knew that the other party's anger was real. This plan may only be known to the top management of Yun Ninja. They really didn't know about it, so they were planning to go to the Hokage building to cause trouble. The third Hokage said he would give us an explanation, but now he stops us. Are you planning to go back on your word? A tall, dark-skinned Kumagaku Murakunin forcibly controlled his anger and explained to Dohei. If it were Uchiha, they would be tough and reckless. But if it were Tanghei, the Kumo ninja Jounin named Il was extremely reasonable. Yun Ninja is just domineering, not stupid. They naturally understand that Uchiha does not dare to attack them easily, so it doesn't matter how tough his attitude is. But if it were the person in front of me, he would really dare to take action. It can only be said that being rebellious is not without its benefits. In addition to making the senior officials afraid to manipulate them at will, people from other villages are even more afraid endlessly. Of course, the prerequisite is to have unquestionable strength, otherwise it would be courting death. That has nothing to do with me. I only know that what you should do now is to stay here and avoid causing my misunderstanding. Otherwise, it will not be us who will give an explanation to your hidden cloud village, but you who will give an explanation to me. Tang Ping's words were extremely domineering. Mr. Ketang Ping, I think. Yeer wanted to argue a few more words, but was interrupted. I don't want to know what you think, I want to know what I think. Now you can either go back to the embassy or force your way through me. Make your choice. Tang Ping directly transformed into the domineering boss. He was too lazy to talk nonsense. Facing F4's words, he had to at least restrain himself. After all, he wanted to suck Konoha's blood, and now was not the time to turn against them, so he only confronted Danzo. But what does you, Yunren, have to do with me? At worst we can just have a fight. Anyway, if a war really breaks out, it will be a good thing for both him and the castle tower. With Konoha in the front, the castle tower only needs to keep selling arms and various supplies and take the opportunity to make a fortune. Even if it was himself, he could take the opportunity to gain credit and beat others up. Well, when you are not strong enough, you will definitely feel that fighting is not good. But when you become strong enough, you will understand how fun it is to beat people up. It's just like playing games. When you are in bronze level, you are bullied by others, but when you become a master, you will naturally bully others. In the ninja world where there are no games, short videos, etc., the entertainment environment is really backward, and fighting is the best entertainment. Of course, watching fun is also a very good entertainment. This is also the reason why Dohei is not afraid of the explosion of the Cloud Ninja Envoy. He wishes so much. If the other party dares to break in, he will not be as cautious as Uchiha, but will directly show the other party on the spot what is the painful understanding. So handsome. However, the way Dohei suppressed hundreds of cloud ninjas with his own strength was so handsome that the three reds combination around him was stunned. Especially Zahi Kurane, her gem-like eyes were fixed on him. This is the type she likes. Handsome and powerful. No one would really like a rebellious guy like Asuma who not only ages prematurely but also likes to smoke, right? Hinata Sogitsu, who was standing aside like a transparent person, was staring at Zahihong with an unfriendly look. Obviously, she sensed something was wrong. Having Uchihame as her opponent and a few thieving cats is enough of a headache for her, and now another one comes? Dohei didn't know yet that his domineering display had impressed a little fangirl, and he was waiting for the Cloud Ninja to make a move. Pity. The other party did not have such an intention. Lord Dohei, we will go back immediately, but if the third Hokage cannot give us an explanation, then even if it means sacrificing our lives, we will personally ask for an explanation. Yeer's words were neither humble nor arrogant. They both gave themselves a decent look and showed their attitude. That is, if there is no explanation that satisfies them, even if they know they will die, they will use their lives to seek an explanation. It's up to you. Tang Ping felt a little unhappy. It is clearly you, the Cloud Ninja, who are here to offend the Hyuga clan, but you act as if you have suffered some kind of injustice. In other words, my relationship with Hinata is not that good, otherwise I would have directly told you about your conspiracy. Do you really think you are scared? Once we have dealt with the other party, it will no longer be Guan Tangping's business. Isn't it said that Cloud Ninjas are impulsive? Hongdu walked over and looked at the cloud ninjas who quietly retreated back to the embassy and found it a little unbelievable. But they are not stupid. They dare not act recklessly in front of the famous purifying flame. There was admiration flashing in Zihaihong's eyes. Nothing, just basic operation. Tang Ping said ordinary. For him, even if these cloud ninjas really took action, it would only take a short time to deal with them, so it was completely normal to shock them. The key point is that he dares to take action. Others, even if they have the ability to do so, would not dare to take action. This is also the reason why the other party is cowardly. Now it depends on the actions of the village's top leaders. As long as the Hyuga family can give an explanation to the Cloud Ninja, this matter can be resolved. According to the plot of the anime, it was Hyuga Hisashi who died in place of his brother, the clan leader Hyuga Hayashi, which resolved the conflict. The Cloud Ninjas obtained the body of the Hyuga clan leader, in their eyes, so naturally they could not cause any trouble. This is normally the case. But things may not develop as he expected. Chapter 405 A completely different plot. Danzo visited the Hyuga clan 2 days later. Then the Hyuga clan handed over the body of the clan leader Hyuga Hayashi who killed the ninja leader. Faced with this explanation, even the Raikage had nothing to say, and the peace agreement was signed smoothly. It can be said that both the Cloud Ninja and Konoha won this wave. One side obtained the body of the Hyuga main family that it had coveted for a long time, and the other side easily signed a peace agreement and took the opportunity to deal a blow to this Konoha giant. Up to this point, things are still the same as the original plot, but what happens next is different. A few dozen kilometers north of Konoha village. The convoy of the Cloud Ninja mission is slowly moving forward. I never thought that things would go so smoothly. Ir muttered to himself. He himself did not expect that he could get the things that the village wanted so smoothly. Now, as the temporary head of the mission, he naturally understood why the ninja leader died. It was all for the Byakugan. The Cloud Ninja suffered too much from the Byakugan, so they planned this plundering plan. What if the plan fails? At most, they would lose a ninja leader who was caught by the 4th generation Raikage AI and had to stand up for the family. In fact, they themselves did not hold too much hope. After all, whose shadow would be stupid enough to hand over the patriarch of a big clan? But they did not expect that they had just started to threaten, and the other party could not wait to take action and sent the body of Hinata Hayashi over. Therefore, until now, Ir still couldn't believe it. Did it really succeed? The Byakugan that the village had been dreaming of, just got it like this? While thinking about this in his heart, he found something wrong in front. A figure wearing a black robe with red clouds and a tiger-patterned mask appeared in the middle of the road. The convoy stopped. Whoosh, whoosh. The figures surrounded each other. When facing an unknown target, the Cloud Ninjas will not be careless, and all are on full alert. Who are you? How dare you stop our Cloud Village convoy? Il walked in front of the figure surrounded by the Cloud Ninjas. Uchiha Madara. The figure uttered a name in a low voice. Just hearing this name, the Cloud Ninjas did not react much. Because most people thought that the other party was the one from the Uchiha clan. Madara has disappeared from the ninja world for more than decades, and the Cloud Ninjas present naturally could not remember it. What do you Uchiha clan want to do? Il did not realize what this name meant, but just frowned and asked. But before he got an answer, his pupils suddenly contracted. Puff! A Cloud Ninja was pierced through the body by a sharp wooden thorn by this guy named Uchiha Madara. How dare you! Seeing their companions die, the other Cloud Ninjas also started to take action. Kunao, Thousand Bones, Shurikens. It was like a storm shooting at the figure in the middle of the road. But a scene that shocked them appeared. All the ninja tools passed through the other party's motionless body, as if the other party was just a bubble. If they hadn't seen the body of their companion under the other party's feet, they might have believed it. Everyone come with me, separate a team and take the body away. Il's eyes were solemn, but he didn't have the slightest intention of retreating. He shouted the order and rushed towards the other party with his sword. No matter what, the bodies of the Hyuga clan must be brought back. What a weak ant! The figure whispered and started the slaughter. Yes, it was indeed a one-sided slaughter. All attacks failed to hit, but the other party's attacks could hit you, and coupled with the strange and powerful wood release, the Cloud Ninja mission was directly slaughtered. More than 10 minutes later, the road was already stained with blood, and the horrible Cloud Ninja corpses made people wonder if they had come to the Shura battlefield. Swish! A pitcher plant-like figure came out from the side of the figure in the independent battlefield and reported. The escaped Cloud Ninja team has been eliminated, and I have also hidden the bodies of the Hyuga clan. No one will ever find them. That's good. I guess Konoha will be very lively next. I just hope they like this gift I gave them. The black-bottomed red cloud figure began to twist around, and then disappeared with the pitcher plants around it. So far, only blood and corpses were left on the spot, and there was nothing else. Inside Konoha village. What? Doping listened to the report from the mountain tribesman in front of him, feeling a little unbelievable. The Cloud Ninja mission had just left the village not far away when something happened. Total destruction. Not even a single person survived, their brains were destroyed, and the body of Hyuga Hisashi disappeared. It's over. When the Konoha high-level officials heard the news, this thought flashed through their minds. Because they knew very well what this meant. A battle with the Cloud Ninja was inevitable. The situation in the Cloud Village was different from that in Konoha. Because the Cloud Ninja was called a village, but it was more like a club. So revenge was what the Raikage had to do first. If AI, the Raikage, dared to say anything about calmness and restraint, he would definitely be driven out of office. If you can't avenge your brother, what's the point of being a Raikage? Finding the truth and evidence is not important to the Cloud Ninja. Barbarian. It can well explain the style of the Cloud Ninja. However, compared to the shock of the high-level officials, Dohei had another idea. Could it be the work of the ungrateful wolf? In the current ninja world, the 6 paths are in the Pure Land, and Madara is temporarily offline. The most active ones are Akatsuki and the ungrateful wolf. Of course, there is also Dohei himself. After ruling himself out, it was either Akatsuki or the ungrateful bastard who did it. Why didn't he say it was done by other ninja villages? Of course, it was because it was really too difficult to deal with a group of over 100 ninjas in such a close distance from Konoha. So, after ruling them out, he immediately let Dohei lock on the target. Ungrateful bastard, there is Konan on the Akatsuki side, and if there is a major action, he will definitely know it first. Nagato has already decided to keep a low profile and earn money to develop, so how could he suddenly jump out to cause trouble? Only an ungrateful person has this strength and motivation. As for strength, it is naturally because of the opponent's divine power, which can really be elusive and completely undetectable. The motivation is that the opponent wants to weaken Konoha. In the original plot, Konoha was extremely weak, so there was no need to weaken it. But now the situation is different. Due to the intervention of Yu Tangping in the Ninja World War, Konoha's loss of vitality was much smaller, and there was also the castle tower. Although the castle tower was rebellious, everyone knew this. But everyone would also regard it as Konoha's strength, and would take it into account when considering dealing with Konoha. So after calculating the castle tower into Konoha's strength, you will find one thing. Konoha is too strong. Therefore, it is natural that the simple-minded white-eyed wolf would come up with the idea of using the Cloud Ninja to cut Konoha. Under the butterfly effect, the plot of the ninja world has begun to change. Captain Dohei, the Hokage summons you to the Hokage building. An envoy came to the Yamazaki clan to deliver a message. With such a big thing, how could they not consult Dohei? Who made him the best fighter in the village now? Sarutobi Hiruzen is good at fighting, but the problem is that he, the strongest Hokage, has not been on the battlefield for too long. As for Danzo, who has recovered and has regained the strength of the cage level, he is not in the limelight. One of the 3 ninjas defected, and 2 are wandering outside. After the final count, it was discovered that the best fighters in Konoha are all from the castle tower. Whether it is Dohei or Yamazaki Koji, or even Uchihame, the Queen of Thunder and Fire who has just shined, they all start at the cage level. Facing a ninja village war that is about to begin, the village leaders can only rely on his power even if they are on guard against Dohei. No choice. Soon, Dohei came to the Hokage's office. Small meeting. However, this time, in addition to the Konoha F4, there is also Narashikaku. As Konoha's military advisor, he naturally has the responsibility to be present at this time. Hyuga Hayashi didn't come. You can imagine how he feels now. It was the Kumo ninja who kidnapped his daughter, but in the end it was his brother who died for him. If it was just this, he could barely comfort himself, and his brother also sacrificed for Konoha. But now? The 2 major ninja villages are about to fight, which means that Hyuga Hayashi's sacrifice is meaningless. With such a huge blow, it is already good that Hyuga Hayashi did not turn evil on the spot. How could he come to the meeting? Dohei, you've come just in time. The Cloud Ninjas have gathered their ninja army at the border. Let's discuss how to deal with it. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw Dohei who had just come in, and his eyes lit up as he spoke. I will obey the Hokage's orders, and forget about the discussion. Dohei first removed himself. Discussing a response strategy, do you really think it would be a good thing? If everything goes well, it must be the credit of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage. If it doesn't go well, someone must take the blame. In addition to Danzo, he also has the qualifications to take the blame. So he had a mental breakdown and followed the discussion. Chapter 406, Fight for the Main General. Now, we must first determine who will be the main general of this army. Narashikaku made a suggestion. This is crucial. Facing the angry Cloud Ninja army, it is natural to send a support force, and the main general of this army is also the main general to resist the Cloud Ninja attack this time. The air in the office became quiet. Dohei looked at the faces of several people leisurely. Anyway, he didn't care. If he was allowed to go, he could take the opportunity to brush up his achievements. He was even more relaxed if he was not allowed to go. Hiruzen, leave it to me this time. I will definitely let the Cloud Ninja understand how stupid it is to attack Konoha. Danzo recommended himself confidently. No. No. But who knew that before Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his mouth, Yutane Koharu and Mito Kato spoke out to stop him tacitly. Yes, it was not Dohei who spoke, nor Narashikaku, but the two of them. But it was precisely because of their relationship with Danzo that they understood that the position of the main general this time must not be given to the other party. The two of them knew how deep Danzo's obsession with the position of Hokage was, so naturally they would not give him a chance to serve as the main general. Not to mention, under the premise of losing an eye, a hand, and a leg, the other party was not qualified to serve as the main general. They didn't know that Danzo had made a deal with Orochimaru, and thought he was still disabled. Koharu, Manin, you. Danzo may not have expected that he would be stabbed in the back by the two, and he seemed a little stunned. Do you have the confidence to stop the fourth raikage? Koharu Udaten's words directly hit Danzo's heart. The commander, while having supreme power, naturally also bears great risks. Decapitating the commander and seizing the flag, such things are not uncommon in the ninja world. During the war, if the commander of one side retreats or the impact of being killed by the enemy was huge. Of course When Danzo was about to say that he had confidence, he suddenly saw half of his body wrapped in bandages, and then he reacted. Indeed, according to other people's opinions, he had no chance of stopping the fourth raikage. Unless he disclosed his status. But it was impossible. That was simply saying that he was using Hashirama's cells for experiments, which was a rhythm of social death, so he was speechless for a while. And what do you think of the morale of the ninja army under your command? Mitaman proposed a more practical situation. Morale. Under the command of different commanders, the morale of the ninja army was different. After all, ninjas are not killing machines like the Root, and morale is not constant. If they knew that they would serve under the darkness of ninja, their morale would definitely be very low. Because Danzo really uses his ninjas as pawns and cannon fodder, and with his bad reputation in the village, it would be good if the army didn't collapse. Therefore, with these two fatal flaws, Danzo has no chance to take the position of the main general. Who else can be the main general besides me? Danzo also understood that the two were indeed right, so he asked back dissatisfiedly. In the office, unless the front line was defeated, it would be impossible for Dohei to be the main general again. What about Shikaku? Sarutobi Hiruzen proposed a candidate. As the Konoha military advisor, the other party has high ability and prestige, and is indeed qualified to be the main general. No, he is not the opponent of the raikage, and the Inoshikacho formation is too easy to be targeted. Udaten Koharu pointed out the shortcomings. But he can be equipped with a deputy general, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Dohei. Yes, this is the best combination in his mind. The main general Narashikaku and the deputy general Uchiha Dohei. This way, Dohei cannot get any merit, and the combat effectiveness of the ninja army can be guaranteed. The question is, will the deputy general be willing to do this? The deputy general is a position where you have to bear the hardship and take the blame, and the merits and benefits have nothing to do with you. The strong are unwilling to take such a position. Unless there is a special relationship. The original Jiraiya served as the deputy general of Minato Namikaze, entirely because he wanted to support his own disciples to take the position. Why don't you try someone else? Do you really think that the strong have no temper? It's like using the Hokage's order to let Dohei be the deputy general. He may not be able to refuse, but there are definitely countless ways to embarrass the main general, and the main general has no way to do it. Therefore, when Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Dohei, he was actually testing his intentions. Faced with this test, Dohei kept a calm face, not revealing any thoughts at all, and completely let the other party guess. Even if he asked directly, he could agree on the surface and make trouble behind the scenes, so there was no chance of forcing him to give orders. I have a candidate, Yudin Koharu suddenly spoke up, and when everyone's eyes were focused on him, she said the name, Sarutobi Shinoshuke. Yes, the name she said was the head of the Anbu. And the other party has another identity. The son of the Hokage. The dream is to become the Hokage. No, Shinoshuke is not strong enough to be the main general in terms of strength and ability. Sarutobi Hiruzen objected immediately. He knew his eldest son very well. He was captured by the Sand Ninja before, and it was hard to rescue him through a trade. Now he is letting the other party fight against the Cloud Ninja, who is stronger than the Sand Ninja. It is completely the rhythm of wanting him to die. We can let Danzo and Dohei serve as deputy generals, and Shikaku as the military advisor. Yudin Koharu said her arrangement. This is definitely the most suitable configuration now. Danzo really can't serve as the main general, but serving as a deputy general can definitely bring great intelligence advantages to the main general. Shikaku is not to be mentioned. It may be a little worrying to be the commander in such a ninja village war, but no one will have any objection to being a military advisor. Finally, it is Dohei. With Danzo and Shikaku watching him, at least he dare not act openly, and he will be restrained at the same time. Great! The plan of Yudin Koharu is indeed the best choice in this situation. It is not the best choice, but just the best choice. As for why Sarutobi Shinoshuke was made the commander? In addition to selfishness, it is also because the other party is qualified to sit in this position, and it also gives the two deputy commanders room to play. Dohei, I wonder if the other people in the castle tower can go to the battle. Mito Kato-en suddenly asked. Team 404 can attack, but the others are not Konoha ninjas. I am afraid of misunderstandings. Darun nodded happily. In the entire castle tower, it is indeed only their 404 team that belongs to the active ninjas, so they must obey orders. Unless you become a rebel ninja, you really can't refuse the village's order. At most, because of your strength, the village's top leaders will not force you to do it. But the others in the castle tower are another matter. It's equivalent to an unregistered private army, and the village can't order it. After all, these private soldiers don't eat the village's rice, but use the village's money. Naturally, they don't need to obey the village. Do you remember the peace agreement a few years ago? Sarutobi Hiruzen played a trick on the major ninja clans, causing them to suffer huge casualties and not get corresponding compensation, which makes the major ninja clans still remember it vividly. The loss was too tragic. The private army that was cultivated with great difficulty was almost wiped out, which was equivalent to countless resources going down the drain. The problem is that there is no return, and even the ninja clans can't stand it. So, don't even think about recruiting private troops this time. With this lesson, unless Doping is crazy, he will involve his own castle tower in this ninja village war. You can let your 404 team participate in the war, but the castle tower is out of the question. Okay. Mito Kato-yan also understood why Doping was so determined and gave up this plan. After selecting the command level of the army, the next step is to send troops to fight. This is complicated. Not only must it ensure that it can withstand the angry Cloud Ninja army, but also ensure that there are enough reserve troops to deal with subsequent changes. Mist, Sand, and Rock Ninjas, if they see an opportunity, may tear up the agreement at any time, directly invade the Land of Fire, and start the Fourth Ninja World War. As for the problem that the village has not recovered yet? They have this problem. Does that mean Konoha is gone? Everyone is in bad shape, which means that I am in good shape. Finally, Konoha is going to send 1,000 ninjas to form a support ninja army, with Sarutobi Shinoshuke as the chief general, Danzo and Dohei as deputy generals, and Nara Shikaku as the military advisor. This support army is completely quantitative and qualitative, and it seems that it can deal with the attack of the Cloud Ninjas. If everyone works together, Chapter 407 The Bankruptcy Version of the Long Steps to Godhood, the Demigod Plan. After the meeting, Dohei left the office without saying anything, and didn't stay for a second. And this is also his attitude. If you let me be the Deputy General, then I will obey, but I will never do anything outside of my job. It is impossible that I have been calculating and suppressing you all before, and now that you are in trouble, I have to help you with all my heart and soul, right? How despicable. Anyway, he is not White Fang, and he does not have such a high level of awareness. He is already worthy of them by being able to fish in Konoha. What a born evil Uchiha. Danzo saw Dohei leave, and he couldn't help but spray. The remaining few people looked at him and wanted to remind him that he was just an Uchiha surname, but he did not have Uchiha blood. But thinking of Danzo's character, they tacitly skipped this point. Shikaku, I will trouble you next. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Nara Shikaku. The meaning of his words was also very clear, that is, let him help Sarutobi Shinichuk more. Although he did not recognize the ability of his eldest son, it did not mean that he would give up on him, so this was also paving the way for him. Yes, Lord Hokage. Nara Shikaku naturally couldn't be unaware of what Sarutobi Hiruzen meant, so he expressed his opinion directly. The three tribes of Inoshikacho have always been supporters of the Sarutobi tribe, so this is their obligation and responsibility, and he will naturally not shirk it, not to mention the Hokage's request. Seeing Nara Shikaku's statement, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt relieved. With the help of Inoshikacho of Nara Shikaku's generation, the chance of saving lives on the battlefield will definitely increase greatly. Because if the three of them join forces, they can completely rival the cage-level strongmen. I dare not say that they will win for sure, but at least they can save their lives, right? As long as they have a little self-protection power, whether it is Uchiha Dohei or Danzo, they will definitely not sit idly by and watch their commander be beheaded. It can be said that Sarutobi Hiruzen is also worried about his eldest son. Yutane Koharu and Mito Kato-en looked at this scene, looked at each other and smiled tacitly. It was their plan to support Sarutobi Shinichuk to take the throne. After all, the reason why their two clans were able to grow up was entirely because they were the disciples of the second brother Hokage and had a relationship with Sarutobi Hiruzen. In fact, the latter was the key. In order to maintain the family in the future, it was natural to support a close Hokage. And Sarutobi Shinichuk was a good choice. Not only was he close to their family, but he was also the son of the Hokage. That is, he had a shortcoming in terms of strength, otherwise they would not have started betting now. Before, with the three ninjas and Namikaze Minato, Shinichuk had no chance at all, so the two had no intention of helping each other to take the throne. But now it is not possible. The three ninjas have been pulled, and Namikaze Minato is dead. If they don't make any efforts, if the future Hokage has nothing to do with them, then the family may decline. And this is why the two changed their attitudes. Of course, there is still a bottom line. At least they don't recognize Danzo's promotion to Hokage. Once he becomes Hokage, Konoha will be dragged into the abyss by him. From this aspect, the two of them are still moral. It can only be said that human beings are contradictory creatures. On the one hand, they are selfish, and on the other hand, they are selfless. The other side. After leaving the Hokage building, Dohei saw Hinata Kangya waiting for him with all kinds of snacks in her hands, and Honglien who was acting as a bag girl beside her. It can only be said that Hinata Kangya's biggest hobby is eating. And she is the type who can never gain weight. For this, the girls in the castle tower were so envious that their eyes turned red. What did those old guys say? Hinata Kangya swallowed a piece of sweets in her hand, and Honglien's eyes were wide open. His eyes were red. Who doesn't like to eat sweets? But thinking about how fat she looked like a ball, she could only endure it. Nothing, just let me serve as the deputy general of the ninja army, and you and Koji will also go into battle this time. Tang Ping Xiaoxiang spread his hands, indicating that this meeting was nothing but nonsense. This is great news. Hinata Kangya thought of many things in an instant. Yes, the ninja village war is extremely unfriendly to Konoha, but it is extremely good news for the castle tower. At least they don't have to worry about selling their supplies, and they sell them at high prices. Just like food, the current price of rice is 50,000 taels per ton, but after the ninja village war started, it is not surprising that the price will be 100,000 taels per ton. And there is still a price but no market, and there are additional conditions for purchase. It is indeed good news, but we must also be careful. We may not be able to stay out of it this time. Dohei agrees that the ninja village war is good news, but he is also worried. In the past, several major ninja villages would definitely ignore the castle tower. But now after defeating the Fire Country Daimyo ninja army, all the major forces have seen their strength, and they will definitely not ignore them. If there really is a war between the ninja world, they and Konoha will definitely be attacked together. The reason why they helped secretly before was because the castle tower was in conflict with Konoha, so they naturally wanted to fight against each other. But now that everyone is facing each other, it is natural to beat them to death. Those red eyes might be so happy. Hinata Kangyu curled her lips in displeasure. Uchiha-me, who likes fighting, will definitely be overjoyed if she hears someone is planning to build a castle tower. For the belligerent Uchiha, he would not ask how many enemies there were, only where they were. Warlike and crazy, the Vietnam War will get stronger. It's almost Uchiha's nature. Anyway, after several conflicts, Uchiha's average strength has improved a lot. However, this is also an opportunity to test the demigod plan. Tang Ping murmured to himself. Because he has already developed a set of techniques, but he happens to be short of experimental products and occasions. Maybe he can take the opportunity to experiment this time. You mean? Hinata Kangyu stopped moving, looking a little surprised. As the person who has been around Tang Ping the most, she naturally knows how many terrifying technologies he has in his hands. Yes, the investment in the demigod plan is too great, and we cannot promote it by ourselves, but what do you think if someone pays the bill and takes the blame? Tang Ping's eyes flashed with a cunning light. Demigod plan. It's equivalent to the bankrupt version of ascending to the gods' long step. The requirements in all aspects have been reduced to the extreme, which can be said to be high quality and low price. Instead of using nutrient solution, the surgery target is allowed to recover on its own. At the same time, other medical ninjas can also be responsible for the surgery, which can be made cheap and large scale. The only difficulty is that it requires a large number of ninja hearts, medical ninjas, etc. For the castle tower, these conditions are difficult to achieve. Because the total number of ninjas they have just exceeded 1,000, it is simply impossible to do this. But it's different when it comes to Konoha. How many ninjas are there in Konoha? Starting with over 10,000. In other words, there are countless experimental materials. And there are many medical ninjas who can quickly learn heart transplantation. And what is the most critical thing in the demigod plan? Jump potion. As long as you master this, there is no need to worry about Konoha being able to bypass the castle tower and master this technology. And Tanhei can also use Konoha to accumulate enough data and experience, and by the way, he can also let the ninjas from the castle tower perform surgery. To put it simply, Konoha provided money and manpower to help Tanhei experiment with an immature technology. And after the technology is completed, they still cannot master this technology. It's simply a case of being taken advantage of. Then will they refuse? The answer is no. Because Tang Ping is a conspiracy. As long as they agree to this plan, Konoha's strength will be greatly improved. How could they refuse? The key is that with the big tree of Konoha protecting the outside from the wind and rain, Dohei can also take the opportunity to increase the strength of the castle tower. As for the fear that the opponent will deal with the castle tower after his strength increases? Totally overthinking. Because this plan only significantly improves the level of genin, it is extremely limited for Chunin and cannot affect the high-end power comparison. Not to mention that with the warp potion in hand, there is no fear of losing it. However, this technical director will not directly talk to the high-level officials of Konoha, but will prepare some samples first. Only when the top management of Konoha finds out and comes to take the initiative can they better take the initiative. As for her partners? Of course it is his ally the Uchiha clan. Chapter 408 The experiment begins. Uchiha clan land. In a secret laboratory. Is the surgery really okay? Uchiha Fugaku and several senior family members stood a few meters away from the operating table, looking at the operation in front of him. Since it took longer than expected, he couldn't help but ask. Yes, this is a special operation performed by Tanhei and several medical ninjas from the Uchiha clan. Of course, no problem. Tang Ping looked at the operations of several Uchihas in front of him and nodded. He answered confidently without even raising his head. The experimental subject was an Uchiha genin, the kind that didn't have his eyes opened, and the other party volunteered to undergo this operation. As mentioned earlier, the Uchiha was fanatical in pursuing power, so how could the other party give up with this opportunity? The source of the heart was even simpler. Konoha Prison. A large number of ninjas were imprisoned there, so it was really easy to get materials. Even an industrial chain was formed. Don't think that the Uchiha were some kind of white lotus, they were honest people. It's true that they are beautiful, strong, and miserable, but they really do human trafficking. However, the human trafficking mentioned here refers to the capture of those rebellious ninjas, wild ninjas, and the like for sale, not the kind you imagine. And no one would say anything about this. Because those captured were not Konoha ninjas, and at the same time, the major forces could also get their own benefits, so of course no one would say anything, and even the Root and the Anbu would pretend not to know. Who asked them to do experiments, and they also needed materials. The key is that by doing this, the Uchiha can also improve the environmental safety of the Land of Fire in disguise, which is a great thing. As for the fate of the rebels and these wild ninjas? Who cares? Just like when Orochimaru defected, what the major ninja clans couldn't understand was why they had to use people from Konoha. As for experimental materials, they could use people from other villages, and they would have no objection at all. Therefore, the ninjas of the ninja villages only care about their own villages, and other ninjas are not actually one in their eyes. This is very similar to the situation in a certain United States before Dohei traveled through time. Using this internal subdivision, the bottom layer will never be able to merge, and there will be no threat to the real top layer, nobles. It can only be said that the real ninja world is very different from anime. If you really think that this is a place where you can counterattack by friendship and hard work, you will be completely pitted to death. Therefore, when Dohei expressed his desire to cooperate with Uchiha to carry out the demigod plan, Uchiha Fugaku agreed without any consideration. Anyway, the experimental subjects are clan members and the materials are prisoners, what is he worried about? In the ninja world, a genin who knows medical ninjutsu can transplant eyes on the battlefield, which shows that organ transplantation is not difficult for ninjas. The difficulty lies in how to integrate the second heart into the human body's own system. This is not a transplant, but an additional organ. It's like assembling a computer. Replacing parts and adding a new part that has never appeared before are not at the same level of difficulty. In this regard, Doping's jump potion can solve it. Start the injection. After confirming that there is no problem with the process, he let the operation enter the most critical stage. Without the jump potion, this heart will not only not work, but will become a burden. A tube of potion was injected into the newly transplanted heart. The efficiency of injection is far higher than that of direct sprinkling. A bottle of jump potion in the past can be used for hundreds of genin. Of course, after reducing the amount, the transplanted heart is not too perfect, only a few % of the effect of the previous operation. But it doesn't matter. It is a bankrupt version of the long stairway to God. It's fine as long as it succeeds. What else do you need a bicycle for? What we want is good quality at a low price. After injecting the warp potion, the second heart will slowly evolve. It is said that it is a bankrupt version, so it is naturally impossible to use nutrient solution to quickly complete the evolution process. It is necessary to slowly survive this stage. And there will be no subsequent 4 surgeries to strengthen blood, bones, etc. In general, the biggest cost is the heart, medical ninja, and warp potion, which add up to less than 100,000 taels, assuming that the warp potion is not expensive. An extra second heart. For Chunin and Jonin, the improvement may not be that great. But for Genin, the improvement is not low, and it is not a problem to make it comparable to Chunin in terms of physical skills. If the heart you choose is good, you can also have a second attribute chakra. There are many benefits, and the cost is not high. The only disadvantage is that because no nutrient solution is used, it has to consume its own nutrients to provide it. In addition, the amount of warp potion is small, which will also make the fusion imperfect, and there may be troubles. But compared with the benefits, these troubles are nothing. Doping had also told Uchiha Fugaku about the aftermath in advance. But neither he nor the Uchiha Genin who underwent the operation took it to heart. Because these aftermaths may only appear in the future, but if the strength is not enough, it can be fatal whether on the battlefield or in the mission. The fine wound extraction technique. Doping finally used this B-level medical ninjutsu to end the operation. Disinfection. Although the rejection reaction has its own jump potion, there is no way to disinfect it. In the past, it was all done by the ninja's body. But in order to ensure the success rate of this operation, Doping naturally couldn't do it this way, so he used this medical ninjutsu originally used for detoxification. Of course, it was also because of this medical ninjutsu that he dared to perform this operation in such a simple environment. In the world before crossing, if you want to do a heart transplant, you must be in an extremely precise sterile operating room with a large number of precision instruments. But in the ninja world, an operating table and a few knives are enough. If you know the chakra scalpel, you don't even need a knife. Did it work? Uchiha Fugaku stepped forward and looked at the clan member who was in anesthesia. From the outside, he only looked a little weak, and he never thought that he had an extra heart in his body. Yes, but he time will eat like crazy, if you don't supplement enough. Tang Ping reminded me. If you don't use nutrient solution, then the opponent will be in a weak state and have to eat like crazy to supplement. If nutrition is not replenished in time, the vitality will be drained. If the vitality is not enough, then naturally GG will not explain it. Don't worry. Uchiha Fugaku nodded slightly, looking at his clan members expectantly. But Tang Ping turned around and left as if he didn't see it. Whether the cooperation can continue depends on seeing the results. However, when leaving, Tang Ping glanced at the small figure in the corner of the operating room. The filial son Uchiha Itachi. As the young patriarch, he is naturally qualified to witness this operation. And this was also Tang Ping's intention. Originally, he was still worried about how to reveal the demigod plan to the top management of Konoha. There is no need to worry at all now. With this guy who can think with the Hokage mind at just a few years old, there is no need to worry that this news will not be known to Konoha F4. The fact is as Tang Ping expected. This guy actually tempted the family to do such evil experiments. I must remind the Hokage. Uchiha Itachi remained calm on the surface, but secretly he had made up his mind to report this matter to prevent the family from falling deeper into trouble. However, what he didn't know was that this experiment was open and transparent, and the experimental goals were guaranteed. The village's Hashirama cell experiment has consumed an unknown amount of life. It's just that the root secrets are too strong, so no one knows about it. The theory of truth is bloody and cruel, where is Tang Ping's talent? Half a day later, a certain Hokage learned this information from the note thrown into the yard. Phew. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep drag on his cigarette and looked at the note in his hand with a deep look. He knew exactly who had sent the news. After thinking for a while, he ordered loudly. Here comes someone. As the Hokage, there are naturally people around him who are ready for orders at any time. Whoosh. A masked ANBU appeared in front of him. To transfer this information to Denzo, you must hand it over to him personally. Sarutobi Hiruzen handed the folded note to the ANBU in front of him. Of course, this matter must be left to Denzo. Yes. The ANBU took the note and disappeared. In this way, everything was left to Denzo. If the experiment is successful, Denzo will definitely take action, so as the Hokage, he will definitely have a way to get it. If the capture fails, he will also have an excuse to intervene. This is the wisdom that belongs to the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chapter 409 The Collapse of the Border Army. Roots. Denzo received a note from ANBU. You go down first. He waved the ANBU to leave. The route has a very close relationship with the ANBU. It is itself a place to train newcomers for the ANBU. It was only after Denzo mastered the route that it became an independent kingdom. Therefore, the relationship between the two is completely cooperative and competitive. This is why this ANBU was able to meet Denzo directly. Otherwise, if it were someone else, let alone meeting Denzo, it might not even be possible to get to the route. Hiruzen clearly knows that I have been busy collecting information on Kumo Ninja recently, so he won't trouble me with anything again, right? Denzo, who felt a little uncomfortable, looked at the note in his hand. After just one glance, his expression began to change, and then he became more and more excited. Demigod plan. Denzo stood up excitedly. If the above content is true, that is great news. It can greatly increase the strength of genin, and the cost is not high. As for the trouble mentioned above, Denzo simply ignores it. Because in his opinion, these consequences are not worth mentioning at all. If you can get it. He murmured excitedly. However, the prerequisite is that the operation is successful, so he will not take action for the time being, but will observe first. He will only take action after confirming the effect of the operation. The next day, one by one, the ninjas began to gather. Within a few days, the ninja army naturally gathered together. This time it was the F3 family that took the lead. The three clans of Sarutobi, Tendon, and Mitaman were the big ones, more than 500 people. As for the number of other ninja clans, there were not many, less than 200 in total. Most of the rest were civilian ninjas. The sequelae have appeared. The ninjas no longer trust Naruto. After all, I have been deceived once, not to mention losing a fortune to my own people, and I have not received compensation yet. It has only been a few years, and even if I have amnesia, I will not forget this lesson so quickly. That is to say, Sarutobi Hiruzen is still sitting in the position of Hokage, otherwise they would not send out this number of ninjas. The leader of the army, Sarutobi Shinosuke, was at the front of the team. Looking at the villagers and senior officials seeing him off, his mood at this moment can be described in 4 words. High-spirited. With this qualification, even if I have to compete for Hokage in the future, I will have a lot of confidence. Pity. Sarutobi Shinosuke didn't understand one thing. Qualifications are something that must be won to be effective, such as if you lose, it will be humiliating. In the team, Tang Ping and his 404 team have already assembled. Yamamakoji came here temporarily. He was a registered active ninja in Konoha, so he couldn't refuse the village's orders. Unless it's defection. If Tang Ping had said a word, he would have said nothing. Most of the family had moved to the castle tower anyway, so what was he afraid of? The problem is that the castle tower still sucks Konoha's blood, so it can't fall out yet, so it can only obey the order. At the same time, not far away from them were a dozen figures covered in stand-up collared coats and wearing sunglasses. The Abarame clan. All the adult Abaro ninjas are here. The remaining minors began to move to the castle tower together with the ordinary tribesmen. With Uchihame escorting her, no one dared to stab her. Her record is so explosive. Single-player Xian Yuan-zhong, who is known to be able to hunt shadows, kills the veteran shadow-level powerhouse Bao Jiaodu, and kills through the enemy formation alone on the battlefield. It is absolutely fierce. Now the title of Queen of Thunder and Fire has spread throughout the ninja world. With such a Lang Mi coming to pick people up, even if the main combat force of the Abarame clan is transferred to the reinforcements, there is no need to worry about safety issues. There is no way around it, these Abaro ninjas are all working ninjas, so it's naturally impossible for the village not to recruit them. The village agreed to their moving to the castle tower, but it did not agree to their defection. They had to obey orders. But Gurren didn't come and left with the Abarame clan. She is not a Konoha ninja, so naturally she will not participate. On the contrary, there are only 2 reds left in the 3 reds combination, and they will also attack this time. Anko and Ui Kurane are both powerful, so how could they not participate in this ninja village war? It seems that this battle is to pave the way for the second generation of shadows. Hinata Kangyu looked at the leader of the team, Sarutobi Shinosuke, who was raising his head and chest high, and taunted in a low voice. Sometimes, no matter how well paved the road is, it may not be stable, and people may die if they walk on it. Tang Ping answered. If he remembered correctly, the future Sarutobi Konohamaru seemed to be an orphan, the kind whose parents both knelt down. And judging from his memory, Sarutobi Konohamaru is a few years younger than Naruto. And how old is Naruto exactly this year? That's why Tang Ping said this. If it had been anyone else, Hinata Kangyu and Yamamakoji would have regarded it as a casual comment. But if Tang Ping, a man who has proven his ability to predict, said it, it would be different. Really? Yamamakoji, who has a taciturn character, could not control his surprise and asked questions at this time. The other party is the eldest son of Hokage. Not only are there ANBU protection around me, but I also have the personal protection of Inoshika Butterfly, plus I am an elite jonin. Who can kill him? Even if there is no eye for ninjutsu on the battlefield, a general is not so prone to accidents. Who knows? Tang Ping withdrew his gaze and did not continue the topic. Because he didn't dare to be sure about this. There seems to be no information about Konohamaru's parents in the original plot, so Dohei doesn't know the details. After the team left Konoha, they all jumped through the woods. If we were to march like an ordinary team, it would take at least more than half a month to reach the front line. But if we march like this, we can reach the front line in a few days. And this is just the basic forward march speed. If it is accelerated, the jonin can rush to the front line in 1 day, but that may lose the ability to fight. Once the enemy seizes the opportunity, it will be over. Therefore, this marching speed is the safest now. Tang Ping and his 404 team stayed in the middle of the team and did not go to the front to join in the fun. They made it clear that they would not compete for command. Yes, Danzo and Sarutobi Shinashuk started fighting for power right after they left Konoha. Sarutobi Shinashuk knew all about his abilities, so Danzo had the confidence to overpower his opponent and gain command. Once he succeeds, even though he is a deputy general, he can still make the achievements his own. This was also the biggest reason why he agreed to serve as deputy general in the first place and was willing to submit to a junior like Sarutobi Shinashuk. Danzo's dream is to be Hokage, but he will not allow the other party to gain merit and become a leader. He would dare to assassinate even Sarutobi Hiruzen, let alone grab the merit. Unfortunately, Koharu and Mito Kazuo had already anticipated this and prepared helpers in advance. Narashikaku. Although this Konoha military advisor doesn't want to confront Danzo. But he knew better which side he should be on, so he resisted Danzo so that he could not get the command. He even wanted to drag Tang Ping into the water, but was rejected. Joke. Tang Ping has long expressed his stance through actions. That means you obey the village's orders, but don't expect yourself to help with all your strength. Fishing with peace of mind is already worthy of the village. Watch a play. He is responsible for enjoying the entertainment in the team. The team advanced for a day and when they set up camp to rest at night, they received an urgent message. The front line collapsed. The 4th Raikage and Kirabi led an army of 3,000 cloud ninjas into the Land of Fire, defeating the original border troops. Previously, it was just a local conflict, so the number was only about 1,000. I originally thought that with the support of their 1,000, 2,000 would fight 3,000. With the advantages of logistics and geographical advantages, it would not be difficult to resist the Kumo ninja. Unexpectedly, they encountered such a situation before they even joined the border troops. Therefore, the team must discuss the next action. Of course, Team 404 must participate. After all, there are only 2 titled shadow-level experts in their team, and the remaining one also has a supercilious look. The importance can be imagined. Chapter 410 Response and Weirdness. In a temporary tent. Now, the Cloud Ninjas have defeated the border defenders and entered the country of fire. The opponent's troops were divided into 3 groups and eliminated a large number of our reconnaissance teams. Narashikaku stood in front of the map, introducing the situation to Danzo, Team 404, Sarutobi Shinashuk, Akimichi Choza, Yamanaka Hiki and Aberame Shimai in the tent. The least people who can participate in the meeting are Elite Jounin, Hyuuga Kangetsu, Miao. Everyone's face was solemn, because they also knew very well how bad the situation they faced after the Cloud Ninja defeated the border army. From being evenly matched before, to fighting alone. It's not surprising that they might have become someone's prey now. How did the other side defeat the border army? Yamamakoji suddenly made a sound, which went straight to the core. Yes, this is the key. The border army is not a pig, how could it not know how to be prepared? Facing the Kumo ninja army led by Raikage, they will definitely be on strict guard. I don't dare to say that they can really block the opponent. At least it will be no problem to defend for a few days with the advantage of the geographical location. However, there is no sign of collapse. How can it not make people suspicious? According to the intelligence, I was attacked by the Cloud Ninja army and caught off guard. Narashikaku told the details with a dark face. There is a problem. After listening, everyone in the tent flashed this idea. Because it is impossible for the border army to leave sentries and reconnaissance teams, and unless these people are blind, they cannot even detect an army of thousands of people, right? What I'm most afraid of is the sudden silence in the air. Perhaps sensing this atmosphere, Narashikaku then spoke. But it also has something to do with the fact that there is no strong person in the border army who can match the Raikage. When he spoke, his eyes subconsciously looked at Dohei and Yamamakoji, as did everyone else. Danzo opened his mouth slightly, about to say something, but then fell silent. He was confident that he could block the Raikage, but he couldn't say. Once the Hashirama cells on the body are exposed, it means social death. By then, not to mention being a high-ranking Hokage, it would even be different whether he could continue to sit firmly in his base position. Senjuzujin. The influence of this name in the ninja world is unprecedented. Just by looking at his title of God of Ninja that no one can refute, you can tell how influential he is. He also personally created a country one village system and ended the warring states period of the ninja world. The Hokage system has an unshakable status in Konoha, which is inseparable from this name. Once it is exposed that Danzo used the opponent's corpse for experiments, it is equivalent to betraying his Hokage identity, and the consequences can be imagined. No wonder his strength has obviously returned to its peak, but he doesn't even dare to say it even goes further, simply because he doesn't dare. Under the premise that Danzo did not dare to stand up, the only two cage-level experts in their ninja army, Hyuga Kangetsu disguised as a little transparent, were Dohei and Yamamakoji, so it is not surprising to pay attention to them. Don't worry, I can defeat Raikage once, and I can defeat him a second time. Tang Ping's domineering side leaks opening. Although it was largely due to the advantage brought by the first sight kill last time, his strength now is completely different from before. Even without the blood inheritance limit of melting escape, he is still firmly at the peak of the shadow level. No need to be afraid at all. And after hearing his domineering words, other people in the tent not only did not feel dissatisfied, but they all felt relieved. Having such a reliable and strong person by your side can indeed bring you a lot of security. If Dohei and Yamamakoji were not around, they would have to worry about how to deal with the Raikage's arrival. Although the pig, deer, and butterfly formation can be compared to a shadow-level powerhouse, comparable does not mean that if something unexpected happens, they might be taken away in a wave. Next, we must find out the intelligence of Yun Ninja, and in this regard, we need the help of Elder Danzo. Narashikaku assigned the task to Danzo without hesitation. He had no intention of taking the opportunity to suppress the other party and strive for command, just because this arrangement was the most suitable. The route itself belongs to the Covert Operations Department, and has rich experience in assassinations and intelligence gathering. It is definitely the right person to put him in charge of intelligence. The roots will go all out. Naturally, Danzo would not be able to refuse such a legitimate request, and at the same time, he would not play any tricks on it. Everyone is not a good person. If you, Danzo, dare to play tricks on intelligence, then don't blame us for trying tricks on you in the future. Therefore, it is impossible to cause trouble in this area. Dohei, on the other hand, acted like it was nothing of his own and had no intention of speaking except to express his intention to deal with the Raikage. Well, when Narashikaku saw this scene, he had no other choice but to sigh secretly in his heart. Because he naturally knows why the other party behaves like this. The village's malice toward Uchiha affected the other party from the beginning. Then came all kinds of suppression and exclusion, even against the power of the chief general of the Southwest Ninja Army was snatched away, leaving nothing behind except a title, and thus a castle tower was forced out. It's good enough that they are willing to obey the village's orders now, what else do they want? The meeting ended quickly. In general, it was their army that calmed down, directly stationed in the original place, and then the route collected intelligence and decided on the follow-up actions. It sounds extremely passive. But at this time, it's all about who makes fewer mistakes. It has to be said that the Nara clan can monopolize the position of Konoha's military advisor because they are smart, not because of relationships. Anyway, if it's Dohei, if he has the same cards in his hand, he can't think of a good solution. It's just, I don't know why, Dohei always feels that the rhythm of the Cloud Ninja this time is a bit off. Highway, don't stay too far away from us next time. When he went back to rest, Dohei whispered to a bear maze Highway. Although the other party is much older than him, it is reasonable for him to address him like this. In the ninja world, strength is respected. Just like he used to call the three ninjas adults, now he just calls them seniors, which is completely a change brought about by strength and status. Yes, Lord Dohei. A bear maze Highway nodded gently. Although he didn't understand why Dohei had to remind him like this, as a qualified subordinate, he naturally wouldn't question it. Well, the current Aberme clan has become the shape of Dohei. Even in the Konoha army, they are regarded as the Tiancha faction. And this is not a strange thing. Just like Konoha is divided into a Hokage faction, conservative faction, fighting faction, and so on, there should not be too many factions within the internal faction. Of course, they are all Konoha faction. There is no faction within the faction, all kinds of strange things. Now there is an additional Tiancha faction, and no one thinks it is wrong. As for Hongdu and Ui Kurane, they kept a subtle distance from them. It is to keep a distance so that people don't think they are too close, but they can get their help at any time. Obviously, no one is a fool. A few hours later at night. Sizzle. The fat on the golden barbecue dripped onto the fire below, exuding a fragrant meaty smell. Yes, doping was grilling. But there were only 3 people in their 404 team, and even a bear Mei Shiwei and others didn't come. If it were an ordinary ninja, it would definitely be dangerous to do this in the wild. But if it were them, the only ones who would be in danger would be those who dared to get close. Release. Duping directly made a seal and took out the things in the seal scroll. Seasoning. All kinds of seasonings filled the ground. Mastering the heaven-defying ability of sealing will be meaningless if it doesn't bring convenience to yourself. Duping will not be an ascetic monk or a masochist. Before, there were no conditions, but now there are conditions. Of course, you can enjoy it as you want. His dream is to lie down, not to suffer. He suffered so much before crossing, and he has to suffer again after crossing. Isn't this crossing in vain? So he has never concealed his ambition to lie down and start a harem. Suddenly, Doping paused slightly, and then returned to normal. He would do this, of course, because he received a reminder from Hinata Kangyu. If it was in the village, it would be fine. But in the wild, or after knowing that the Cloud Ninja has entered the land of fire, how could he not take more insurance? Hinata Kangyu would use the Samsara Eye to scan the surroundings every once in a while. Even if there are people from the Hyuga branch in the team, she would do this. The result is that there is a real discovery. It seems that tonight will not be boring. Doping said while sprinkling seasoning. Chapter 411 8-tail and 2-tail attack. Chapter 411 8-tail plus 2-tail attack. Swoosh, swoosh. Figures gathered one after another, vaguely surrounding the Konoha army camp in the middle. And the secret sentries and scouts arranged by Konoha all turned into corpses or disappeared at this time. The Cloud Ninja army is coming. All of them are located 1 kilometer away from the camp, just outside the reconnaissance range of the branch family's Byakugan. Therefore, even though there are ninjas from the Hyuga clan on their side, they are still surrounded and not discovered. Fortunately, Hyuga Sogitsu's 4-time fetal movement period of the reincarnation eye makes her field of vision even more terrifying than the limit of the main family's Byakugan. Up to 5 kilometers. As long as you are within this range, you can see through, magnify, and so on. So she opens the reincarnation eye every once in a while. Even in the forest at night, you can easily find that something is wrong. The problem is that it is a bit late to find out now. The encirclement has been formed. A place 2 kilometers away from the edge of the camp. Tutai, you take charge this time. Against Ai's tall and strong body, Tutai's normal height seems much smaller. Yes, Lord Rakage. Tutai nodded seriously. He naturally understood that this was an extremely rare opportunity. Although they relied on the information of the mysterious man, they can easily defeat the border army and then surround the enemy reinforcements. But as long as they can achieve their goal, they don't mind whether they need help from others. As long as they can defeat the reinforcements and kill Konoha, the other major ninja villages will choose to take action because they see the opportunity. This time, Konoha is not as lucky as during the Ninja World War and can escape. And as long as Konoha is gone, even if the enemy is only severely damaged, the future ninja world will usher in the era of the hidden cloud village. At such an important moment, it is no wonder that Dode is so serious. Kirabi, Yukato, this time you will take the first shot and directly transform into a tailed beast. AI looked at the 2 people around him. Kirabi, Yukato. It is the 8 tails and 2 tails Jinchuriki of the hidden cloud village. And because of Kame Island, neither of them has to worry about going berserk after transforming into a tailed beast like other ninja villages. Okay. Yes, Lord Rakage. Naturally, neither of them would refuse. Let Konoha feel the wrath of our Cloud Ninja. AI's eyes flashed with anticipation. He had been brooding over his defeat at the hands of Dohei last time, and now he finally had a chance to get back the humiliation. Yes. *N. The high-ranking Cloud Ninjas around him responded at the same time, and their morale was extremely high. Whether it was revenge for the ninjas of the same village or the confidence brought by defeating the border army, they all turned into fanatical morale at this moment. Swoosh, swoosh. Kirabi and Yukato rushed towards the distant Konoha camp along the cleared passage. As for the other Cloud Ninjas, they were like wolves waiting for their prey to fall into chaos. Once the prey showed a flaw, they would hunt it without hesitation. But the approach of Kirabi and Yukato was always seen by others. 2 huge chakras approaching. They might be Jinchuriki. Hinata Kangyu reminded in a low voice. Although she couldn't recognize the other person's appearance, she could get some information from the chakra. Such a huge amount of chakra is totally not what humans should have. Big Pillar, are you saying that again? And it is completely possible to determine the identity of the opponent's Jinchuriki. And the two Jinchuriki can determine the identity of the other party with their feet. The two-tailed is the wooden man and the eight-tailed killer bee. The opponent let him kill alone, and the goal is also very obvious. Create chaos. Even if the number of cloud ninjas is absolutely superior, it does not mean that they will rush in head-on. Although they have the title of barbarians, don't be confused by this. Sometimes they will use this title to misjudge the enemy. If they were really just reckless men, it would be impossible for the hidden cloud village to develop better and better, and it would completely catch up with Konoha. I hope others have good luck. Du Ping took a bite of barbecue. For the next battle, Konoha can only pray for good luck. With 1,000 against 3,000, and under the premise of being ambushed, he didn't know how miserable it would be. The only good news is that the castle tower was not involved, so he would not be too heartbroken no matter how much loss he suffered. Don't say he is cold-blooded, it's because he doesn't have a deep relationship with Konoha. At most, he just likes to watch fun and likes a prosperous environment. Even if Nagato is responsible for Konoha, he won't be sad. At most, he will feel sad that good resources are wasted like this. What a sin! Pa! After swallowing the barbecue, Dohei clapped his hands and his aura began to change. Since he knew that a fierce battle was about to begin, how stupid would he be to not seize the opportunity to enter the sage mode? He didn't want to be like those movies and TV shows, where they had to fight to the end before they could hastily use their ultimate moves, only to be killed by others. If you have an ultimate move, you must prepare it in advance. Yamamakoji stood beside Dohei, who was conscientiously condensing natural energy. On the Aberame clan side, several bugs crawled back on the Aberame Shiwei, who was resting, and then he stood up silently, and the clansmen around him also stood up silently. Bugs communicating. That's why it looks so weird. On the other side, there was a tent less than a few dozen meters away. Hiss! Amidst the deep snake sound, Hongda woke up instantly. After leaving the village, all ninjas would be on high alert. Those who didn't pay attention to this, the grass on their graves would be so high that they didn't know how tall it was. Hong! Hongda gently pushed Yui Kurane, who was sleeping beside her with her clothes on. Both she and the other party slept in a state of being ready to fight at any time. What's wrong? Yui Kurane woke up quickly. Something is wrong. Hongda summoned the snake to warn her. Although she didn't know the reason, she trusted it absolutely. This snake came from the dragon cave of the Three Holy Lands. It was not an ordinary summoned beast and had saved her several times. Hearing this, Yui Kurane didn't ask any more questions. She got up quickly, put on the ninja tools, and prepared for battle. The whole preparation process took less than 10 seconds. This is the efficiency of ninjas. And not only them, but also people in the camp felt something was wrong. But everyone began to prepare silently, and no one warned like a fool. Ninja. I want to remind others that there are many ways to do it. Secret techniques, ninjutsu, ninja tools, etc. are not a problem. Originally, they thought that the Cloud Ninja sent people to raid, just to harass them and then leave, ready to kill the attackers. But they never expected. The Cloud Ninjas were not raiders, but the main force. The previous split into 3 groups, was just a move to paralyze them. The scouts sent by the route had long been eliminated by the helpers of the Cloud Ninja, which made the entire Konoha army blind and did not notice that the Cloud Ninja had killed them so close. If they had not sent back information for a long time, they would definitely be alert, but now it has been less than half a day, how could they react so quickly? It can only be said that the Cloud Ninja did their best for this battle. Now it is time to reap the fruits. It was at this time. Hey, I Killer Bee, infinitely shining. Shut up. 2 voices sounded in the sky above the north of the camp, one after another. Then a huge monster with a broken horn, a bull head and an octopus body appeared in the air beside the camp. Boom! Just landing, it caused a terrible movement like a landslide. A monster with a height of dozens of meters and octopus tentacles of nearly 100 meters, any action is a natural disaster. The 8-tailed cow ghost, appear. The various traps and arrangements in front of the camp, facing this huge monster, were completely useless and were destroyed by the aftermath. Not only that. Next to the Ushiki, a huge cat demon with blue chakra flames all over its body and 2 tails appeared. It may be a few circles smaller in size, but its agility and speed are more than one level stronger than the Uchiha. Two-tailed Nikomata, here we go. Two-tailed beasts appeared one after another, and before they did anything, they had already turned the edge of the camp into ruins. After the tailed beasts, both the eight-tailed and the two-tailed did not waste time and went straight to the big one. Chapter 412 Go to the battle. The tailed beast ball. Two kinds of light began to form huge chakra balls around the mouths of the two-tailed and eight-tailed. With such a close distance, the tailed beast ball even saves flying time, and there is no chance to dodge once it attacks. With the power of the tailed beast ball, one can flatten the entire camp, and there is no need for a second one. But the two-tailed beasts used it, which clearly showed that they were afraid that they would not die cleanly enough. It was also because of the tailed beast ball that the surrounding Cloud Ninja army did not catch up in the first time. Because the tailed beast ball cannot identify the enemy and friend, it is a completely map-based attack. If you follow, the accidental injury will definitely be amazing. Super multiplication technique. A voice sounded from the camp, and Akimichi Choza, who had taken the secret medicine, turned into a giant and blocked the two-tailed beasts. Super push hands. The palms covered with blue chakra light pushed forward. When the palms were about to touch the tailed beasts, they became dozens of meters in size, carrying a terrifying force, and hit the eight-tailed Uchiha who was using the tailed beast ball and could not dodge. Shoo! In the huge sound of the collision, the Uchiha's huge body, which was comparable to a small mountain, was directly pushed away, not turning into a meteor. Fire style. Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Earth style. Earth Dragon Bomb. Compound Ninjutsu. Earth Dragon Flame Flow. The sound of performing ninjutsu sounded not far from Akimichi Choza. It was Sarutobi Shinnishuk. He naturally realized that there was an enemy at the first time, so he was ready for battle. It must be said that as the eldest son carefully trained by Sarutobi Hiruzen, his strength is really good. As long as he is not compared with monsters. At this stage, Kakashi may not be his opponent. Now this composite ninjutsu is quite like Sarutobi Hiruzen. Unfortunately, although the elite Jonin and the cage level are only one level apart, there is actually a qualitative difference. Here is something involved. Chakra quality. A C-level fire bomb of a cage-level strongman will definitely be more powerful than a C-level fire bomb cast by a genin. Even if the chakra consumed is the same and the seals are the same, the power will be different. Of course, if you are strong and have several times more chakra than a cage-level strongman, you can also defeat the strong with the weak. So Sarutobi Shinnishuk's composite ninjutsu is the same as Sarutobi Hiruzen, but it does not mean that the power is the same. The power was only at the level of A-level forbidden technique. When it hit Matatake, it had no way to interrupt the condensation of the tailed beast ball. Find a way to interrupt the two-tailed beast. Narashikaku reminded others loudly. Once he released the tailed beast ball, the whole camp would be blown up. Various ninja tools, ninjutsu, bombarded Matatake in an endless stream. But this kind of attack was not painful at all for the thick-skinned tailed beasts. Matatake directly blocked the two tails in front of him, as if it was a shield to block all attacks. To be honest, most of the various abilities of ninjas are used to deal with their own kind, and there are really not many abilities to deal with huge targets. At least there are not many among these people, and even if there are, they can't reach the level of dealing with the two-tailed beast. Sealing technique. It is definitely the best choice. But even Danzo's sealing technique level is far from being able to seal the tailed beasts, unless he uses the inner four symbol seal on his body, it may still be effective. Seeing that the attack was ineffective, Narashikaku looked at the camp behind him. Their attacks were ineffective, but that didn't mean no one could do it. Danzo, who was not far away, looked at the huge two-tailed beast in front of him with a flickering gaze, and his right hand had already touched the bandage, as if he wanted to unseal it. But at this moment, a voice interrupted Danzo's action. Shoot it, God Gun! Along with the voice appeared, and a dazzling blue light that cut through the dark night sky. The two tails that were easily blocked by various ninja tools and ninjutsu bombardment were instantly pierced by this blue light, and also pierced the tailed beast ball that was about to take shape. Meow! The sharp screams of the two-tailed Matatabi almost broke people's eardrums. And the originally intensive attacks also stopped. All the Konoha ninjas looked at the camp behind them. Tap, tap. 3 figures slowly walked out. Although Yamamakoji, who was covered in white power armor, was extremely eye-catching, he lagged behind by half a step, allowing Dohei, who had short black hair, dark golden flames on his forehead, and a domineering and fiery aura, to walk in front. As for the last little transparent person, he was subconsciously ignored. Team 404. It is also Konoha's new legendary team. However, unlike the previous 3 ninjas team, this team is so famous that ordinary people don't even know it. After all, Doping is a rebel, and F4 would help him promote unless they are crazy. And they also tried to eliminate their influence in various ways. Now, if you are not the kind of person who has personally contacted them, you don't even know the name Doping. It must be said that ninjas are really good at blocking information. Lord Doping! Lord Doping! Voices rang out one after another. Strong! Absolutely the best support on the battlefield. And Doping walked forward slowly without any change in his expression. At this time, he had entered the Sage mode, and his mood naturally switched to the High Cold mode. Unless it is necessary, he will maintain this state to prevent his mental state from being eroded and affected by the Sage mode. Here it comes. Doping did not look at the screaming two-tailed Matatabi, but looked in one direction. Uchiha Doping! The furious voice came first, and then a figure covered by lightning came. The fourth Reikage, AI. At the same time, he was also defeated by Doping last time. If it weren't for Killer Bee's help, he might have been killed. Unfortunately, Doping had no intention of going forward to fight. He glanced at his teammates from the corner of his eye. 8 gates, open. Yamamakoji naturally understood that this was the rhythm for him to go up, so he directly entered the 8 gates state. And he didn't play with the use of each gate, and directly entered the highest level of mastery. Come in, open. With this voice, the power armor on Yamamakoji's body suddenly emitted a terrifying green chakra light. Boom! The surrounding air was emptied, making his whole body covered in green chakra light. If you want to live a decent life, your whole body must be a little green. Come in, also the 6th gate of the 8 gates, has a terrible effect on the improvement of strength. And in this state, you can use the matching technique. Towards Peacock. Yes, it is the physical technique of friction fire. A terrifying physical skill that evaporates the sea and ignites the air with one blow. In this state, coupled with the reaction speed and power provided by the power armor, Yamamakoji's mobility is enough to barely catch up with the Reikage. Whoosh! After entering the Jingmen, Yamamakoji collided with AI who was rushing towards him at a speed that was almost invisible to the naked eye. He punched with all his strength with his right hand. The air was shattered, a sonic boom sounded, and a strong wind was raised around him out of thin air. The power of a punch is so terrifying. Yamamakoji found that his fist was much more useful than any ninjutsu. Even if it was Xiao Shan, facing his fist in the Jingmen state, he would definitely not be able to withstand a few punches. If it were a ninjutsu, how many ninjutsu could do it? This ninjutsu is much more useful. JPG. And the Reikage naturally punched with the same punch. Just kidding, as the leader of the Cloud Ninja. Even without using chakra, he is a master in physical skills. He usually puts a lot of training tools in his office. How could he be afraid of fighting? And judging from the body shape, the Reikage, who is more than 2 meters tall, is not much shorter than the 3 meter tall Yamamakoji wearing power armor. The muscles make him look like he is wearing muscle armor. The ninja world is so unreasonable that the physical body is extraordinary. Boom! The collision of fists is like detonating a high-powered bomb, instantly blowing away the surrounding soil and trees, and directly creating a big pit artificially. A tough guy fell from the sky. Both the Reikage and Yamamakoji are the kind of tough guys who can fight the tailed beasts. Of course, they are still far from the level of the 3rd generation Reikage, but at least they are qualified. Reikage, AI. Konoha Jonin, Yamamakoji. The two signed up for each other, which was also considered to be acknowledging that the other party was qualified to fight with them. But this is not important. The most important thing is that the two tailed beasts launched the attack again after the tailed beast ball failed to launch. The surrounding Kumo ninja army also came to attack. If the tailed beast ball cannot be released, then there is no need to worry about accidental injuries, they will naturally attack. Chapter 413 Hard Fight. Fire Rat Ball. A rat-shaped blue flame was sprayed out by the two-tailed Matata. Scatter. The surrounding Konoha ninja he is not stupid, so he naturally avoids it immediately. Zhizzy. The mouse-like blue flames dispersed instantly and turned into balls of blue flames the size of human heads, chasing the surrounding Konoha ninjas. Ah! Careful! These flames cannot be avoided, find a way to defeat them. Various sounds continued to sound, and dozens of Konoha ninjas were burned to death. The casualties are considerable. You know, ninjas will not just stay there and wait to die. They will find ways to avoid and resist. But there are so many casualties in this way, which shows how terrifying this kind of flame is. Hey! Tang Ping, who was on guard against the eight tails coming back, glanced at the situation not far away in surprise. Fire Rat Jade! He was not very impressed by this technique. After all, I was watching anime before traveling through time. There were a lot of things I didn't know about, so I felt a little curious. That kind of flame that looks like a tracking missile is indeed extremely targeted at the extremely agile ninja. If he unleashed his full firepower and used his hidden melting style, he wouldn't be able to defeat two-tailed beast turned Jinchuriki on his own. But why? He is not a loyal minister of Konoha, how could he pay such a high price for the village? If you use melting release, it is simply equivalent to admitting your identity as a shell organization and instantly becoming a public enemy of the ninja world. After all, the shell organization has done too many things. It would be fine if the major ninja villages didn't know his identity. It would be strange if they didn't settle the score with him after they found out. When the time comes, Konoha's usual style will definitely find a way to make him surrender, and will take the opportunity to stab him a few times and eat his human blood steamed buns. Don't think it's impossible, the grass on Hinata Hisashi's grave hasn't grown yet. Therefore, Dohei was just curious about what technique Airway used, and had no intention of helping. And it's not necessary. If Inagasho, Danzo and Sarutobi Shinoshoku can't even handle the mere second tail, then they're still playing with wool, so they might as well go to sleep. The second tail is very strong, that's true. Especially on the premise that the Jinchuriki did not go berserk, it also avoided the shortcomings of the tailed beast's combat intelligence. But Konoha is not unprepared. After all, if he had known that he was going to face an army of Kumo ninjas, he would have naturally prepared ways to deal with the tailed beasts. So as long as you can restrict the other party and let the seal class join, it is not impossible to seal it. Even if you don't use the sealing squad, you can still attack the Jinchuriki directly. Tailed beasts are indeed difficult to deal with, but Jinchuriki are much easier to deal with. As for Dohei himself, he had to deal with the eight tails, who was much stronger than the two tails in every aspect. Fierce! A wisp of white flame emerged from the body, forming layers of flame gauze. Together with the flame pattern between the eyebrows, it was like an immortal coming to the world. The sage mode has become almost instinctive for Tang Ping, who has never slacked off. Now, no matter what aspect he was in, he was far behind Jiraiya, and he was completely chasing Senju Hashirama. Of course, it is definitely not something that can be achieved in a short time to reach the point where the other party can enter directly with one clap of both hands. After all, people are cheating. Immortal human body. It can be called a super bloodline, and the terrifying amount of chakra of the Uzumaki clan is just a bankrupt version of this body. A piece of data can let people know how terrifying this physique is. The amount of chakra is comparable to the 9 tails. The gold content is completely understood by everyone. This is so shameless that I don't even want to lose face. Therefore, if he wants to catch up with such cheating players, as a time traveler, Tang Ping can only find another way. Well, he already has an idea and is almost done. As long as this idea is successful, you will be able to jump into the Super Shadow level in an instant, which is enough to be on par with Super Shadow powerhouses like Senju Hashirama and Madara. Of course, you may lose more than you win, but at least it is at this level. At this time, Dohei's target was no longer the powerful ninjas at this stage, but those legendary figures. Phew! Amidst the sound of the air tearing apart, an octopus tentacle as huge as a sky pillar pulled out. It's the eight-tailed ox ghost. Just now, he was knocked back an unknown distance by a super push from Akimichi Choza, but now he finally made it back. Immortal method. Tien Kong Yun sword. Tang Ping made a false grab with his right hand and directly pulled out an exquisite sky blue longsword from the flames. I don't know if the power has been improved, but this scene is really handsome and cool. Whether you are strong or not is a temporary matter, but whether you are handsome or not is a lifelong matter. With the Tien Kong Yun sword in hand, it is a slash. When the long sword blade was slashed out, it quickly lengthened to about 10 meters, and then cut through the drawn tentacles that were several meters thick and dozens of meters long. With a crisp cutting sound, the tentacle drawn with terrifying power was cut off directly by his sword. The fracture is as smooth as a mirror, and it can be seen that there is no lag at all during cutting. And there is a smell of meat in the air. Isn't that right? The body of the Uchiha is obviously made of chakra, but it can look like a real body of flesh and blood, which is really miraculous. However, although this is unscientific, it is very practical, so Dohei did not intend to delve into it, but calmly looked at the huge 8-tailed ox ghost in front of him. That's it. He mocked lightly. In immortal mode, he doesn't know what a favor accident is unless Tang Ping takes the initiative to switch personalities. So he really felt that Kirabi, who transformed into a tailed beast, was far inferior to the human form and the half-tailed beast form. Of course, this refers to a duel between strong men. If in large-scale battles, the effect of the tailed beast transformation is countless times that of the human form. Oh, I'm going to strike with brilliance. Inside the body of the 8 tails, Killer Bee is no longer planning to transform into a tailed beast. Because he knew very well that if he continued to maintain the tailed beast state, he would be a complete target in front of Doping and would not be able to fight back at all. Therefore, the huge 8-tailed Jihoki, which was as big as a hill, quickly shrank towards the center, and finally turned into Killer Bee, whose whole body was wrapped in the red-tailed beast's chakra. It won't work this way. Because the flame robe on Tang Ping's body is enough to easily turn a flesh and blood body into ashes. Only under the protection of the tailed beast's chakra is he qualified to engage in close combat with him. Today's Kirabi is also as powerful as the stars. Kirabi rushed towards Tang Ping. To be honest, Kirabi is quite threatening in this state. He is not weak in either physical skills or swordsmanship. Combined with his attainments in lightning escape, he is able to gain a good advantage when facing other cage-level warriors. If we also take into account the tailed beasts that can be perfectly controlled, their combat power has already reached the edge of the strong shadow level. Choke, choke. One ninja sword after another was unsheathed. Speaking only of swordsmanship, Tang Ping is really inferior to the other party. If someone has practiced swordsmanship for many years and is still not as good as him, what's the point? But he is not without advantages. At least the Murasaka sword is too sharp. Even if Killer Bee can use lightning release to cover the ninja sword so that it can barely resist a little, he can't touch it for a long time. And Dohei can also control the aim no Kurosakumo sword at will, allowing it to switch between a short sword and a sword several dozen meters long. At the same time, the improvements brought by the Sage mode can also make up for the improvement in one's own reaction, strength, perception. In normal state, competing with Kira in close combat is just asking for trouble. However, that is not a problem in Sage mode. Tang Ping would not care about being beaten in close combat like the future Uchiha. He and Yamamakoji both held off their opponents, and even Denzo and his men successfully held off the 2-tailed Matabiki. After all, the Shadow Secret Technique and the Heart-Turning Technique are both strong control abilities, which can effectively restrain the speed of the 2-tail. The problem is that a bigger problem has arisen. Kill. For our dead companions. Kill them. Although the Cloud Ninja army was a few steps behind the 4th Raikage, they had already arrived by then. It's over. In terms of both numbers and morale, the Konoha troops were far inferior to the Cloud Ninjas. Furthermore, they were ambushed and instantly fell into chaos. Master Denzo, you and the Root will hold back the 2 tails, and we will be in charge of commanding the troops to break out. Narashikaku directly informed Denzo. Yes, it is a notification rather than a discussion, because the situation is critical now and there is no time to discuss slowly. Okay, I and the Root will hold the 2nd tail, and the rest is up to you. Denzo also understood the situation and took the initiative to accept the task. For him who has recovered, it is not too difficult to hold on to the 2nd tail. The difficult part is how to keep it secret. After giving the instructions, Narashikaku led Sarutobi Shinashuk to retreat and began to command the troops to break out. Chapter 414, Cloud Ninja, only children make choices, a real man should have them all. Breakthrough. It may sound like nothing, but it actually costs a huge price. After all, given that the other party has been prepared, the price to pay for breaking through the interception can be imagined. At the same time, after breaking out of the encirclement, you also have to find a way to intercept the enemy's pursuit. This process is the most difficult. Most of the time, the greatest casualties are not from breaking out, but from the subsequent pursuit. Everyone use detonating talismans to clear the way. Narashikako didn't care whether he would offend Sarutobi Shinoshoku and directly took over the command. Now everything is for breaking through, everything else will be discussed later. It would be fine if it were any other time, but at this critical moment, Sarutobi Shinoshoku did not have the overwhelming strength, so it would naturally be best for him to take over the command. If the breakout is successful, it will be the enemy's main general who turned the tide. If there are heavy losses or even failure, it will be all the responsibility of himself as the military advisor. All I can say is that Narashikako can only help the other party to this extent. Although Sarutobi Shinoshoku could not think of this, he trusted Narashikako very much, so he silently followed the arrangements. It has to be said that he still has many advantages, otherwise even if Yutane Koharu and Mito Kato and wanted to support their own people, they would not choose him. As long as you don't compare him with monsters like Dohei and Orochimaru, he is really outstanding. Whoosh, whoosh. Following Luju's order, kunao with detonating tags tied to the ends were thrown forward. This tactic is absolutely suitable for school level. Whether it was his initial last-ditch fight at Platycodon Mountain or the wars he commanded later, the detonating talisman played a huge role. Concentrated use. This is the way that detonating talismans can play the greatest role on the battlefield. If used alone, it would not be easy to deal with it given the ninja's mobility and interception capabilities. But when dozens or hundreds of them are used at the same time, it will absolutely destroy the world. Well, a word was even invented for the castle tower. Saturation bombing. As Konoha's military strategist, Narashikako has always been paying attention to the castle tower and naturally learned a lot of tactics. Boom, boom. Each detonating talisman is equivalent to a high-level fire escape technique. Now they exploded almost at the same time, and a passage was blasted out in an instant. No matter how strong the body of the Cloud Ninja is, it cannot withstand such power. If you don't want to die, you can only retreat. It can only be said that Dohei has set a bad example. After the battle at Kikyo Mountain, he greatly increased the value of ninja tools such as detonating talismans. After the passage was blasted open, Choza. Narashikako seized the opportunity to order Super Multiplication Technique. Akimichi Choza, who was originally in a somewhat weak state, swallowed a soldier's grain pill and then transformed into a 10-meter-tall giant. Compared to the previous push of the 8 tails, this height may not even be half. But at that time, a secret medicine was used, and now this is the normal level. After transforming into a giant, he naturally did not use the super push hand, but used another technique. Human Bomb Chariot. Dingzuo's body turned into a high-speed rotating meatball chariot, which was completely invincible and was perfect for clearing the way. Human Bomb Chariot was also a very classic ninjutsu of the Akimichi clan. The level of the ninjutsu was indeed not high, but the power was extremely strong, and it was very suitable for the Akimichi clan's fat body. Because the higher your own weight, the more terrible the power of this technique. Just like now. Akimichi Dingzuo first used the super multiplication technique and then used the human bomb chariot, which directly increased the power of this technique by more than 10 times. And not only him, but dozens of Akimichi clan members also stood up. Multiplication technique. Human bomb chariot. They didn't know the super multiplication technique, they just used the multiplication technique. The high-speed rotating human bomb chariots followed Akimichi Dingzuo and crashed forward. One of the great advantages of the human bomb chariot is that it has a terrifying defensive power when it is launched. Under high-speed rotation, even the detonating tags can be pushed forward. It's not that the detonating tags are not powerful enough. It's because under high-speed rotation, the power will be unloaded and can't act on the body. The meat bomb tank opened the way and instantly knocked out a passage. Go! Sarutobi Shinoshoku took the lead and followed at the first time. Beside him, there were a large number of strong men from several major ninja clans in the Hokage system, ensuring that he could be rescued at the first time when he encountered danger. If it were on an ordinary battlefield, the elite jonin would not be weak. The problem is that in this kind of battle between the 5 major ninja villages, the elite jonin is at most the backbone, and the absolute core is the cage-level strongmen and Jinchuriki. That's why Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't consider his eldest son at the beginning. Otherwise, do you really think he won't consider the other party first and let him take over his job in the future? If there was no such idea, Sarutobi Asuma would not have instructed the new generation of Inoshikacho in the original plot, which was completely to prepare for the family's rise to power. Anime is completely terrifying when you think about it carefully. Let's go together. Be careful with the ninja tools. Come on! The Konoha ninjas all followed Sarutobi Shinoshoku to break through. All kinds of ninjutsu, secret techniques, and ninjutsu tools were used. No one dared to hide anything at this time. Now, after the Konoha ninjas left, the side that was tied up immediately changed from Konoha to Cloud ninjas. Fire escape. Earth fire technique. Doping seized the opportunity to force Killer Bee back and directly performed this A-level fairy technique. He is now in the fairy mode, and the ninjutsu he used can be called fairy techniques. Even if the power is not as strong as the real fairy technique, it is much more powerful than usual. Roaring, roaring. The earth began to crack one by one, and pillars of fire broke out of the ground. Disperse, leave this area. Dode's voice sounded. Obviously, he who had collected information about doping naturally knew that the fire technique was specifically aimed at regional attacks, not attacks on people. If he wanted to defeat Killer Bee, he couldn't use this technique, so this was completely a preparation for the next technique. Hearing this voice, the corners of Tang Ping's mouth twitched. Because he felt the discomfort of being targeted. Some big moves and secret techniques had no room to play. Now if he used the earth fire to burn the city, the target might just run away during the preparation. Flame Finger. Seeing this, Tang Ping gave up the idea of clearing the field with a big move and started to fish. Anyway, this time he followed the army to fight. His bottom line was not to let Konoha really be pulled down from the top of the 5 major ninja villages, so he could fish at other times. If Konoha didn't stand in the front, the castle tower would immediately become the target of public criticism, and he didn't want that. Swoosh! The white laser-like flame pierced through the air and passed by Killer Bee who had come back. If he wasn't protected by the chakra of the tailed beast, even the residual power could cause him considerable damage. But with the protection of the tailed beast's chakra, the residual power can be ignored, and even if it is hit, most of the damage can be reduced. Since he wants to delay time, Doping slows down the rhythm of the battle. Hey, bastard, bad guy, what are you doing? Kirabi asked in a unique rap provocative style. Of course, he is not seeking death, but preparing to attract hatred. It seems that the Cloud Ninja is ready to take the opportunity to get rid of this pillar of Konoha. No matter how rebellious he is still a Konoha man. If other ninja villages want to get rid of Konoha, they must get rid of him. Well, if it is just harassment or has little impact on Konoha, then they dare to bet that Doping will not take action, and they may even laugh at it. But if they want to attack Konoha directly, even if they were going to pull him down from the top of the 5 major ninja villages, they would not dare to bet whether this rebellious Doping would not take action. The best way, of course, is to get rid of him directly. At this time, many Cloud Ninjas did not pursue him, but set up around him. Obviously, the Cloud Ninjas' plan was very meticulous, which was to first do their best to deal with him, and then pursue the Konoha troops that broke through. Normally it would be impossible. But who made the Cloud Ninja army have too many advantages this time? Not to mention other things, the numerical advantage of 3,000 Cloud Ninjas alone is enough to decide everything. Only children make choices, real men should take them all. JPG. Retreat. Doping is not stupid, and naturally understands Kirabi's mocking intention, so he decisively calls on Yamako Koji in the distance to leave. Even though Hinata Kangyu seemed to be invisible and stayed nearby, and at the same time he hid most of his strength, he was not interested in trying the package prepared by the other party for himself. As for Denzo and the route on the other side, he was completely hoping that the other party would be unlucky, but he would not deliberately remind them. Uchiha Dohei, the humiliation you gave me last time, this time I will take it back with interest. The laughter of the Raikage resounded throughout the battlefield. Because the preparations of the Cloud Ninja have been completed, the next step is the harvest time. Chapter 415 Lightning Barrier. Lightning Barrier. A Cloud Ninja joined forces to form a seal and launched a large barrier. Yes, the Cloud Ninja also knows sealing techniques. Otherwise, where did they get the iron armor seal that sealed the tailed beasts? And when the Uzumaki clan was destroyed, they also plundered a lot of sealing techniques from it. Although they are far inferior to Konoha in terms of sealing techniques, it is naturally not a problem with such a big trick. As soon as the barrier came out, Dohei, who was extremely sensitive to natural energy in the Sage mode, immediately discovered that the lightning-type natural energy increased rapidly. In terms of data, in this barrier, the power of lightning release is increased and the consumption is reduced. It is simply a super buff, and the barrier also has a terrifying blocking ability. After all, it is a super large barrier maintained by a large number of cloud ninjas with several ceiling classes as nodes, so it is not excessive to have this effect. Of course, if Du Ping fires at full power and Haiga Kangyu is outside to support him, it is not a problem to break the barrier. But he would not do it without hesitation unless he is crazy. With so many people around, how can he survive and develop in the future if he really plays like this? The ninja world is different from other places. Here, it's all about who can survive better. Those who want to sweep the world by relying on their strong strength are either dead or still hanging on the moon. So, Du Ping naturally can't play hard. Good trick, but your plan is doomed to fail. Tang Ping's eyes swept over AI and Killer Bee who had stopped and gathered together, the Yukato who had returned to normal, and the Earth platform outside the barrier, and felt that the performance of the Cloud Ninja this time really impressed him. Yes. The opponent's plan was indeed amazing. First, they quickly broke through the border army, and immediately set up a maze after entering the land of fire, so that they could not distinguish the opponent's target, and then secretly gathered to raid their support army. Finally, using tactics, they directly separated the army and the strong and defeated them one by one, preparing to deal with the strong first, and then chase the ninja army. Once they were gone to protect them, it would be really easy to destroy the retreating Konoha ninja army with the advantage of the Jinchuriki. The plan was simple and effective. Before, because he had transformed into an ancestor to carry rice, Tang Ping had some contempt for the other party in his heart. Now that they really faced each other, they realized that these forces in the ninja world are really not simple. The problem is, if the other party uses other means, maybe he will be defeated today, and he really has to wait in the box to be resurrected. But the other party wants to use the sealing technique to deal with him, it's so easy. Tang Ping's current sealing technique, let alone the Cloud Ninja, even if his sister climbs out of the coffin directly, it may not be able to compare. After all, he has never stopped researching for so many years. Clearing Agent YYDS. After using it, the sage time can increase people's learning efficiency by dozens or hundreds of times. This is the confidence that he has studied so many things and still made amazing progress. Now Tang Ping calls himself the sealing of the sealing technique, and no one dares to jump out to oppose it. Lu Dao, I object. So this sealing barrier, in his eyes, is full of flaws, don't be too easy to remove it. The sealing technique is so magical. If you know how to solve it, you can solve it easily. If you don't know how to solve it, you will be sealed no matter how strong you are. Of course, sealing is Du Ping's trump card. He can know sealing. After all, Kushina knows a lot about his relationship with him, so it is normal for him to know sealing. But he cannot show the sealing of his sealing. Uchiha Du Ping, if you surrender, then I promise that you will be my best brother, and even qualified to become the next Raikage. AI made a price. Yes, using the barrier to trap Du Ping is not only to prepare to deal with him, but also to recruit him. And he thinks the chance is not small. After all, the trivial matters between the castle tower and the Konoha high-level officials are not unfamiliar to the other major ninja villages, otherwise they would not be unfamiliar. He will not add fuel to the flames or support secretly. He already has conflicts with the village, and he has his own bargaining chips. Raikage candidate. That is to say, as long as he can convince others when choosing Raikage in the future, he can definitely take the position. From this aspect, AI's courage is really strong, at least far beyond the old bidden Sarutobi Hiruzen. If it were him, the position of Hokage can only be inherited within the Hokage system, and he must have his own recognized will of fire. If you can't meet the conditions, no matter how strong you are, there is no chance. Faced with such a great temptation, even Danzo, who has quietly stood behind Dohei and Yamamakoji, is a little worried. It's not that he doesn't believe in Dohei, it's just because the conditions are too good. The top of ninja, proud of the world, Konoha came first and then the sky, I am loyal to Konoha. Dohei expressed his attitude in a loud voice with a burst of Chiyunibiu. Yes, he is a Konoha man in life and a Konoha ghost in death. There is no way, who made the Cloud Ninja not the center of the ninja world. And his castle tower will suck the blood of Konoha to develop in the future, and then he will be the boss directly. Why should he run to be someone else's younger brother? With the personality of the sage mode, it is not at all awkward to play such a line. If it were a normal personality, Du Ping would not be able to say it. And his words also changed AI's eyes, and finally turned into a firm killing intent. Since he can't recruit him, he is an enemy. For the enemy, the more outstanding it is, the more it must be killed. Then you will die here today. AI roared in a low voice, and a terrifying blue arc appeared on his body. Lightning chakra mode. But it is much more terrifying than before. As long as he is in this barrier, the effect of lightning will be greatly improved. AI's current strength is not weaker than his father at all. Gurgle. Red-tailed beast coats also appeared on Killer Bee and the blonde Yukato. The difference between the tailed beast coat and chakra is whether it can be controlled. Just like Do Ping's flame coat, he can control it to change its form, and the tailed beast coat can also do so. Just look at the future Prince Naruto and you will know how useful it is. The killing intention is determined. 2 Jinkraki, plus a Rikage, it seems that they are ready to leave them behind completely. Only them alone, even if the lightning escape bonus effect is strong, they will definitely not be able to do it. Do you really think they are made of mud? What's more, there is the Sage Do Ping. But it's different with the barrier. Because this lightning barrier, increasing the power of lightning escape is only a basic effect, and it can also control the barrier attack. Let the flame purify everything. Do Ping didn't waste any words and prepared to be ruthless. Because his method of breaking the barrier must be carried out in battle. At the same time, he was also thinking about how to rescue Danzo as well. Yes, you heard it right. He wants to save Danzo. Who made him the big brother? Besides, if this phoenix hatchling who is as famous as Hiruzen Sarutobi dies here, it will definitely be a loss for Konoha. Dohei will not agree. Yes, in his opinion, no one can compare to Danzo's help to the castle tower. If he is not there, it will be an epic task to suck the blood of Konoha, so in order to continue sucking blood in the future, this phoenix hatchling must be rescued. Lightning release Uniule Lai Hot Knife. Lightning release Uniule Lai Hot Knife. In an instant, 2 voices sounded in front and behind Dohei at the same time. It was AI and Killer Bee who cooperated to perform this killing move. As long as you are hit, even the strongest defense will be shattered by this move. At the same time, one in front and one behind, it is enough to ensure that the target is extremely difficult to dodge. If Dohei is not in the Sage mode, his perception has been greatly improved, and he may be hit. But in the Sage mode, even if he does not look back, he can sense Killer Bee's actions behind him. And that's not all. The figure of the 2-tailed Jinkraki, Yukato, also appeared on the side. The opponent is known for his speed, so he can attack immediately. Fortunately, Yamamakoji kept all 6 doors open, and with the nerve reflexes enhanced by the power armor, he attacked Yukato immediately, forcing him to withdraw his hands and dodge. Otherwise, Do Ping would be attacked by 3 cage-level strongmen in an instant. Even if he could deal with it, he might have to expose something. Now, he can still barely cope with it. Chapter 416, Injury and Trump Card. Senjutsu. Fire Pillar Formation. Do Ping launched this technique. Pillars of fire broke out from the ground around him, forming a huge fire circle that protected him tightly. This type of fire escape is released instantly in Sage mode. If it were an ordinary ninja, there would be no way to break through. But both AI and Killer Bee are not ordinary ninjas. One has the tailed beast coat, and the other has the lightning escape chakra to protect his body, and they can kill him under the terrifying high temperature. The 2 sides crossed each other's side. Lightning release, Absolute Bowl Thunder Plow Hot Blade. This combination skill can be used to select the OB combination, which shows its status and importance. With one strike, even a body like Orochimaru's that has been transformed by software will be torn into pieces. Not to mention that Dohei stood still, even his body disappeared. Wait. The body disappeared? An AI and Killer Bee, who stopped, did not have any success on their faces. Color. The reason is very simple. Touch. The feeling of hitting a flesh and blood body is completely different from anything else. What was just torn apart was just the shadow clone. As for why they were able to hide it from them, it was naturally because of the flames brought by the fire pillar formation. The flames briefly blocked the vision of both of them, and Do Ping replaced himself with a shadow clone. The series of processes seems extremely long, but they are completed in an instant. That is, it can only be done in Sage mode. If it is in normal state, the opponent might have torn you to pieces just after you use the fire pillar formation. I hope you won't let me down. Tang Ping walked out of the flames in the side fire column and looked at AI and Kirabi with their backs turned, completely full of anger. His personality has changed a lot in Sage mode. At least he is no longer as overbearing and cold as he was at the beginning. Not to mention those who like to play awkward games, they also like to pretend. Of course, this is definitely not Tang Ping's true character, absolutely not. Little boy, let me show you how powerful the rakeage is. AI twisted his neck and then launched a fierce attack. Straight punch, knife hand, side kick, each strike looks extremely simple, but with the blessing of lightning release chakra mode, it can destroy mountains and break peaks. At this time, with the blessing of the barrier, AI's combat power is comparable to that of the future 5-Cage conference. When facing Pillar 2, he was able to cut through the initial stage of Susanoo with one hand. Not to mention, there is Kirabi supporting from the side. The 8 ninja swords with lightning power seem to be able to cut through space and tear apart the atmosphere. At this moment, Kirabi's level of seriousness is far from what he will be able to compare to in the future battle against Nijirusi. The unprecedented focus and seriousness made even his unique rap disappear. This is the true face of the UB combination that dominates the Cloud Ninjas. If not for this, this combination would not have such a terrifying reputation in the ninja world. Strong shadow level. Tang Ping dared to be sure that the comprehensive strength of the two people under the barrier had reached this level. That is to say, he is in sage mode, otherwise he would definitely be beaten to pieces. Sizzle. A flash of lightning flashed under Tang Ping's feet, and then he paused, and was stabbed in the shoulder by Kirabi, who almost cut off his entire left arm. The 8 ninja swords were wielded as if they were juggling arms and legs, which was truly hard to guard against. If I were to face Tang Ping alone, I would naturally not be afraid, but the problem is that there is an even more terrifying AI. The opponent's defense may not be as good as the third Raikage's, but his speed is definitely not slower than his. If he relaxes even a little, he may be smashed to pieces by one blow. Fierce. The flame robe on Tang Ping's body spread out suddenly, forming a white flame wave that swept everything. Even Yamamakoji, who was not far away, immediately distanced himself from him. Because he knew how terrible the temperature of the white flame was, even steel could be melted quickly. Naturally, the UB combination would not resist stubbornly and they also retreated. Yes, I admit that you are indeed qualified to threaten me. Tang Ping gave a very high valuation. The knife he just took was not caused by the two of them, but by the influence of the lightning barrier, which affected his movements a little. He was just a little bit slow, allowing Kirabi to seize the opportunity and severely injure him with one blow. Little devil, are you still trying to be tough now? AI seemed to be mocking, but in fact he was nervous. He was well aware that injured beasts were the most dangerous, so he used his mouth to test them. I can only say that there are really a lot of LYBs in the ninja world. Even if a ninja looks like a macho man sent from the sky, there is a huge gap between his inner self and his appearance. There is no way, since ninjas are not warriors. If you are really straightforward and stubborn, unless you have the luck and strength of Emperor Kai, the grass on your grave will be so high. Tang Ping did not respond, but turned his head to look behind him. Elder Danzo, do you want to be a puppet? Yes, he did not forget that the battle in the lightning barrier was 3 vs 3, and he had an ally on his side. No matter what the relationship between the two sides is, after all, everyone is on Konoha's side. Why are you pretending to be a puppet on the battlefield? That is to say, when delaying the two tails just now, the Root, under his leadership, risked their lives, otherwise Dohei would have suspected that the other party had reached some agreement with the Cloud Ninja and wanted to kill him. I'm just looking for an opportunity to escape. Danzo had a dead fish face without any expression. But what he said is not wrong. In the battle just now, whether it was Tang Ping or the UB combination, the pace was as fast as lightning. It is difficult for ordinary ninjas to even see clearly, let alone intervene. Even the Cloud Ninjas outside the lightning barrier only found an opportunity to attack once, let alone him. That's why Tang Ping made a sarcastic remark instead of directly scolding him. If you don't want to die here, help me delay the other party for some time. Tang Ping stopped talking nonsense and did not treat his injuries. It's just right to be injured. Not only can you show your sacrifice, but you can also take the initiative afterwards. For example, it is difficult to refuse some actions if you don't want to participate, but it is different if you are injured. You still want me to take action after this, are you still a human being? Of course, if you don't want to refuse, you can just go into battle with injuries, which can definitely help you gain popularity. Wonderful. It was precisely with this in mind that Tang Ping gave up using the Nirvana technique to instantly recover from his injuries. Good. Danzo stood in front of Tang Ping without any nonsense. Although he wanted Tang Ping to die, he didn't want to die too, so he took the initiative to join forces. And Dohei is not worried that Danzo cannot meet his requirements. The opponent has a lot of secrets and forbidden skills. As long as the true state is not revealed, any combination can beat him, and it is not a problem to delay for a few seconds. The formation of binding. Danzo formed a seal with one hand, and then slapped it heavily on the ground. His right hand was bandaged, only his left hand. He is also a master in sealing techniques. Otherwise, where did those curse seals and the 4 seals on the body come from? Sure enough, the combination appeared next to Tang Ping, but they were entangled by runes that emerged out of thin air. Of course, Tang Ping didn't waste time. His right hand was stained with blood, and then he formed a seal with one hand and slapped it heavily on the ground. Psychicism. This is his trump card to break the barrier. Tai. Except for the beginning, his psychic beast became less and less psychic later on. It's not that Tai is incompetent, but because it's not necessary. With the Holy Land of Yugu, and the best improvement weapon of the Fuzu tree, Tai's strength is simply improved like a flying arrow. Tang Ping's positioning of it is equivalent to the level of the 3 great immortals. Nowadays, Tai will not necessarily lose against a tailed beast that is not strong enough, let alone a psychic beast from the Sunin, so there is really no need to let it appear. But today is different. It is definitely the best stage to show off. The psychic runes spread with the contact point on Tang Ping's right hand as the core. Relief. A huge white mist exploded over the lightning barrier. Pepet. A huge crow's call echoed through the night sky. The dark night sky was illuminated by Tai, who had a wingspan of more than 100 meters and was emitting light all over his body. That is to say, Tang Ping's research on necromancy was in-depth enough to slightly change the place where the summons appeared so that it did not appear in the barrier. But the price is that the Senjutsu chakra is exhausted, and now even the sage mode cannot be maintained. Let the flames purify everything. A ruthless look flashed in Tang Ping's eyes. It is difficult to destroy this barrier from the inside, but from the outside, it is not too difficult to destroy it. If I can't solve the barrier, why can't I solve the people who maintain the barrier? Therefore, if Tai performs an indiscriminate ultimate move, the barrier can be completely destroyed. Of course, it was also to teach Yun Nin a lesson and let him understand that he was not a pushover. Pepet. In the sky, Tai spread his wings, ready to open up. Chapter 417 Tai after transformation. Fierce. The sky was illuminated like day by a huge pillar of fire, and the light spread like the rising sun. It's Amaterasu. Although the name of the move is domineering. But in fact, Tai gathers natural energy into himself and turns it into flames, so it looks like a pillar of flames falling from the sky. The principle is simple, but it also depends on the user. Several hundred meters. The fire pillar with a diameter of several hundred meters is extremely astonishing. It is a terrifying ultimate move that can destroy a city in one strike. The power is definitely not weaker than the tailed beast Jade, it can even be said to be stronger, because it is a continuous output. Of course, the disadvantage is that its power is continuously increased and it is easy to avoid. It is completely ineffective against targets with extreme mobility. But it is definitely a magical skill for dealing with large targets and immovable targets. Especially the barrier. Because the barrier will not move. After the terrifying pillar of fire fell, a cloud ninja who couldn't stand it seemed to melt like ice and snow. Withdraw. Tu Tai, who had just cast a special escape technique to block a large amount of flames, saw this and could only grit his teeth and order. They have used all kinds of defensive ninjutsu. But facing the rising power of Amaterasu, everything was melted in the flames. Not to mention ninjutsu and ninja tools, even real steel can be melted by Amaterasu, whose temperature is rising. Amaterasu. It is definitely an ability with unlimited potential. As long as Tai can hold on, even destroying the world is not a problem at all. Without the support of cloud ninjas like them, the lightning barrier could only operate in a rigid manner, and it would be overwhelmed by countless flames in an instant. In the barrier, the Yun ninja side stopped fighting. Because they know very well that there is no way to determine the outcome of this battle, and it is a matter of life and death. Once the barrier is destroyed, they won't be able to leave anyone behind. Back then, the IWA ninja was able to kill the third Raikage entirely because the opponent was unwilling to leave. Otherwise, it would not be difficult for a powerful Kage to escape from the battlefield. I never expected that your psychic beast would grow to this extent. AI raised his head and looked at the sky outside the barrier that had been covered by golden flames, with a hint of disbelief in his tone. How could they not take Tai, a psychic beast, into consideration? However, the information they collected was the power of Dohei's suicidal sunset when he was taking the Chiyunin exam. It's equivalent to an S-level forbidden technique. But he didn't pay too much attention to it. After all, there were nearly 1,000 cloud ninjas. The lightning barrier maintained by the joint efforts will not be unable to stop them. But facing Taiki, whose strength was now comparable to that of a tailed beast, they realized that they had miscalculated. How terrifying! Presumably, after today, Taiki will directly reach the top of the list of psychic beasts in the ninja world. Note, we are talking about psychic beasts here. Those like the immortals from the 3 holy lands will not be counted as psychic beasts. I can grow, why can't the psychic beast? Tang Ping looked up at the sky, his eyes shining with pride. Because with his efforts, Tai is really evolving crazily and transforming towards the golden crow in his imagination. In the ninja world, it all depends on how bold a person is and how productive the land is. With the knowledge and plugins he has accumulated, he can really do countless incredible things. And, he already has new ideas. As long as it can be completed, Yuga can surpass the 3 holy places and say to it, it's time to eat shit. I hope you will have such good luck next time we meet. Seeing that the lightning barrier had begun to crack due to the lack of cloud ninjas to maintain it, AI directly said harsh words. Hey, bastard, bad guy, Uncle Kirabi approves of you. Kilabi also resumed his rap mode. Only Yumua said nothing, just stared at Konoha silently, obviously unwilling to do so. Because this is a perfect opportunity. Once you miss the opportunity to kill the 3 strong men and pillars of Konoha, Purifying Flame, Storm Fury, and Ninja Darkness, you never know when you will get the chance. It's a pity that this opportunity slipped away like this. Let's go. Tang Ping turned around and took the lead to leave. Fierce. The lightning barrier above his head was melted by the flames. The pillar of golden flame completely turned this place that was originally the Konoha camp into purgatory. Maybe for a long time, this area will be a desert. Because the earth was almost melted. Soon. Tai lifted the psychic spell and returned directly to Yugu. And Dohei and the others also chased in the direction of the Konoha troops that broke through. But from time to time, you can see the corpses of Konoha ninjas on the road. Obviously, just breaking through the encirclement is not the end, they also have to face the pursuit of Yun ninja. Although nearly 1,000 Kumo ninjas were left behind just to deal with the 3 of them, there were still more than 2,000 Kumo ninjas participating in the pursuit. These corpses were the results of the Kumo ninjas' pursuit. Seeing this scene, Tang Ping thought of a word. Battle Royale. The situation at this time is so similar. It is completely impossible to turn back and fight. Let's not talk about the gap in morale. Just the fact that one side came prepared and the other fled hastily is enough to widen the gap. What's more, Konoha is also at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. To be honest, Konoha has been at a disadvantage in terms of numbers time and time again. Just because the location is wrong. The Land of Fire is located in the center of the ninja world, occupying fertile land and having the best environment. Of course, it also has to bear the price of being surrounded by enemies on all sides. Among the 5 great ninja villages, there are a few great ninja villages left, but they dream of pulling Konoha down. After all, their living environment is so miserable, but you, Konoha, live so happily, who would not pull you down? So once a war breaks out, Konoha will need to consider 1 strike and 4. How could it not send troops to strengthen border guards? Others may not attack, but you have to be on guard. Sarutobi Hiruzen is a die-hard dove, except that the country of fire has occupied the best territory in the ninja world. Even more because he knew that once Konoha attacks other ninja villages, if they cannot quickly eliminate them, they will definitely be surrounded. At that time, they may even be destroyed like the Kingdom of Whirlpool. From a strategic point of view, his choice was extremely wise. If it were like Danzo, a martial arts sect, Konoha's corpse would have been cold for who knows how long. This time, 1,000 Konoha reinforcements were sent to the border of Thunder Kingdom, but the total number of ninja troops sent to several other directions was as high as 1,500. There is no war in several directions, but so many ninjas still have to be sent. Konoha has not completely recovered its strength now, these troops are completely drained of blood. With all kinds of difficulties, it is no wonder that Konoha is always at a disadvantage in terms of numbers on the battlefield. It took Dohei and the others half a day to find the escaped Konoha troops. During this period, they encountered multiple teams of cloud ninjas who intercepted and killed them. Well, those Kumo ninja teams who intercepted them all died in a rhythmic manner. Just kidding, even if Dohei is injured, aren't Danzo and Yamamakoji still there? If they hadn't known that the powerful cloud ninja were chasing after them, it wouldn't be surprising that they might have taken the opportunity to kill them. Hyagakangya blended into the large army in advance, and the transparent human attribute was activated. In a small valley. With the secret code, Dohei and the others were able to confirm that this was where Konoha's reinforcements were hiding, instead of being led in another direction. From this point of view, Narashikaku's ability is really strong, and he can almost throw away his own people. But it won't be long before the cloud ninjas will definitely find out that they are chasing in the wrong direction, and then come back to chase their troops. Brush. The scenery in front of me changed, and a trail leading to the valley appeared. It's disguise plus illusion. Therefore, even Tang Ping and the others did not discover the flaw immediately. Lord Dohei, Elder Danzo, Lord Koji. A Konoha ninja came to greet a few people. He was obviously relieved when he saw them. However, his expression changed when he saw that Dohei had a bandage on his left shoulder. A lot more solemn. It's not that he has a good relationship with Dohei, but because his Purifying Flame is the most popular card among the Sunin of Konoha. Even he is injured, how can he not make people worried? Under the leadership of the other party, Dohei and the others avoided countless hastily arranged traps and sentries, and finally saw Narashikaku. Chapter 418 Using Yourself as Bait. A cliff cave. At this time, it has become a temporary command post. Narashikaku was discussing something with Sarutobi Shinoshuke. Next to him was Akimichi Choza, who was sitting against the wall, and Yamanaka Kiki, who was applying medicine to him. It's great that you are back safe and sound. Narashikaku was obviously relieved when he saw the three people coming in. He really couldn't imagine what kind of difficulties Konoha would face if something happened to a few people. Although there were still Tsunade and Jiraiya, neither of them were in the village. Therefore, the shadow-level combat power that the village can now obtain is Dohei's Purifying Flame and Yamamakoji's Storm Fury. There is also Danzo, the Dark Shinobi. Although he is not a shadow-level fighter, his importance is unquestionable. Once everything is lost, it will definitely be terrible news. Although Shikaku wishes Danzo was dead, it also depends on the time. When nothing happens, if the other party dies, he would like to set off firecrackers to celebrate. But when Konoha and Kumo Ninja are facing each other, and the Destroy Village copy is triggered at any time, they really cannot do without each other's roots. Although the roots are bloody and ruthless, in terms of spying on intelligence and assassination, they are definitely not comparable to ANBU. It seems that your situation is not good either. Dohei and the others saw a large number of corpses of Konoha ninjas along the way, as well as the overdrawn look of Akimichi Choza in front of them, so they could naturally make guesses. Yeah, the loss this time is a bit too big. Narashikaku smiled bitterly. Although the strong Cloud Ninja and the 1,000 Cloud Ninja were held back by Tang Ping and others, so that they did not encounter any strong people when they broke out, they still suffered a lot of losses. Now there are only about 600 ninja troops left. Nearly 40% of the loss. Don't think this quantity is small. They are ninjas, not ordinary people who can replenish their supplies at any time. This loss is not a small sum for Konoha, whose strength has not yet recovered. You know, these troops dispatched now are considered to be blood draws. With the situation close to the limit and the loss of several hundred people, how could Narashikaku not be left with a headache? Fortunately, nothing happened to Tang Ping and the others, otherwise he would not only have a headache, but also despair. In this case, I think Hokage-sama should recall the Sunin to take charge of the overall situation, right? Tang Ping sat down on a stone as he spoke, as if he was not injured. Well, he is not going to treat this injury. Even if there are medical ninjas in the team and there are such things as healing potions, he will not treat them. The reason is also very simple. The injuries on the strong man's body are not so easy to treat. Just like Akimichi Dingzao, first the secret medicine burst out and pushed away the 8 tails, and then he went into battle in a weak state, directly overdrawing his chakra. There is no way to treat this state. Tang Ping can say that his meridians were injured by Lei Dun. No one can doubt this. Unless it was Tsunade, the medical ninja, who came in person, no one would really suspect that Dohei was deliberately pretending to be sick. In fact, he was seriously injured. Kirabi's sword was equipped with Thunder Escape Chakra, which really hurt his body. But for other people's injuries that are extremely troublesome, it is not easy for him who has the art of elementalization and nirvana. After consuming a lot of chakra, the internal injuries were restored, leaving only external wounds. Even Danzo agreed that Dohei's injury was serious. Because he saw with his own eyes Kirabi's sword that was equipped with lightning escape chakra. With the injury on his body, Tang Ping can rest assured. He really wanted to know how many cards Hiruzen Sarutobi still had in his hand. Although in the anime, Konoha was first subjected to Orochimaru's Konoha collapse plan, and then Nagato was carrying rice, it seemed that he was not good at it. But if you think about it carefully, it feels terrible. The most unlucky person in Konoha's collapse plan was the Sand Ninja. Not only did the fourth Kazekage die, but they could only survive by relying on Konoha. Not to mention that Konoha's losses were negligible, it also made room for Tsunade to take over. If Nagato carried rice, it would be considered a non-manpower raid. If Konoha is given enough preparation time, it might not be surprising to actually come up with some big killer weapons. I have sent back the news here, but I can't doubt how the Hokage will respond. Narashikaku did not directly answer Dohei's question, and looked at his injuries. Because if he is injured, it will have a great impact on our side's high-end combat effectiveness. After all, missing one hand has a great impact on the strength. It's like Danzo. In the past, he was a strong man from the sky who could stand up to Sarutobi Hiruzen, but after missing one hand, he fell to the quasi-shadow level, and missing a leg at the back, he became an elite jounin. Crime. So the injury has a really big impact on the ninja. Now that Tang Ping is injured, the subsequent plan must eliminate his most reliable combat capability. To say that he is the most reliable top combat force in Konoha is not nonsense. A breakdown of his achievements since his debut. The 4 major ninja villages were defeated and even killed the 3rd generation Mizukage. He was like an invincible opponent in the ninja world, so the higher UPS were extremely wary of him, but when the war started, they were the first to consider him. I hope Hokage-sama can turn the tide this time. Tang Ping continued to tease. Isn't Sarutobi Hiruzen the character of the strongest Hokage? The opportunity has come. The Kumo ninja army has already reached a place like this. You, the strongest Hokage, can't continue to sit in Konoha, right? In that case, he would really become the strongest Hokage Fukiyoshi. What I fear most is that the air suddenly becomes quiet. There was an unconcealed amusement in Tang Ping's words. Do you really think they can't hear it? This is even acting. But no one was surprised. Because he is famous for being rebellious. Ahem. Narashikaku broke the silent atmosphere and comforted, don't worry, the Kumo ninja army is deep into the country of fire, and there will definitely be a shortage of logistical supplies. As long as we can delay the other side and let the village cut off the other side's supplies, we can definitely defeat the Cloud Ninja army. This was also the suggestion he sent back with the message. Although there is no reply yet, he is sure that the village will agree. Because in the previous Third Ninja War, Konoha used this trick to push back the IWA ninja and win. Although it is also related to the opponent's retreat, it also proves the importance of supply. I didn't expect, Shikaku, your will of fire is so strong. Tang Ping's tone was a little playful, and his eyes became cold. Because Narashikaku's plan does sound extremely perfect. It can not only avoid its sharp edge, but also force the enemy back. But the only thing not said is how dangerous it is for those of them who act as bait. After all, they had to hold back the main force of the Cloud Ninjas so that they could have a chance to cut off the logistical supplies. In other words, take the initiative. The villain in Tang Ping's heart turned over the table. Gan. Is this really treating them as human beings? Now they have no time to hide from Yoon Ninja, and they actually want to take the initiative. It's like a mouse acting as a bridesmaid for a cat. It's totally seeking death. In other words, he has enough cards and is not afraid of taking risks at all. If his strength is really only superficial, he might be able to enter the Solace Monument in the next mission. This plan is the way to win with the least loss for the village. Perhaps because he could see the dissatisfaction in Dohei's heart, Narashikaku answered without any fear. Because he himself is also a bait and has no selfish motives at all. When you lead by example, you really can't blame the other party. Good plan. Tang Ping stood up and left. Since the other party has made up his mind, he will naturally not say anything. After all, he is only a deputy general. At the same time, the bottom line is to prevent the village from falling. No matter how the opponent plans to trick him, he cannot trick him. I hope the other party won't regret it. A strange color flashed in Tang Ping's eyes. Because of this Kumo ninja invasion, he felt that the water was very deep. Chapter 419 The Threat of the White-Eyed Wolf. Donping-kun. After leading Yamamakoji out of the cave where the temporary command post was located, he heard a sweet female voice. The sun faces the moon. She left the battlefield first and came to join the Konoha troops. For her with the reincarnation eye, tracking is not too easy, and the speed is much faster than the three of them. When Dohei saw Hinata Kangyu, he naturally saw two female ninjas wrapped in bandages behind her. Anko, Yuhiko. Perhaps sensing Tang Ping's gaze, both of them greeted him respectfully. Lord Dohei. *2. Only by seeing his strength can you know the difference between them. Tang Ping is only a few years older than the two of them, but their strength is completely different. To put it bluntly, even one hand could crush them to death, so the two of them were so respectful. This is not a formal occasion. Call me Tang Ping. How did you meet? Tang Ping signaled the two of them not to be so nervous and asked. He was also a little curious as to how Hinata Kangyu got mixed up with the two of them. I met them who were separated from the main army, so I asked them to protect me and join the ninja army together. Hinata Kangyu's timid explanation. Well, your acting skills are really impressive. I won't watch the Oscars this year without you. Tang Ping complained in his heart. Now he finally understood why the three of them were mixed together. Although Konoha broke out together, it is normal for them to get separated when the Kumo ninja are chasing them, so this situation is also normal. Your injuries, do you have any medicine to treat them? Tang Ping looked at the injuries of the two people and felt a little confused. The medical ninjas must treat those with the most serious injuries first. It is normal for them not to have their turn. Other people may lack such things as healing potions, but Hongdu should have them, right? Her teacher is Orochimaru. All right. Looking at Anko who lowered her head, Dohei remembered that she had been imprisoned by the ANBU for a period of time, so even if Orochimaru had left her with a lot of healing potions before, they should have been gone by now. As for Red, it's easier to understand. In the past, if there was the elite Jounin Yui Mahong, she would definitely not be missing. However, in the Nine Tails incident, Yui Mahong died. Her life is not so easy. Konoha originally had a lot of healing potions. But before, it was either the Ninja World War or the local wars, which consumed a lot, so now it is really short of them. Here. Dohei took out 2 bottles from his tactical belt and threw them to the two. Of course, he had the original version, the one that had not been diluted. With his current status and position, some things really don't need to be as cautious as before. Red Bean and Yui Kurane took the potion and looked a little stunned. Maybe they didn't expect Dohei to give them such a precious thing. Healing potions sometimes represent a life. Even if Konoha has cultivated some medical ninjas under Tsunade's promotion, they are still pitifully few compared to the huge number of ninjas. Just like this time in the Konoha ninja army, there are only a few medical ninjas, not even in the double digits, which further highlights the preciousness of healing potions. But the two will not be polite. In such a dangerous time, being polite means playing with your own life. Besides, they also knew that this kind of thing was very precious to them, but for others, it was really readily available. Gulp. The two drank the healing potion. The injuries on their bodies made them feel completely insecure. Of course, they did not drink it outside, but drank it after returning to their residence. Hinata Kangyu had already brought Dohei and Yamamakoji to a small treehouse built between the trees. There were similar tree houses all around. For ninjas, survival in the wild is a necessary skill, so this situation is also normal. Note that Hinata Kangyu arranged the treehouse here because the surrounding area is the Aberme clan. She knew that the other party could be regarded as a castle system, so it was not surprising that they chose this place. And Hongdu and Hong's treehouse was not far away. Did you find anything? As soon as he entered the treehouse, Dohei asked immediately. There were a few things about this cloud ninja invasion that Narashikaku didn't understand. For example, how could the cloud ninjas reach the garrison without the border guards noticing, and how did they clear all the root scouts later, and so on. But in Tang Ping's eyes, that was another matter. Because someone was interfering. As for who it was, there was no need to think too much, it must be the ungrateful wolf who had wiped out the Cloud Ninja's envoys before. This war was provoked by the other party, so it's not surprising that they continued to interfere. Yes. Hinata Kangyu's eyes flashed with light blue light and slowly glanced around, then slowly nodded. Absolute. Unintentionally, the other party was completely exposed to Hinata Kangyu's eyes. That is, the reincarnation eye only has 4 fetal movement periods. If it is a real reincarnation eye, then it does not need to be observed carefully to find the other party like now, but can see the other party at a glance. Sure enough, since that guy has taken action, it can't be so simple. Tang Ping muttered to himself thoughtfully. This time he didn't have the advantage of prophecy. At most, he knew the other party was behind the scenes, and the other party's personality and style. As for other things, he didn't know anything, so this was a real fight. Is he trying to destroy Konoha? Hinata Kangyu asked. She felt that everything the other party did seemed to be working towards this direction. After all, whether it was the Nine Tails Rebellion or the Ninja Village War this time, it seemed that they were all aimed at destroying Konoha. No. Do Ping gave his own opinion. The real goal of the White-Eyed Wolf was to create a world with Lin. Of course, this Lin was the Lin in his heart, not the little devil in the castle tower who had calculated him once. Taking a shortcut to open the Manjiki song, the terrible thing is that it can really make Uchiha crazy. The second-generation Hokage, Senju Tobirama, may have been so wary of Uchiha because he had studied this point, and he also invented that famous phrase. Evil Uchiha. Anyway, although Do Ping was extremely dependent on Uchiha, he was not without defense. Then what should we do next? Yamamakoji took over. He never intervened in these brain-intensive matters unless he was explicitly ordered to do so. Just wait and see, but be careful. I'm worried that the other party will attack both of us, especially me. I'm in an injured state now. Do Ping said the next arrangement. And with the style of the White-Eyed Wolf, it is really possible that he will attack me. Even his own teacher and his wife dared to attack him, so it's not surprising that he, an Uchiha who doesn't have much friendship with him, would attack him. Especially since he is in an injured state now, he is the best target to attack. This time, if the other party really attacks, Do Ping is also ready to take the opportunity to expose the other party's existence. But he won't really expose everything. After all, his real enemies are Madara, Black Zetsu, and 6 paths behind the other party, not the White-Eyed Wolf. Now that the White-Eyed Wolf is in the front, these behind-the-scenes masters will not come on stage by themselves, so the other party cannot fall before they have the strength to deal with them. However, being unable to defeat the opponent does not mean that you cannot teach him a lesson. If the opponent really attacks you, Tang Ping now just hopes that others will take care of themselves. With this White Wolf watching over him, it was almost impossible for Narashikaku's plan to be completed. And Tang Ping's guess was indeed correct. Because late at night, this small valley where Konoha's remnant army was hidden welcomed an uninvited guest. Chapter 420 White-Eyed Wolf. The air began to twist. A figure wearing a black robe with red clouds appeared high in the valley where the remnants of Konoha's army were. Not far away is a specially arranged secret sentry. But his body shape happened to be in a blind spot, which looked extremely weird. Madara-sama, both targets have been found, which way should we go first? A pitcher plant emerged from the ground next to this figure and reported. Yes, it is absolutely. Its extremely powerful reconnaissance ability is indeed the most suitable for this kind of thing. Really, let's go to visit the son of Hokage first. The figure with red clouds on a black background and wearing a tiger-striped mask spoke and disappeared from the place with Ju. Command the cave. This place was also used as a resting place by Sarutobi Shinnishuk. When he was running for his life like this, he naturally couldn't put on any pretense of being the son of the Hokage. It would be nice to have a place to rest. Being chased for such a long distance before naturally made him very tired, but now he was sleeping soundly. At the same time, he is not worried about safety issues. Not to mention the Konoha ninjas guarding outside, he himself had laid a large number of traps in front of the cave. It can only be said that Sarutobi Shinnishuk is careful enough, but unfortunately he doesn't know that there is something called space ability. Phew! A bloody one-eyed figure walked out of the cave wall, and then slowly stretched his right hand towards the figure on the stone bed. Just when the right hand is about to touch the target. Who? At the same time as the exclamation sounded, Sarutobi Shinnishuk, who was originally in a sleeping state, violently attacked, piercing the black shadow's head with his right kunao. However, something happened that he couldn't believe. Because he found that the kunao in his hand actually passed through the opponent's head, as if the black shadow in front of him did not exist. How is it possible, he murmured to himself, and at the same time saw the other person's blood-red one eye clearly. He was instantly shocked. Uchiha. He really didn't expect that the person who attacked him would be Uchiha. Although the other party has caused trouble in the village during this period, he will not assassinate himself, right? Snap. The right hand that crossed the opponent's head was directly grabbed by the opponent's wrist. Poof. At the same time, the opponent grabbed the kunao with his other hand and stabbed Sarutobi Shinashuk through the chest and heart. You. Looking down at his chest, Sarutobi Shinashuk couldn't understand all this. Kid, your resistance is meaningless in front of Uchiha's eyes. In the old voice, the terrifying suction force was transmitted to Shinashuk, as if he was going to twist himself into pieces. At this time, he had no power to resist at all, and the only left hand he could move was shaking behind his back. In the end, Sarutobi Shinashuk was sucked into the black shadow's body. At this time, the curtain-like black shadows at the entrance of the cave gathered together, forming a stunning appearance. Let's go. The black shadow, the white-eyed wolf, glanced at the stone bed, and then left with Ju. As an Uchiha, his observation skills are naturally not weak. Even with such a weak light, one can see the opponent's last little movements before being sucked into the divine space. But even if he discovered it, he had no intention of paying any attention to it. The reason is also very simple, because this small action is extremely in line with his wishes. A name written in blood. Uchiha. Yes, this is what the other party left behind before he died. It can only be said that Bianlang couldn't be more satisfied with this result. It's too late to protect, so how can he destroy it? And then, naturally, there is another goal. An acquaintance whom he had met several times. Uchiha Danhei. He didn't pay much attention to this person at all. If it were a head-on battle in which the intelligence was disclosed, he might not dare to say that he would definitely win, but this was a sneak attack in which one's own intelligence was hidden and the opponent's intelligence was known in advance. He firmly believes that the final winner will only be himself. Since Heijua blocks the sound, the movement here will not be noticed immediately. But the strong smell of blood will soon arouse suspicion, so Bianlang must hurry up. As for why Sarutobi Shinashuk was killed first, it was naturally easy first, then difficult, so that at least the capital could be saved. If it was hard first, then easy, nothing would be gained if something unexpected happened. The silent dark night. Inside the treehouse, Tang Ping slept with his clothes on, as if he had fallen into a deep dream. Woo! The space began to distort, and a figure appeared beside the bed. This time, without any hesitation, the black shadow reached out to grab Tang Ping, who was lying in plain clothes. Because the opponent is not an elite jonin like Sarutobi Shinashuk, but the famous Purifying Flame, who is outstanding even among shadow-level experts. Faced with this kind of goal, no matter how confident Bianlang is about himself, he would not dare to be careless at all. Snap! Right hand touch reached the target body. I caught you! White-eyed wolf's heart flashed with joy. Because he didn't expect that he could catch the other party so easily. Once you bring people into your divine power space, no matter how strong they are like meat on the chopping board and can only be slaughtered by yourself. The air begins to twist. This is a sign that the divine power is beginning. However, the white-eyed wolf, Obito's expression changed drastically. Because he discovered that Tang Ping had escaped from his hands and had already rolled away from him. You know, he has caught the other party, and it is logically impossible for him to escape. And he knows the opponent's abilities well, so he has a pair of gloves on his hands, which is enough to ensure that he will not be quickly reduced to ashes by the flames. But the opponent didn't fight back with flames. Instead, he used a method he didn't understand to get out of control directly. No matter how many times you try, you can't escape. Obito spoke in an old voice similar to Madara's, as if he was holding a pearl of wisdom. Although Tanghei had only fought against the Daimyo alliance before, less than half a year had passed. But that was when the Shell organization was fighting against the opponent. He had never seen the opponent himself, so his acting skills were tested at this time. Who are you? Tang Ping gave his performance 10 points and was not afraid of being proud at all. Because now, both in his expression and in his voice, he expressed the state of seeing a powerful enemy for the first time. It can only be said that with his current acting skills, if he could really travel back in time, he would be at the level of an actor. Kid, you don't deserve to know my name. Madara, who was disguised as Obito, was full of arrogance. If he hadn't known the truth earlier, he might have been bluffed. In fact, Obito was in a very bad mood. Because he never thought about how the other party escaped from his hands. In fact, he had very tight control just now. It's just that Tang Ping instantly entered the elementary state and returned to normal after being out of his control. Because the process was too fast, and no one knew the effect of this technique, Obito was puzzled. He knew the art of water transformation, but he never thought that someone could actually develop the heaven-defying ability of elemental transformation on it. It can only be said that imagination is more important than strength in the ninja world. Because even if you are a top expert, if your imagination is restricted, the possibilities will be like that. And if your imagination is not restricted, anything is possible. Who gave the ninja world the almost universal energy of chakra? It's completely beyond your imagination, and there's nothing you can't do. You are so timid. Dohei looked at the blood-red Sharingan in Obito's right eye in a sudden way and guessed his identity. That's right. After hearing Dohei's guess, Obito stopped pretending and went straight to show his cards. This blame is put on the head of the Uchiha clan, which is good news for him. Family. For him, it is also a revenge target. After all, his goal is to create a new world with Lin, and the old world is naturally the target of hatred and abandonment. When he heard that the other party was deliberately trying to blame Uchiha, Tang Ping had a calm expression on his face, but he was extremely disdainful in his heart. It was easy to say that other people were sorry to him, but Uchiha treated him heartily and did not feel sorry for him at all. However, his reward was all kinds of traps. That's why Tang Ping gave him the nickname White-Eyed Wolf. It's really just the wrong name, not the wrong nickname. While complaining in his heart, Tang Ping was also ready to take action. But before he could take action, he found that the other party had just taken the bucket and ran away. Faced with the white-eyed wolf who wanted to leave, Dohei really had no choice. Unless Uchihame was by his side, it would be easy to defeat him, but he really had no choice if he wanted to leave. Soon, he knew why the other party left. Chapter 421 Bad News. Because the valley has become lively. All Konoha ninjas, fully armed, left their resting place and began to assemble. Under such a commotion, Bai Yanlang had no choice but to leave immediately if he did not want to reveal too much information. Lord Dohei, Elder Danzo and the military advisor invite you to come over. A Konoha ninja came to the treehouse and made a report. Good. Tang Ping walked out. He first glanced at Yamamakoji and Hinata Kangyu who came to meet, nodded and then rushed there with Yamamakoji. According to Hinata Kangyu, she would naturally stay and take precautions. Even if she is not willing to take action openly, as long as she is here, she is not afraid of the white-eyed wolf retaliate. The dozens of ninjas of the Aberame clan are all members of the Tenshao Pavilion, and they cannot be allowed to be silenced by the white-eyed wolf. This clan is ready to be put to great use. After all, insects can do so many things and have high potential, so he is really reluctant to see them damaged. The other side. Tang Ping took Yamamakoji to the command cave that was already illuminated by torches on the wall. This is. As soon as he entered, he smelled the smell of blood and the pool of fresh blood. No way. A look of white-eyed wolf flashed through Tang Ping's mind. If the other party comes here first, it will be really troublesome. Something happened to Shinichuk. Narashikaku breathed out, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. This matter has something to do with you Uchiha. Danzo's tone was as cold as a knife and he began to blame. Although he said that the matter had nothing to do with him, but he was there too, so he couldn't get away at all. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen had no intention of supporting his eldest son to take the position, it didn't mean that he didn't like him. If he really didn't like him, he wouldn't have let him serve as the head of the Anbu for a long time. Now it seems that the other party is in danger. When Sarutobi Hiruzen receives the news, he doesn't know how sad he will be. If an ordinary ninja gets into trouble, will the responsibility be the same as that of the second generation of Kage? What do you mean? Do Ping naturally heard the malice in Danzo's words and retorted directly. Will the other party think that he has cultivated his character and no longer rebels because he has been honest during this period? I'm not talking nonsense, look. Danzo pointed to the handwriting left on the stone bed. He could naturally recognize Sarutobi Shinichuk's handwriting, so he directly ruled out forgery. Seeing the bloody handwriting of Uchiha, pinched fingers, Doping was really speechless. Because the information left by the other party is indeed correct. Obito. Isn't it Uchiha? The other party's Sharingan is simply the best GG. Just like when the Nine-Tail Rebellion happened, even if there was no evidence that Uchiha was involved, just because of the Sharingan written by the Nine-Tail, everyone assumed that it was Uchiha who did it. Just now. I also met this assassin. Doping also leaked some information about the other party. At least let the village know that there is such a dangerous Uchiha in the ninja world. What? Narashikaku asked nervously, is the other party really Uchiha? He is the person who least wants it to be Uchiha. After all, once it is proved that the assassin is Uchiha, the situation in the village is likely to change. Yes, but the other party is wearing a mask, so there is no way to know who it is. Doping said the disguised appearance of the white-eyed wolf. Since he never showed up in front of him, he naturally couldn't say it. In general, he used this attack to make the white-eyed wolf's vest fall off a corner, but he didn't think of really tearing off the other party's vest. If that really happened, it might be the time for those LYBs hiding in the dark to jump out. It's the evil Uchiha. Danzo said subconsciously after hearing it, but after seeing the undisguised anger in Dohei's eyes, he added, I'm not talking about you. There's no way, he doesn't want to fall out with Dohei now. We can't draw a conclusion about this matter directly. After all, whether it's the clues left by Shinashuk or what Dohei saw, it may be someone's disguise. Narashikaku spoke hoarsely. At this time, the Konoha military strategist completely lost his usual calmness, and even his spirit was a lot weaker. Because he knew very well that even if Sarutobi Hiruzen would not blame him for this, and even comforted him, it didn't mean that the other party had no other thoughts in his heart. After all, the person was handed over to him, and he asked for this in the Hokage's office at the beginning. But now that he is in danger, his responsibility is naturally not small, and of course he will be blamed. But even so, Narashikaku tried his best to clear Uchiha. Because this is not a joke, once Uchiha really wants to rebel, then Konoha will definitely be seriously injured. Yes, maybe someone disguised as Uchiha, after all, no one in the Uchiha clan can escape from my hands now. Duping also agreed with Narashikaku's statement and excused him. He really didn't want to put the blame on Uchiha. After all, there are Uchiha not only in the village, but also in his own castle tower. If you really count carefully, he is also suspected. But God knows whether Obito, the ungrateful wolf, will have a hidden hand behind him. If he conceals it, it may be worse, so he just tells the truth. So, the blame was firmly put on Uchiha. Uchiha, damn! It can only be said that the Uchiha clan was completely destroyed by the ungrateful wolf and the filial son, a pair of crouching dragon and phoenix. One was specifically throwing the blame on the Uchiha clan, and the other was so weird that he slaughtered the entire clan with his own hands. Humph, that's not certain, the Uchiha clan's instant body Shisui may not be a bad thing. Danzo retorted unconvinced. Shisui. He was just a teenager, and he did make a name for himself in the mist shadow. He was definitely a rising star that the Uchiha clan was promoting. The other party is not Uchiha Shisui. Doping's tone was calm, but Danzo did not refute. Because with the pride of a strong man like him, he really disdains to lie. From the fact that the village leaders were dissatisfied with Doping's rebelliousness, but never thought that he would deceive themselves, it can be seen that the village also recognized his credibility. Ninjas are so contradictory. If it's a mission, cheating and lying are commonplace, but when there is no mission, the words of the strong are absolutely true. Therefore, the two of them also knew in their hearts that the other party could not be Uchiha Shisui. As for how Dohei confirmed this, neither of them asked. No matter what, this matter must be notified to the village immediately. Narashikaku concluded. The matter cannot be concealed. After all, Sarutobi Shinashuk was the chief general of the ninja army. Now he is gone, and the others are gone. He is not blind, how can he keep it secret? So he has to inform the village as soon as possible. No, what we are considering now is not to inform the village, but how to escape. If the other party can find this place, do you think the Cloud Ninja can't find it? Doping reminded. Bai Yanlang assassinated Sarutobi Shinashuk and himself successively, which clearly targeted them. Since the assassination of himself failed, the other party will definitely expose their whereabouts to the Cloud Ninja army that is searching for them. Killing with a borrowed knife. As long as the other party has no problem with his brain, he will definitely do this. Before, he thought that Shikaku's plan could not succeed because of Bai Yan Lang, and his plan could not be carried out smoothly. Well, his words can be regarded as throwing the pot of assassin to the Cloud Ninja. Of course, it is also possible that the pot is getting darker and darker, and the village leaders associated with Uchiha colluding with Cloud Ninja. The Uchiha can only wish for themselves. What? Nara Shikaku was anxious, and then began to gather troops, and even ignored Sarutobi Shinashuk's funeral. There is no way. No matter how important the son of the Hokage is, he can't be more important than the remaining 600 Konoha ninjas, so naturally we have to take care of this side first. So, the team, which had just rested for a short time, set off directly. Before the team set off, they also received a letter sent by the village using secret techniques. They also brought a piece of information by the way. After reading the information, Tang Ping finally knew what the real killer move of the white-eyed wolf was. Chapter 422, Too Much Bullying. Haha, it's really interesting. Tang Ping pinched the information in his hand into flames. With his current strength, manipulating flames has almost become an instinct. What he originally needed, the assistance of the pair of gloves of the Fist of the Fiery Sun, can only be done faster and better now. But this time he was really angry. Did the white-eyed wolf really think he was a soft persimmon and actually wanted to get rid of him and his castle tower at once? It seems that the assassination of himself was not a sudden impulse, but a premeditated one. Well, if the other party wants to weaken Konoha, then getting rid of the castle tower first is indeed a good choice. No matter how rebellious Dohei is, in the eyes of outsiders, he is still one with Konoha, and will definitely help Konoha when Konoha is in dire straits. And Konoha will definitely not rescue the castle tower at this time when it is unable to take care of itself. It can only be said that from the perspective of Obito's identity, this move is indeed the wisest. The problem is that he has no idea how deep Dohei is hiding. The strength he has shown now is already very restrained. If he really goes all out, it will definitely shock the ninja world. But in that case, the castle tower may be extremely feared by major ninja villages in the future, including Konoha. So when the castle tower fought against the daimyo ninja army before, it was not letting the water go, but letting the sea go. Now, since the ungrateful wolf dares to make plans, don't blame him. Originally, Dohei's plan was to secretly erode and control the sand village first, and then make plans for the mist village. But since the other party took the initiative to jump out, the plan can be changed. What are you going to do next? Nara Shikaku asked tentatively. He also knew this information and wanted to know what Dohei would choose. Although the other party was a Konoha ninja, the castle tower was built by the other party, so he didn't know what choice he would make. If it was White Fang, Uchiha Fugaku, etc., he knew without asking that even if the other party's family was being attacked, the other party would not leave the front line. But if it was the rebellious Dohei, he was not so sure. Of course, continue to deal with the Cloud Ninja. Dohei's face instantly returned to normal, as if the depression just now was just an illusion. Hearing this answer, Nara Shikaku glanced at Danzo beside him, but did not get any information. Obviously, the other party could not see what Dohei was thinking. If possible, Shikaku really wanted to pinch the other party's neck to remind him. Your home has been stolen. Unfortunately, not to mention the huge gap in everyone's strength, the current situation alone does not allow him to do so. Because if something happens to the castle tower, it might be a good thing for the village. In the past, the top leaders tried every means to restrict and suppress the castle tower. Now that an outsider has taken action, they will be angry and worried on the surface, but they may be very happy in their hearts. I can only say that you really should not overestimate the integrity of the village. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen will not stand on the side of the castle tower. Because he is the Hokage of Konoha, not the Hokage of the castle tower. After the castle tower grows up, it will pose a great threat to Konoha. This can be seen from the fact that it has absorbed many small ninja clans, as well as the Uchiha Nagisa clan and the Aberame clan. And it's not just this aspect, the impact on business is even greater. Now the economy of Konoha has fallen by almost 10% in terms of data. Don't think this data is small. This is because the castle tower has been developed for too short a time, and Konoha's strength is far superior to the castle tower, at least the businessmen think so, so there is only this point. If the castle tower continues to grow, this share will continue to increase, and Konoha will have a hard time. Under these threats, it is not surprising what Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, will choose. So he has always acquiesced to the Root's attack on the castle tower. Now that the Mist Ninja is attacking the castle tower, if he has enough power, he naturally doesn't mind supporting it. But now Konoha itself is bleeding, how can it have any spare power, and naturally it is impossible to take action. It can only be said that the ungrateful wolf, it really was a great opportunity. The team dispersed from the valley. After moving forward silently for several hours, time came to the last dark hour before midnight. Relief. Signal flares rose in the surrounding night sky, indicating that the reconnaissance team had discovered the Cloud Ninja. Ninja's mobility is so strong. As long as we know the hiding place of the remaining Konoha troops, we will naturally rush there as soon as possible. It seems that we are surrounded. Tang Ping, do you have any suggestions? Narashikaku asked. Among all the people present, he was the one who knew the other party's abilities best. After all, when the other party served as the commander of the Southwestern Ninja Army, he completely turned the tide and defeated the strong with the weak. When facing such a strong person, it would be foolish not to ask for advice. The reason why they didn't do this before was because the situation was still under control and Sarutobi Shinoshoku was the commander-in-chief. Asking this question would almost be handing over the command to the other party. But now, Sarutobi Shinoshoku has gotten into trouble, and the ninja army is in chaos. Naturally, someone has to step forward to take charge of the situation. He knew that he did not have such courage and strength, let alone such identity. As for Danzo, the other party must be good at playing tricks, but unless Shikaku is crazy, he will not hand over the command to the other party. Ryuju, are you sure you want to listen to my ideas? A dangerous light flashed in Tang Ping's eyes. Originally he was planning to slack off and he has been doing so. But the ungrateful bastard was a bit too much, and directly treated him as a soft persimmon to be squeezed. At the same time, the Cloud Ninja had too great an advantage. If he let it go, Konoha might suffer a serious blow, and then the castle tower would have to stand at the forefront. This was not what he wanted. What I saw. Therefore, he is not even prepared to test Sarutobi Hiruzen and Konoha's trump cards. If I don't take strong action, I will end up being a real pig. Certainly. Narashikaku nodded heavily. He has no other choice now, even if there are any consequences, they will be in the future. Danzo, who was following beside them, did not interrupt at all. Although his personality is a little weird, he is not really stupid. He naturally understands who can turn the tide at a time like this. Therefore, even if he wanted to compete for the position of Chief General, he never thought of grabbing the position at this time. All I can say is that Danzo's mentality has changed drastically. Initially in the Hokage's office, he made up his mind to sideline Sarutobi Shinoshoku and seize the power of the commander-in-chief. But after learning that the Cloud Ninja army had defeated the Konoha border army, their mentality became to wait and see for the time being. Now, it has become something that cannot be avoided. Because the commander's position is now a huge pit, and he will be blown to pieces if he is not careful. Under such circumstances, how could he possibly oppose the transfer of power by Narashikaku? He might even secretly hope that Tang Ping would suffer misfortune. Fight the Cloud Ninja head-on and let them know that even if they can annihilate us, they will have to pay a huge price. Tang Ping expressed his thoughts solemnly. Yes, it's that crazy. Just prepare to use about 1/5 of the enemy's number to confront the enemy head-on. Uchiha Dohei, do you want to destroy us all? Danzo couldn't help but speak out. Because Tang Ping's suggestion is not reliable at all, it is simply asking them to commit suicide. Dohei did not explain immediately, nor did he directly retort like before. He just looked at Narashikaku calmly, wanting to know his reaction. Faced with his crazy suggestion, Narashikaku did not object immediately, but asked directly. I wonder what your plan is, Mr. Tang Ping. It seems that he is willing to agree as long as he can be convinced. Hearing this, Danzo looked at the two of them with an incredible look. Only Yamamakoji, who was following silently beside him, seemed to have thought of something in his eyes. Soon, Tang Ping explained why he came up with this crazy plan. Chapter 423 Thanks to the ungrateful old friend for the opportunity. The goal of the Cloud Ninja is not to perish with us, but to replace Konoha's position, so they can't afford the loss. As long as we can pose enough threat, they will retreat on their own initiative. Tang Ping pointed out the reasons for his counterattack plan. The reason for the Cloud Ninja's invasion this time was to avenge the diplomatic corps, but they also wanted to take the opportunity to teach Konoha a lesson. But I really have no intention of fighting them to the end. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. Others may not know this, but Reikage and Dode definitely know this. If they really force Konoha into a desperate situation, they will not be able to escape unscathed. Therefore, it is true that they want to take the opportunity to weaken Konoha. If there is a chance, they can also consider severely damaging or even destroying Konoha, but it all depends on the situation. Once they feel the loss will be too great, they will give up. Anyway, the results they have achieved now are enough to give an explanation to the villagers. Of course, there is a prerequisite for forcing back the Cloud Ninja army. Make the other party feel threatened. If others think they can easily defeat them, or even severely damage Konoha, do you think they will retreat? They will definitely fight to the end. Well said. Luju had a good brain, so he immediately understood why Tang Ping said that. Cloud Ninja's the dream is indeed to be the leader of the 5 major ninja villages, but if both sides lose with Konoha, not only will it not be possible, but it will also benefit the neighboring Uegakuer. Do you agree with my plan? Du Ping asked. He needs to settle the war here quickly and rush back to the castle tower to take charge. This is a good opportunity. It allows him to take control of the Hidden Mist village in advance. If it were the other major ninja villages, it would be difficult for him to conquer them by force. Because they are too close, if they really see such signs in the castle tower, others will jump out to stop or grab food at the first time. Unless you have the strength to fight one against several, don't even think about conquering by force. But it's different in the land of water. Because it's far away from the mainland. This is also the fundamental reason why the Mist Shadow has always invaded wantonly, but no one has ever troubled the other side. In a naval battle, who is the opponent of the Mist Shadow? If they really invade, they can attack your logistics and supplies at will, and your ninja army will be isolated and deep in the depths in an instant. If there are only these difficulties, it's fine. The question is, why invade the land of water? It can't be just for those salted fish, right? Although the land of water has many materials and minerals, the extremely harsh natural environment makes it difficult to develop them. In such a place, the major ninja villages will invade unless they want to commit suicide. So if the castle tower attacks the land of water, the major ninja villages will naturally not come to grab food. By the time they react, the hidden ninja village has already fallen into the belly of the castle tower and has begun to digest it. Once you control the hidden mist village, you can slowly control the land of water, one of the 5 major countries isolated on the continent. Great! With such a good opportunity, Tang Ping doesn't know whether to thank the white-eyed wolf for bringing the opportunity. If it is the castle tower that takes the initiative to invade, there will be no play. Because all the major forces will be extremely vigilant, but if they counterattack, these forces will not be so sensitive, and they will even be happy to watch the show. After all, for them, no matter whether the castle tower or the hidden mist village suffers heavy losses, they will be happy. Of course, the prerequisite is that one party cannot swallow up the other. Do Ping is not in a hurry to go back, in fact, he is giving Kirigakuer a chance. A chance for the other party to attack the castle tower. At that time, it will be natural for him to counterattack Kirigakuer. And his thoughts have been secretly transmitted back with the summoning technique. As an Uchiha, he can naturally sign a summoning contract with the Ninja Cat clan. Although he looks down on the combat effectiveness of the Ninja Cat clan, the other party's sales, intelligence channels and intelligence transmission capabilities are extremely satisfactory. Now, Do Ping will solve the matter here as soon as possible. I hope I won't regret today's decision in the future. Narashikaku sighed lightly. And this statement also means that he will support Do Ping. With his support as a military advisor, combined with Do Ping's original identity as a deputy general, under the premise that Danzo does not object, the command right is naturally undisputed. Elder Danzo, you will lead the route to Uexai Lake immediately. Follow the plan, is there any problem? After Do Ping got the command, he gave the order without delay. Okay. Danzo nodded decisively and left. Although the roots who had delayed the two-tailed Yukato with him before had been completely destroyed, there were still some people who could be used. The difficulty of this mission was not combat power but concealment and speed, as well as execution ability. In this regard, no one was more suitable than Danzo and the root. When Danzo went to carry out the mission, Do Ping asked Narashikaku to command the team to move in one direction and sent a team to snipe the surrounding cloud ninja. If it was Sarutobi Shinnishuk, he would definitely want to retreat with all his strength. But Doping didn't think so. How could he slow down the pursuit speed and rhythm without hurting the pursuers? Under his command, everything went smoothly. After Narashikaku had Dohei as the backbone, he also fully demonstrated the strength of Konoha's military strategist and arranged everything in an orderly manner. And Dohei and Hyuga Koji naturally sat in the middle of the team. Once the Ob combination or the wooden man attacked, they would have to deal with it. As for the injuries on his body, Dohei remained the same. It was not that he wanted to continue to play the victim, but to keep the pitfall. Under Dohei's command, these cloud ninjas who arrived first did not dare to attack easily, and could only keep their distance and wait for other cloud ninjas to arrive. Anyway, it would not take long for them to arrive after the signal was sent. More than a few hours later, time came before dawn, and a faint glimmer had risen in the east, as if to tear through the dark night. The remnants of Konoha stopped. It was not that they did not want to move forward, but because all the directions for escape were blocked by the cloud ninjas. The 3,000 cloud ninjas did not split up to attack Konoha, but kept searching for them. Tramp. The fourth generation Reikage, AI, slowly walked out of the surrounded cloud ninjas. With the blessing of Chakra, even in the dark night, the identities can be distinguished from the outline and body shape, not to mention that everyone's Chakra is completely different, it is not too easy to distinguish. You have no way to escape. If you surrender now, I promise that you can return to Konoha safely in the future. AI loudly persuaded them to surrender. It's not that he didn't want to take action, but because the Konoha ninjas were too dangerous at this time. A trapped beast fight. Now Konoha Kanjun was a completely trapped beast in his eyes. Gazing across the tired-looking Konoha ninjas in front of him, AI was in an unprecedented mood. Finally, the long-cherished wish of Union Village is finally fulfilled in his own hands. As long as this force is solved, preferably by killing or seriously injuring a few strong men, then you can try to attack Konoha. Even if it fails, it can still create opportunities for other ninja villages to attack, and then they may be able to carve up Konoha. At the worst, he can severely damage Konoha and make his village the true leader of the 5 great ninja villages. If the other ninja villages hadn't taken action, they wouldn't have lost anything. By bringing the army to Konoha, not only would they be able to avenge the mission, but they would also enhance his prestige as a Reikage. The key is that he stepped on Konoha. Having been killed at the doorstep, what qualifications do you have to claim to be the strongest ninja village? The strongest ninja village. This title is not only an honor, but also represents countless resources. Just like task delegation, everyone prefers to send it to Konoha instead of the other 4 major ninja villages. Why? This is the strongest ninja village. It's so incomprehensible. Therefore, Yunren has spent countless energy and price for this name and honor. With the accumulation of several generations of Reikage, he finally had the opportunity to challenge Konoha. So once there was a chance to pull Konoha down, all the Kumo ninjas were so excited that they trembled all over. However, facing this desperate situation, Tang Ping didn't feel any uneasiness or fear at all. Snap! Directly crush the medicine bottle in your hand and inhale the hot spring inside into your body. A domineering and fiery aura spread. Golden flame patterns also appeared between the eyebrows. That is to say, he controls the Holy Land by himself and avoids erosion by switching personalities. Otherwise, if it were anyone else, he would really not dare to use the immortal mode so frequently. Let the flames purify everything. Tang Ping's breath changes. You alone, even with the immortal mode, can't stop us. AI spoke confidently. Of course not. Tang Ping shook his head, and then said softly, it's almost time. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge movement suddenly appeared. Chapter 424 Water Attack. Boom boom boom. The almost simultaneous explosions sounded from a few kilometers away to the west of the encirclement. Due to the light problem, it was naturally impossible to see clearly what was going on over there, and one could only feel the shock caused by the explosion. There were vibrations at such a long distance, which fully demonstrated how terrifying the explosion was. What is that? AI asked loudly. Well, even if you know that Donping won't answer, you still have to try it. What if there is a surprise? Who knows? Tang Ping bit his index finger and broke the seal. Psychic art. Start channeling Tai directly. If it were a psychic beast from the 3 holy places, it might have a temper. Do you really think that psychic beasts don't need rest and recovery? But Tai can't. As a psychic beast created by Tang Ping himself, his loyalty and affection are directly filled with him. Relief. A large number of black runes unfolded, and then white mist exploded. Pipipi. A huge and ear-piercing cry sounded, and then it spread its wings and took off into the sky. As Tai ascended into the sky, the dark golden light flickering on its wings seemed to echo the dawn in the distance to the east, making it look extremely magical. Do it! AI felt that something was wrong more and more, and started to give orders loudly. However, before the Yun ninjas could take action as ordered, Tai made a sound. Wait, look at them. Because he found that the situation was somewhat abnormal. Why didn't the Konoha ninjas react at all? They didn't even have the intention to disperse and fight. Not only Tai, but even Reikage, who had just given the order, was confused and almost thought he was under an illusion. That's ridiculous. At this critical moment of life and death, if you don't think of a way to break out, you won't give up the resistance and let it go, right? Unfortunately, that is the fact. Everyone here in Konoha is gathered together, with no intention of breaking out or fighting. This kind of behavior is completely the same as committing suicide. You are asking for death. AI didn't want to use his brain too much, and planned to deal with the person first no matter what. Rumble. But before he could take action, the sound of thousands of horses galloping came from behind them, making people turn their heads involuntarily. However, the darkness before dawn makes it difficult to see clearly what is happening in the distance. Try your best to please me. In the immortal mode, Tang Ping is full of energy, combined with the aura brought by the immortal mode, he is simply the most beautiful kid in the whole show. What's the meaning? AI frowned and asked, but he understood immediately. Because you can already see the lake water coming in like a raging wave, as if it is going to swallow everything. Water attack. This is Tang Ping's plan. Don't think that just because a ninja can tread water, he can't attack with water. Ordinary water attacks are definitely ineffective. But the torrent released by blowing up the cliff is another story. He was deliberately blocked by Yun Nin here. He wouldn't think it was really the other party's credit, would he? With a super-humanoid radar like Hinata Kangya by his side, as long as he is willing, he can play a battle royale with Kumo Ninja. There is definitely no small hope of escape. But he doesn't want to. Because then he would not be able to quickly return to the castle tower and seize this golden opportunity. So we have to fight against Ninkyunkan. As long as the Cloud Ninja is beaten painfully and makes them realize that even if they can capture them, they will have to pay a heavy price, then the opponent will take the initiative to retreat. Therefore, his plan was to use Hinata Kangya's reconnaissance ability to lure the Kumo Ninja to a favorable terrain, and then take action. Water attack. That's why he chose this place. Since they have sent people to reconnoiter the terrain of the Land of Fire, their understanding is definitely much better than that of Konoha. So Tang Ping knew that this was a dry river, and the river would only flood this area during the rainy season. A few kilometers away, there is countless lake water in Uexai Lake located at a high place. As long as you find a good angle and blast a gap, you can instantly create a torrent that can wash away everything. If it were daytime, Yun Ren would naturally notice it immediately and leave here quickly. But it's before dawn now. The dark night is the best cover. The distance of a few kilometers does not take long at all for the torrent that sweeps everything away. Moreover, this dry river is extremely wide. Only superspeed bosses like Reikage or Namikaze Minato can escape before the flood reaches them. But the target of Tang Ping's water attack was not AI, the Reikage, but the Cloud Ninja who surrounded them. Leave quickly. Tai gave the order immediately. There is no other way. The boundless violent peak that is almost 10 meters high in the distance is completely beyond the power of human power. It's just that it's too late to leave now. Looking at the roaring flood not far away, as if it was about to sweep everything away, the Cloud Ninjas panicked. If they were to fight, they would dare to charge forward even if they were facing death. They were extremely brave. But in the face of such a natural disaster, there is no courage. Run away quickly. It's over, it's too late. But among these desperate people, naturally not one person is included. Hey, I, Mr. Kirabi, am shining brightly and unrivaled. You guys huddle behind me, oh yeah. A figure appeared in front of Hong Feng, and then its body quickly expanded, turning into a huge monster with a bull head and an octopus body. A-tailed bull ghost. As a perfect Jinhyuriki, Kirabi can naturally transform into a tailed beast at will. No matter how powerful the impact of floods is, it is only compared to humans. If it were 8 tails, then the seemingly unrivaled flood would only be about half as tall as 8 tails. With the 8 tails blocking the front and others staying on top and behind it, they can indeed avoid being involved. As for the second tail, it won't work. Although the body is also large enough, don't forget that there is a special condition in it. Covered in flames. The cat is indeed very strong, but it cannot see the water. Once soaked in the water, it will be a problem, not to mention protecting people, but even self-protection. This is also the reason why Yomoren did not transform into a tailed beast to protect people. As for attacking Konoha? Sorry, under the premise that the combination protects the Cloud Ninja, if one person rushes over, I'm afraid he won't die. It's not like I haven't seen Tang Ping's fighting prowess before. She can fight 1 against 2 without falling behind. Letting her fight alone would be a suicide attempt. The Kumo ninja are either good at physical arts or lightning escape, so they can only rely on the 8-tailed body to block the water. But this is not the case here in Konoha. Immortal magic. Earth escape. Earth flow wall. Tang Ping formed the seal and performed this earth escape. A Jonin can develop the second attribute. It is not surprising that he, a shadow-level powerhouse, can develop earth escape. And this technique also exists in Konoha and is not exclusive to IWA Ninja, so it will not reveal any information. Of course, the point is that Tang Ping is now in Sage mode, and the power of the technique will increase countless times. Rumble. The earth began to roar. A solid and thick rock cliff slowly grows out from the bottom of the river. Tang Ping's earth escape skills are not much worse than his fire escape skills, otherwise he would not be able to develop the blood inheritance limit of melting escape. It's just that he has a large identity now, so he needs to restrain himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't even need to form a seal for this low-level earth escape, and could even control it at will. But in order not to remind people of his vest, he still hid his skills in earth escape. After consuming a lot of magic chakra, they built this stone wall that was almost 10 meters thick, dozens of meters high, and nearly 100 meters wide. It was enough to serve as a stepping stone for them to avoid the flood. And this is why Tang Ping insists on entering the immortal mode. Without entering the immortal mode, the earth flow wall in its normal state can only accommodate hundreds of people, and it still has weaknesses. Just like it is now. As soon as he jumped to the top of the stone wall dozens of meters high, Dohei saw a large number of kunao and detonating charms flying towards him, as well as lightning escape ninjutsus one by one. Yes, Yunren is not dead, so how could he let him protect himself and not take advantage of the opportunity to take action? Even the place of attack was not the Konoha ninjas who jumped onto the top of the earth flow wall one after another, but the stone wall under their feet. Snap! Tang Ping clapped his hands and continued to inject fairy chakra into the stone wall. Boom boom. Zzzz. The detonating talisman and the thunder release continued to fall on the stone wall, but they did not cause much damage. Is the true Dang Ping Xianren model fake? If it were AI who took action, he could still destroy it, but Yamamakoji was keeping an eye on the opponent, and the Inodek butterfly combination was responsible for keeping an eye on Yokoto. If the other party really dares to kill him alone, he should deal with him first. At the same time, Tang Ping did not do anything, he would naturally retaliate. Chapter 425 Lord Rakage, you don't want to see anything happen to your brother, right? Tai. Tang Ping gave a low drink. Since the other party is attacking him, he will naturally not be polite. If it were a one-on-one duel, Tai's role would not be too great for their level of strength. But in terms of destructive power, Tai can definitely press the opponent to the ground and rub it. Pepet. Countless flames suddenly appeared on Tai hovering in the sky, making it seem like a rising sun, even lighting up the earth below. That's right. Tang Ping was ready to give the other party a hard blow. Sunset. Even Tai has to rest for a while after using this trick. It can be called a suicidal super move. The power is determined by the gathered natural energy. The power now is far greater than before, and it can still be controlled a little. For example, reducing the burst range, changing the burst direction, increasing the burst speed, etc. If it weren't for this, Tang Ping wouldn't have dared to let Tai Yi use the setting sun. Although he deliberately opened some distance when using the earth current wall, the range was less than a few hundred meters, and he was completely within the sunset attack range. Once the opponent was unable to block it, this side would also suffer. Fierce. Endless light and heat erupted from Tai, causing the light around it to begin to distort. Then it fell directly downwards to the 8 tails that were being hit by the flood peak, but there was no wave at all. It's like a slowly setting sun. Compare. Sensing danger, Nihogui reminded the Kirby in his body. If this blow lands, something might happen to me, let alone Kirby. The Jinchuriki's weakness is people, not the tailed beasts. Yo, I understand everything, okay. Kirby controlled the 8 tails and jumped towards Tai, falling in the air, leaving behind the cloud ninjas who were swept away by the violent flood. Being washed away by the flood will not necessarily lead to death, but when the sun sets this time, everyone will die. The choice is very simple. A sure kill. How could Tang Ping's well-designed attack be dealt with so easily? Tailed Beast 8 volumes. After the 8 tails jumped up, they used this ultimate move directly in the air. The 8 tentacles rotating at high speed wrapped themselves around themselves and faced the setting sun in the sky. Sunset vs Tailed Beast Volume 8. The head-on collision of 2 super moves was like Mars hitting the Earth. Fierce. Endless flames suddenly burst out. Phew. The violent wind caused by the high-speed rotation firmly resisted the violent flames. Fortunately, the collision point was in mid-air. If it were on the ground, the floodwater might have been evaporated and thrown away. The destructive power of tailed beasts and large psychic beasts on the battlefield is so exaggerated. It is completely devastating. If you don't have the means to deal with it, no matter how many people you have, you will have to kneel down. Wow! Below are the sweeping floods, and the sky is filled with violent winds and flames, making the ninjas on both sides feel like they are in the end of the world. It's okay here in Konoha. Don't worry about the raging floods below, just be careful about the strong winds and flames. But Yunnin's side was miserable. A famous cloud ninja was directly washed away by the roaring flood. Seeing this situation, a smile flashed across Tang Ping's lips. Yes, this is his goal. Otherwise, do you really think that he asked Danzo to go to the mountain explosion in advance? The purpose of channeling Taiki in advance was to lure away the opponent's 8 tails, who were the only ones who could block the torrent. Even if the opponent doesn't jump up and confront him, he will avoid Tai's attack, so it is impossible to continue to protect the Kumo ninja behind him no matter what. Without the protection of the 8 tails, Kumo shinobi would naturally have no choice but to face the flood and be washed away. There is one thing to understand here. It's not that ninjas can't tread water in the churning flood, but if it's difficult, they must at least have super shadow level control. Therefore, when faced with roaring floods, there is no way to use your water treading skills. But the impact of the torrent went away just as quickly as it came. After the initial stage, the impact force was greatly reduced and the water potential began to calm down. The slow-moving river water allows ninjas to move freely. Shikaku. After Tang Ping reminded the other party, he rushed towards a figure shrouded in blue electric light. Reikage, AI. The opponent did not stay in place just now, but retreated from the river first, and only now came back. Uchiha Tohei. AI's anger at this time was already boiling over. Because he saw teams of Konoha ninjas jumping from the top of the earth flow wall to the river to chase the Kumo ninja who were scattered by the flood. As for Kirby, at this time, he was leaving the battlefield under cover of Yamoren. There was no other way. He had just collided head-on with Tai's suicidal ultimate move Sunset. No matter how strong the tailed beast Baju's defensive power was, he could no longer withstand it. Note, the one who can't stand it is Kirby, the Jinchuriki, not Jihoki, the 8 tails. Otherwise, no matter how powerful Tai is, he will not be able to severely damage the 8 tails so easily. The existence among beasts second only to the 9 tails. Duizi. Tang Ping directly used Taiki to make Kirby lose his combat effectiveness. 1 for 1. A very wise exchange. And being able to do this was entirely because Kirby Sunset, facing Tai, had nowhere to escape, and even had no choice but to take the initiative to catch the blow. Otherwise, no matter how exaggerated the power of Sunset's move is, with such a long accumulation and landing speed, even ordinary genin can easily avoid it, let alone a Jinchuriki. Naturally, Tang Ping knew the shortcomings of Sunset better than anyone else, so he deliberately created an opportunity where Kirby had to take the initiative to catch him with his face. The result satisfied him very much. Let him withdraw from the battlefield in one go. Although the opponent was not killed, at least during this period of time it was impossible for the opponent to take action. And after solving the opponent, one's own side will have the upper hand in terms of the strong ones. The key is that the other Kumo ninjas have been dispersed at this time, and their numerical advantage cannot be used. They can completely overwhelm the opponent. If the opponent is smart enough, he will understand that the situation is over, and it is best to retreat immediately if he does not want to suffer heavy losses. After all, people were just washed away now, not killed by the flood. There was still a chance to save them. If you continue to persevere, it's hard to say what will happen. If it was just the wreckage, it would still be possible to be reckless, but with Todai as the strategist, there would be no need to worry about Kumo Shinobu making the wrong choice if the other party is there. Thunder is as good as Chiamai. AI performed this ninja technique. The name sounds very powerful, but in fact it means jumping high and then slashing with the chopping knife. However, the power is extremely exaggerated under the blessing of Thunder Chakra mode. The third Reikage used this technique to cut off one of the 8-tailed Jyoki's horns. Even Susanoo can split it. Zira. Tang Ping felt threatened. Fierce. Layers of white flame clothing covered his body, and then he swung out his right fist. Wild Bite. In Sage mode, his Golden Kroryu ninjutsu has been qualitatively improved. The two sides exchanged blows with their fists. Fierce. Ji. Flame and electricity intertwined. The flames and electricity on both sides became active as if they were alive, and they tried their best to drill towards each other, but they were blocked by the flames and lightning on the other side. After one blow, both sides fell exhausted. Step. Tang Ping stepped on the undulating water. He looked relaxed at this time, because he had already won since Kirabi left the field and Yun Ninja was dispersed. I really didn't expect that. AI stood on the water more than 10 meters away, looking at the figure in front of him and sighing. He really didn't expect that his own side, which originally had such a huge advantage, would become like this. Seeing the resentful look on the other side, even Tang Ping, who had switched personalities, couldn't help complaining in his heart. I still like your unruly look, please recover. Previously, the other party acted like a domineering president, either soliciting others or trying to persuade them to surrender. But now they have suddenly changed their style, which is really unacceptable. You Konoha, you can't be so lucky every time. AI said harsh words. It looks like he is ready to leave. Yet. Tang Ping was non-committal. Because whether Konoha is lucky or not has nothing to do with him. If Bai Yanlang hadn't intervened this time, he wouldn't have taken action, but would have continued to watch the show. Snort. AI turned and left. At this time, Tutai was gathering the scattered Kumo ninjas, and he had to go over to help. As for the Konoha ninjas, they gathered around Dohei, and now it was no longer possible to take the opportunity to beat up the drowned dog. Let's go. Looking at all the Konoha ninjas, Tang Ping turned around and left. AI will soon lead the Cloud Ninja army to leave the Kingdom of Fire. The reason can be described in one sentence. Lord Reikage, you don't want anything to happen to your brother, right? Now that the opponent is seriously injured, the top priority is to escort him back instead of continuing to fight with Konoha. That's all if there is hope. The problem is that there is no hope, so retreat is the inevitable choice. Chapter 426, Danzo's card decompressor makes fighting healthier. Uchiha Donhei. Danzo was full of anger and led a dozen routes to catch up with the retreating Konoha troops. What, is there something wrong with Elder Danzo? Dohei looked at Danzo with an angry face, his tone was a little playful. Because he knows why the other person is angry. Chance. In the eyes of the other party, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Obviously, you can take advantage of the Cloud Ninja army being dispersed by the flood, directly turn against the wind, and achieve a superb record. At the worst, you can also severely damage the opponent and make him pay a heavy price. But if you let the opponent go like this and give him a chance to retreat intact, why don't you think Danzo is angry? This is an opportunity to gain merit. You actually let Kumo Ninja leave. Do you want to betray Konoha? Danzo directly accused him. But he didn't lower his voice, so everyone around him was stunned. So, the team silently surrounded the two of them. Then what's the price? Tang Lai looked at it with a mocking look on his face. With Danzo. Please be a human being. There is indeed a chance to severely damage the Cloud Ninja army. Just now, the Kumo Ninja was dispersed, and Kirabi was used by him to use Taiki, which directly caused him to lose an extremely important Jinhyura ki, and his condition was at the lowest point. But people were only washed away, not washed to death. Do you really think that ninjas are like cardboard and will fall apart if you hit them casually? So according to what Danzo said, if you fight to the death with the Kumo ninja, you can at least severely damage the opponent. This is true. But facing the counterattack of Yun ninja, except for strong men like themselves, it is impossible for anyone else on their side to survive. For Konoha, these are necessary sacrifices. Danzo ignored the gazes around him and spoke as usual. What he said was completely from his heart. So what if he sacrificed a few people for the sake of Konoha? He had always thought this way and done so. The extremely terrifying casualty rate originated from this idea. How about you, Elder Danzo, sacrifice yourself first. As long as you can assassinate the Raikage, the rest will be left to us. Tang Ping looked at each other with a half-smile. Anyway, the situation is now completely safe, so he naturally doesn't mind quarreling with his big brother to relax. Over at the castle tower, not only would he not rush back immediately, he would even slow down. If the Mist Ninja doesn't attack and cause damage, how can he have an excuse to fight back? Therefore, he is now very free to criticize others. You actually asked me to deal with Raikage. Danzo looked in disbelief. This is no longer a matter of success, but a matter of how quickly you die. The Raikage was not only powerful, but also protected by a large number of Kumo ninjas. Allowing him to assassinate the other party was almost equivalent to murder. No wonder Danzo reacted so strongly. Didn't you say, Elder Danzo, that all these sacrifices are necessary for Konoha? Tang Ping looked innocent. Yes, he just couldn't stand the idea of the village's senior officials. All kinds of sacrifices and the will of fire are usually made, but it is the turn of the girl to burn the earth through the sea. Do you really think that everyone is blind and can't see this? The big ninja clan in the village just had no choice, otherwise they would have turned against them long ago. The Konoha ninjas around were not stupid either. Except for the civilian genin who were deceived by the will of fire and became lame, the other ninjas of the ninja clan felt very happy. Well done. No one is a fool. They naturally understand what Danzo means. Just let them use their lives to severely injure Yun ninja. If there is no way out, they will naturally not have any objections. But now that we can retreat safely, you, Danzo, want to do this. Do you really think that we are your basic machines and have no temper at all? So when they saw Tang Ping jumping out to act as their mouthpiece, how could they not secretly cheer? I am the advisory elder of Konoha, what is your attitude? Danzo knew that there would be no point in trying to be reasonable, so he was prepared to use his status to put pressure on him. The consultant elder is a senior member of the village, and it is really useful to suppress people. But this definitely does not include Tang Ping. Oh, I am the commander of the army now. As a deputy general, should you listen to me? He will not let his big brother get used to him and directly confront him tit for tat. In the village, the general's status is indeed lower than that of the advisor elder. It's like a force. When it's inside, the civil servants have to overwhelm the generals, but when it's outside, it's the other way around. That's why the classic saying if a general is outside, the emperor's orders will not be accepted comes out. Now this is a battlefield, not Konoha village, and Danzo himself is also serving as a deputy general, so if he wants to compete with himself, he is completely looking for an opponent. And seeing Danzo's face turned black as ink by Dohei's repeated attacks, the Aberame clan was probably the happiest. No way. The grievances between the two sides are really too great. The Aberame clan was almost going to have the whole clan be used as dogs by their roots. How could you not hate them? That is to say, there is nothing you can do against the other party, and you have to consider your tribe, otherwise you will have thoughts of assassinating the other party. Seeing the other party's misfortune, it's hard for the Oil Girl tribe not to be happy. There are others who are also very happy. Very good. Hidden in the crowd, Hongdu's little fist flew into the air. Who makes her have a lot of grudges with Danzo or Genbu? After Orochimaru defected, she fell into the hands of the root, and she even wanted to die. Now that she saw the other party being beaten, she knew how much she had, otherwise she would have jumped out and cheered. Keep your voice down. Yui Hong grabbed Anko beside her, fearing that she would be spotted if she jumped too much. People are not afraid of Danzo, but that doesn't mean they are not afraid. Well, this is the real ninja world. For example, those who offend others at will without being retaliated or suppressed are the protagonists. If you are an ordinary person, if you dare to offend the village boss, there will be many small shoes for you. Okay, let's talk about anything before we go back to the village. Narashikaku jumped out to smooth things over. There is no way, we can't really let the two of them fight right here, right? Give Liu some face. While Dohei spoke, he glanced at Danzo with disdain, as if he didn't take him to heart at all. All I can say is that the Guoying brand decompressor is completely unknown to who uses it. Road. The original anger in his heart because the white-eyed wolf treated him like a soft persimmon was almost gone now. After saying that, without waiting for Shikaku and Danzo to reply, he took the lead in walking towards Konoha. At this time, the dawn light rose from the east and then sprinkled on his body, making him seem to be covered with a golden coat. Powerful and reliable. This is the common thought in the minds of all Konoha ninjas present. If it hadn't been for his timely action, their unit might not have had a chance to leave the battlefield alive. In an instant, they had admiration and affection for Uchiha Danhei. This is also the reason why the village leaders are unwilling to let Tang Ping go to the battlefield. No one knows Tang Ping's ability and strength better than them. Once he is allowed to fight, it is completely a chance for the opponent to gain merit and prestige. But when we really encounter difficulties, we can't stop him from taking action, so it's completely contradictory. If you want to become Hokage, the prerequisite is to prove it on the battlefield. Danzo has always been looking for opportunities to become the commander of the ninja army, because he knows that as long as he leads the ninja army to victory in a few battles, he can gain a lot of prestige. And something like prestige is an indispensable thing for a high-ranking Hokage. It's a pity that he has amazing talents in conspiracy, but he has no talent at all in this kind of frontal command and only knows one trick. Take lives. So when he was in command, his performance was naturally frighteningly poor. If he hadn't known that Danzo was unreliable, the commander of the reinforcements wouldn't have preferred to let Sarutobi Shinoshoku take over rather than give Danzo an advantage. It's not a problem to give you a chance when you have enough strength. But now that Konoha is in such a miserable state, how can there be any extra strength for Danzo to cause trouble? Next, there is nothing more to say. Their reinforcements, which only numbered about 500, returned to Konoha 2 days later. On the way, I also received news of the retreat of the Cloud Ninja Army. If both parties are unwilling to continue taking action, the next step is negotiation. Mito Minion is naturally responsible for this matter. In other words, the incident caused by Yun Nin's encounter with Porcelain has now ended its first phase. If Bianlang hadn't intervened, it wouldn't have been the first stage, but it would have ended directly. The White-Eyed Wolf attacked the Cloud Ninja mission, which was the trigger that completely detonated the original conflict. Otherwise, even if Yun Ninja is just threatening him, he really has no intention of taking action. But after the mission was attacked, AI, who was just pretending, had no choice but to take action. Even if he knew there was a problem, he could only step in. Perhaps this is why he retreated so simply. Knowing that someone is plotting secretly, and Konoha has the strength to harm both sides, naturally it is not willing to take advantage of others. However, after returning to the village, Tang Ping and the others also faced an extremely headache. Chapter 427 The Blackened Sarutobi Hiruzen. In the Hokage's office. The atmosphere was so solemn that you could hear a pin drop. Even Tang Ping, who is rebellious, has no intention of causing trouble. No way, he just likes to have fun, it doesn't mean he is brainless. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eldest son is dead. His wife died during the Kuwabai rebellion a few years ago, and now he has lost his eldest son. How can he not be grieved? Both of them were killed by white-eyed wolves. But you can't tell his mood from his appearance. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked as usual, wearing a Hokage hat, and smoke was slowly coming out of the pipe in his hand, hiding his face. After moving to bed, Koharu and Mito Kabuto sat on the side, while Dohei and the three of them stood in front of the Hokage table. There are no outsiders in the office, just the 6 of them. No one thought that Sarutobi Shinoshoku would die. Even if the whole army is wiped out, he, the general, will definitely not be able to escape unscathed. But now, more than half of the 1,000 reinforcements sent out can return safely, and the Jounin has not suffered any losses. Except for Sarutobi Shinoshoku. Who can withstand this? No wonder the atmosphere in the office is so weird. And Dohei is not in a hurry. Anyway, even if the Mist Ninja is attacking the castle tower, he has to wait for some time and wait for the opponent to cause losses before he can counterattack. So doesn't it feel good for him to watch his show here? After a while. Still Mito Kadoyan couldn't stand it anymore, so he spoke out to break the solemn atmosphere. Shikaku, please report this operation. He looked at Nara Shikaku, who had a bitter look on his face. If you don't let him report, you can't let the rebellious Tang Ping report, right? That will only make things worse. Yes. Narashikaku nodded, and then told all the details after departure. Although the news had been sent back before coming back. But how could that compare to a face-to-face personal report, so he didn't miss any details. If it were a normal task, of course there would be no need to report in such detail. The problem is that the eldest son of the Hokage died this time, so naturally he has to figure everything out. After hearing that Sarutobi Shinoshoku had left the words Uchiha in blood, the eyes in the office instantly focused on Dohei. As for the Uchiha in the village, before they came back, the ANBU thoroughly checked them and found nothing. It would be fine if there were only Uchiha clan in the village, but the problem was that there was also a castle tower, so they suspected that the name left by Sarutobi Shinoshoku referred to the Uchiha of the castle tower. It's just doubt. They have doubts. There is no evidence, so it is naturally impossible to question. And this is where Tang Ping feels unhappy. Because there is no way to explain it. He does know the murderer, but if he doesn't want to face off against LYBs like Madara and Black Zetsu, he really can't tear the opponent's vest apart at this stage. After all, the opponent is still acting under the Madara vest. If you really want to take off the vest, they will directly play stop pretending, I will show my cards with you, and it will be over. Now, he does not have the strength to face those behind the scenes. Therefore, he was definitely guilty of this suspicion. But it's okay, just carry it. Even if he did it himself, he wouldn't be afraid, let alone if he didn't do it himself. Suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been silent all this time, spoke. Dohei, are you sure the person who attacked you is Uchiha? The other party's voice sounded the same as before, still so kind and gentle, but for some reason, Tang Ping always felt that there was something wrong with the rhythm. Etc. A terrible thought suddenly flashed through Tang Ping's mind. Will Hiruzen Sarutobi become black? Before he traveled through time, he would never have thought this way. But after traveling through time and seeing the difference between the real ninja world and the anime, he really didn't dare to look at the ninja world with his original three-dimensional view. At the same time, Sarutobi's new method of aiding death is definitely different from the original plot. Adding up the changes everywhere, it's no wonder that Tang Ping would have this suspicion. However, he had doubts in his heart, so he replied calmly on the surface. Although the other party is wearing a mask and is not sure of his identity, the Sharingan revealed is real. That was all he could say. But he didn't finish his words. That means the Sharingan is indeed real, but it does not mean that the other party is Uchiha. After all, anyone who is not an Uchiha but has a Sharingan has a Kakashi. Maybe other people also have Sharingan, like the Roots. Really, thank you for the hard work this time. Everything in the mission must be kept secret. You and Luju go down and rest first. Sarutobi Hiruzen leaned back on his chair and took a deep breath of cigarette. No one could guess what he was thinking. It can only be said that everyone in the ninja world is the best actor. Just like Sarutobi Hiruzen now, Dohei has a sense of strangeness. You know, in the past, because of his prophetic advantage, he could easily see the other person's thoughts and ideas. But as the situation in the ninja world differs from the original plot, Sarutobi Hiruzen also seems to have changed. He has become a person whom Tang Ping cannot recognize. No, maybe this is the other party's true face. After all, this was a big shot with the titles of Ninja Hero and Doctor of Ninjutsu, who had convinced Danzo and several others at the same time. It would be strange if he didn't have such a decisive side. After leaving the Hokage building, Dohei noticed that Hinata Kangyu looked wrong. Excitement, etc. are intertwined. And she is good at disguise, but it is extremely difficult for this situation to happen. Etc. There should be only one thing that can make the other party feel this kind of emotion. The reincarnation eye. It should be the Otsutsuki clan on the moon that appears. The appearance of the other party also means that the reincarnated eye, which has been stuck in the 4 fetal movements period, has the opportunity to evolve at once. The real reincarnation eye is the limit of the 6 paths level blood succession. Once you have it, the minimum guarantee is the super shadow level. If you develop it with all your strength, it is not impossible to reach the 6 paths level. Envy, jealousy, and hatred. Even Tang Ping is a little sad about such a good thing. After all, if he reaches the super shadow level, he has no chance now. Unless the extraordinary organ is completed, he can hope to enter. But if someone wants someone to be the source of his bloodline, if he doesn't have one, he can only work hard. Walk. Tang Ping didn't ask if Rixiang Kangyu was sure. Because he made a lot of arrangements. It can be said that every time Hinata Kangyu returns to the village, she is busy returning to her clan, not to meet the clan to show her loyalty. She has a woolen loyalty. Just to check the arrangements. So, after returning to the village this time, she checked the layout as usual. She didn't have much hope at first. After all, several years had passed, but she didn't expect to make a discovery. The layout of Tangping is also very simple. It is a special bloodline flower, specially modified according to the concentration of Otsutsuki's bloodline. As long as there is Otsutsuki blood exceeding a certain concentration in the surrounding area, the result will be rapid. This kind of flower is a special detective ninja tool. If used for detection, it will be completely invisible. It is not difficult for Tang Ping to come up with this kind of thing. After all, he has even created more magical plants like the hibiscus tree. Why is it so strange to create a flower that can respond to special bloodlines? Of course, bloodline flower might be wrong. After all, in the ninja world, there are many people with the blood of Otsutsuki. There are Senju, Uzumaki, Uchiha, but when Dohei cultivated the blood flower, he used the blood of the Hyuga clan and set some restrictions. Only when the blood is strong enough to a certain extent will there be a reaction, but when the blood is thin, there will be no reaction. Therefore, even now, even if Hinata Kangyu is excited, she has not made a final judgment. Neither of them spoke on the street. Argument. Because they know very well how important this matter is, and there must be no possibility of leakage. After returning to the room specially reserved for him by the mountain clan, Tang Ping formed a seal with his hands. Seal up. It is directly a small sealing barrier. At this time, Hinata Kangyu took out a small fruit. It is born from the flowers of blood. Of course there is no special effect, but some information can be judged based on the fruit. Chapter 428 Very Torture. After studying for more than an hour. It's them. Tang Ping made his judgment. The fruit of the bloodline flower will collect the target's chakra, which naturally contains the other party's flavor. Just like a strong person can judge the opponent's strength and style from chakra. Because chakra is composed of body cells and spiritual energy, it is impossible to have two identical chakras, and it also contains countless information. Of course, it is impossible for other ninjas, even Senju Hashirama, to discern more information from chakra. This is something that only top researchers such as Orochimaru and Senju Tobirama can distinguish. And Tang Ping is superior to both in terms of knowledge and research ability, so of course he can get more information. But even so, it took him so long to confirm. No way. Who let this time be related to the limit of the 6th level blood inheritance? Once Hinata Kangyu obtains it, she will transform, and the obstacles to entering the super shadow level will be completely overcome. Even the 6th path level is not without hope. You really need to be careful with something so important. But if there was an accident here, his plan would have to be adjusted. Because before time travel, Tang Ping had never seen the theatrical version, only the edited version or clips. For example, the ultimate move that cuts through the moon, and the extremely beautiful reincarnation eye, etc. Of course, there is also the fact that Otsutsuki Tonari secretly met his fiancée when Hinata was a child. It is indeed very punishing to try to take advantage of others at such a young age. Precisely because he didn't know much about it, Tang Ping made arrangements in advance. He had started making preparations a few years ago, just because he was afraid of missing the other party. Once he missed this opportunity, he would have to wait for more than 10 years. How could he accept it? Therefore, he persisted even if there was no harvest for several years. Bloodline flowers are not easy to cultivate. One pot costs at least 1 million taels, and it also consumes a lot of time and energy. Not to mention that to meet the monitoring effect of no dead spots, at least hundreds of plants must be arranged. At the same time, the survival period of flowers is only about a few months. In other words, in order to ensure monitoring, hundreds of millions of dollars are needed a year, and Hinata Kangyu must always pay attention. I can only say that the sacrifice is really big. But for the reincarnation, everything is worth it. Now, I finally have something to gain. Then what do we do? A look of seriousness appeared on Hinata Kangyu's disguised face. Normally, she always had a faint smile on her face, as if she didn't care about anything. This time it's different. The reincarnation eye. Tang Ping had told her before, and naturally understood how important this was to him, so this behavior was not surprising. I will notify Mei Yi immediately and let the three of us take action. After thinking for a while, Tang Ping made a decision. The original plan was to counterattack on the moon and occupy the huge reincarnation eye. But now that the Mist Ninja is attacking the castle tower, he cannot afford to lose his base, so he can only divide the original plan into two parts, that is, first kill the opponent's father and son, and then occupy the moon and so on. As for the worry about using the giant reincarnation eye to push the meteorite to destroy the world, it may only appear in anime before time travel. It's the real ninja world. By playing like this, do you really think that all the monsters lurking in the ninja world are dead? Not to mention others, just a LYB hiding in the Pure Land can easily crush your meteorite. Even the moon was made by his hands. Do you really think that some extraterrestrial meteorites can't be solved by others? Anyway, if the sky falls and there is a tall man holding it up, Tang Ping is really not afraid. 6 paths, Nagato, and the 3 holy lands, Gan. Meteorite. This kind of killer weapon that can cause the world to restart before time travel is really not helpless for the ninja world. Not to mention other aspects, if Nagato's reincarnation eye control is stronger, he can tear up the falling meteorites with a direct launch of the Super Shinra Tensei. Of course, if the other party can push the moon down, only 6 paths can withstand it. But you really have such exaggerated strength. That person has already been put on the back burner, so how dare you take advantage of you? Therefore, he has determined the other party. Psychic art. Tang Ping channeled the white ninja cat specially used to send messages. Lord Tang He. After the Snow White ninja cat appeared, he asked respectfully. It can only be said that ninja cats are cute and useful. No wonder the Uchiha clan has so many cats per capita. The crow control talk has also increased a lot. Who puts Tai's strength here, and looks similar to a crow? How could Uchiha, who always advocates strength, not like it? Well, I'll send this letter to Mei Yi immediately, and ask her to get double the reward. Tang Ping stuffed the letter into the other person's mouth. The reward is Mutian Li, but he doesn't have it with him now, so he has to go to Uchiha Mei to get it. Next, Uchiha Mei will come at full speed. If the army were to come, the daylily might be cold. But a strong shadow level came at full speed, and it would definitely not be used for half a day. Because they have enough chakra, they can maintain the teleportation technique along the way. Even if the consumption is not small and there will be losses to oneself, it is nothing compared to this harvest. Moreover, with Tang Ping as the ceiling in the medical field, recovery should not be too easy. As for why Uchiha Mei had to come, he would even risk heavy losses to the castle tower. Of course it's not because of strength. Although Tonari Atsutsuki's father was extremely powerful, Dohei felt that he and Hinata Sogitsu were at full strength, and the two powerful cage-level players would definitely be able to defeat each other. But the prerequisite is that the opponent cannot escape, so the kaleidoscope ability is very important. If you let him escape, it won't matter if you defeat him. It's not like he just set up the trap to protect the Hyuga clan. To put it bluntly, even if the Hyuga clan was exterminated, he would not have any other emotions at all except lamenting that it was a pity that the Princess Byakugan and sister-in-law were gone. If it were Sun Xiang Kengyu, he would be even more applauding. The other party's body is what Tang Ping covets the most. Now Hinata Sogitsu's Tensagen has been stuck in the 4 fetal movements stage, because it lacks the genes of the Moon Otsutsuki branch. Once obtained, the bloodline can be opened in an instant, and the reincarnation eye can be possessed smoothly all the way. I dare not say that I can directly become the reincarnated eye, because it requires a huge amount of energy. Just like Madara back then, after obtaining Hashirama cells, he did not advance to the reincarnation eye on the spot, but needed a long process. But at least it will clear the way forward and not get stuck at all. After the message was sent, Dohei took out a map of Konoha and calculated something at the same time. If you remember correctly, the other party did not leave after just one glance, but observed it for a few days before returning to the moon. Therefore, the place to do it must be carefully chosen. Don't get too close to Konoha. If it's too close, Konoha will definitely arrive as soon as possible. At the same time, it must be resolved quickly. If it takes longer, it will be troublesome. Because the stakes are so high, Tang Ping must take every detail into consideration. Of course, the most important thing is to find a way to lock the target. If you can't accurately locate the opponent's whereabouts, everything will be lost. If you use reconnaissance ninjutsu, Dohei will be eliminated immediately. If it were just Otsutsuki Tonari, the other party would naturally not find anything. After all, he might only be a few years old now. But the other party's father is different. The strength is definitely starting from Jiangying, and he has a lot of means, so he must be extremely cautious. Just as Tang Ping was thinking about this. The other side. The command hall of the castle tower. Master Mei. The Snow White Kitten appeared in front of Mei Yi. Thank you for your hard work, go get your reward yourself. Uchiha Mei took the letter spat out by the other party, and then asked the ninja cat to collect the reward. On the castle tower side, there is even an office for the ninja cat clan. As long as the ninja cats can complete tasks such as messaging, reconnaissance, and intelligence, they will be rewarded, whether it is wood or other things. Right. The ninja clan is most concerned about something. The power of nature. For psychic beasts, the effect of this thing can be called a reborn improvement. Unfortunately, the exchange price was too high, so the ninja clan didn't have many, so Uchiha's room exchanged a few for them. After all, they also hope that their psychic beasts will be stronger. After reading the letter, Uchiha Mei's originally calm face suddenly became serious and dignified. Chapter 429 The Reincarnation Eye completes the plan. It's actually true. Uchiha Mei murmured to herself. Although she had no doubts about Tang Ping's prophetic ability, she was somewhat doubtful about the story he hinted at. It's not that I don't believe Tang Ping, but because it's too ridiculous. Who believes in such things as the goddess of Mao and the Six Paths Immortal? And when Tang Ping said this, he told it in a story, so naturally no one took it too seriously. But now? The Otsutsuki clan actually appeared. Even if they are just descendants, the appearance of the other party can prove that there is really a problem on the moon. At the same time, the story of the goddess of Mao may also be true. The ultimate secret of the ninja world. Compared with this matter, the Mist Ninja army that has been killed now is not that important. To put it bluntly, with their ability and strength, even if the castle tower is gone, they can always make a comeback. After all, the biggest help to the development of the castle tower is that strong men like them are here, and they also have the alien monster sprite in their hands. Even if she changes places, she can thrive, so she knows which side is heavier and which side is softer. Inform Minister Shizuka to come over immediately. Uchiha Mei gave the order directly. Next, she will rush to Konoha immediately, but she will not just leave the castle tower alone. At the same time, she is also very confident in the strength of the castle tower. Whether the distant place is a high-end combat power or a mid to low-end combat power, the current castle tower has both things are different now. Let alone other aspects, even if I leave, there are still Uchiha Xiang and Uchiha Shizuka in terms of cage-level combat power. Not to mention, there are also elite jonin such as Honglien, Uzumaki Kashomi, and Kizuki Hojiki. If you feel unsafe, you can call back Yekeng who is still in the land of birds and still fanning the flames. With so many powerful combat forces, it is not possible to sweep the Mist Ninja army, but it is definitely not difficult to resist and delay, and the most is the loss. Of course, the defense of the castle tower is to set up a defense line outside, not to defend in the castle tower. If you really play like this, even if you can stop the enemy's attack in the end, it is best that not many people will survive. Soon, Uchiha Shizuka came to the office. Sister Shizuka, she likes to call sister instead of aunt, the castle tower will be handed over to you next, I have to leave for a while. Uchiha Mei didn't waste any words and directly explained the task. Although the opponent's combat power is not the strongest, it is definitely the most reassuring. And with its prestige and ability, it can indeed replace me. Anyway, the Mist Ninja army is not attacking in full force. At least the Terumi clan and the Yuanshi clan have not come, and the number is only more than 2,000. However, the combat power of these more than 2,000 ninjas far exceeds the thousands of ninjas assembled by the Fire Country daimyo at the beginning. Because not only is the average strength much stronger, the key is that they all belong to the same ninja village, and their execution is not at the same level at all. Therefore, even if the castle tower has the advantage of terrain and equipment, it needs to go all out to stop the opponent. When the ninja army attacks, it is natural that ninja teams will attack one by one, until the other side can no longer consume, then they will choose to retreat or gamble and attack. The current Mist Ninja is naturally not at that level, and is ready to test it, and then go all out, so Uchiha Mei and other strong people can sit in the rear, and do not need to stay in the front line. It is enough to have elite jonins like Honglien, Nohara Rin, Uzumaki Kazumi, Uchiha Tetsuka, here. Okay. Uchiha Shizuka nodded, her face was extremely surprised. Because she really didn't expect that at this critical moment, not only would Dohei not come back, but even Uchiha Mei, who was sitting in his place, would leave. However, although she was surprised, her reaction was to agree immediately, without even asking the reason. Also, find someone to pretend to be me, I don't want the news of my departure to be known. Uchiha Mei, who had already changed into combat uniform, disappeared directly in the office. And her instructions were also necessary. If the Mist Ninja knew that she was not in the castle tower, maybe there would be no need to test her, and they would just attack with all their forces. Uchiha Shizuka naturally knew this, so she immediately went to find the pharmacist Nono and planned together how to hide the truth. Here in Konoha, Dohei was extremely busy. He kept perfecting his plan and tried to find out information about the Otsutsuki father and son. It's not hard to guess where the other party will appear. Hinata. As long as you keep an eye on her, you can infer a lot of information. First of all, the other party has a terrible stealth ability, otherwise no one in the entire Hyuga clan would be able to find the other party's whereabouts. Then its strength. If the strength is not strong, it won't be possible to treat the entire Konoha as a vegetable garden, and go in and out as you want. After considering it, Dohei took out something he had developed before. With sufficient nutrient solution and blood, this thing really can't be done. Pollen. This plant has only one effect, which is to continuously emit pollen around. However, due to the small amount and no smell, even the Inuzuka clan's sense of smell can't detect it. But this pollen can be tracked by some special bees. Brain hole. Developing these things, even Orochimaru wouldn't find it difficult. The key is to think of the brain hole. These were all played out in various game props before the crossing, so it was not difficult for Tang Ping to think of them. It can only be said that as a crossover, even if he is not creative, he can't copy. With the blood flower and this flower, it is enough to ensure that the target is covered with pollen. When in Konoha, this pollen could not work, because the pollen covers an area, and naturally it is impossible to lock the target. But once the other party leaves the village alone, it will be much easier to track. It can only be said that Tang Ping really did everything to the extreme in order not to arouse the other party's vigilance. And after Uchiha Mei arrived quietly, she did not let the other party enter the village, but let her wait outside the village. Because the place where they took action was not in the village, they naturally did not need to come to the village. Even Tang Ping would take the 404 team to leave the village. But it is not easy for him to leave now. Konoha is in need of people now, and his 404th team is the last card. How can they let him go easily? Just with one sentence, Do Ping made the village compromise. Does the village want to see my castle tower being attacked by the Mist Ninja army, or does it want me to stay and the village will prepare reinforcements for me? Yes, if the castle tower is fine, then at this time when Konoha needs people, it can indeed use this as an excuse to force him to stay. The problem is that the castle tower is being attacked by the Mist Ninja army. Your village is keeping me here at this time. That means they want our castle tower to die. So, when Dohei asked this, the top leaders naturally had nothing to say. Of course, if the top leaders were ready to support, leaving him behind to let him take the troops was another matter. But is this possible? Even to resist the invasion of the Cloud Ninja army, only 1,000 ninja troops could be drawn out. It can be seen that Konoha is in a state where there is no strength to support the castle tower. So they had to let him go. You can't just say you don't go back to protect the castle tower, right? Although they thought so, they couldn't really do it. In fact, the three of Dohei left in name only, and the only one who really went back was Yamamakoji. Although they had confidence in the castle tower, it was still the safest to let him go to help, and he was a little too conspicuous. Of course, the only ones left were Dohei, Uchiha Mei, and Hinata Kangyu. For this combination, Dohei was actually the one who didn't want to see the most. Shura Field. Those who understand will understand. The two of them were born with different auras. If there was only one of them, he could easily deal with it and give some benefits from time to time. But when the two of them met, the air seemed to be frozen. Tang Ping had never dared to attack the two of them. The biggest reason was that he was afraid that if he attacked them, the other one would turn evil and come with a knife, ready to kill the scumbag. It was not that he was suspicious, but this possibility was very high, so he was completely serious at this time, not to mention any ambiguous feelings, he didn't even look around. Fortunately, there was something serious this time, otherwise he was afraid that he would not live for too long. The three of them were lurking outside the village during this period. Of course, they each sent a shadow clone to other directions of the village, and at the same time carried a tracking bee in their hands to ensure that they could follow the other party no matter which side they left. 2 days later, late at night, Tang Ping, who was resting in his sleeping bag, suddenly opened his eyes. Chapter 430 The Heroine Script of the Crown Princess. Listen to me, thank you. Chapter 430 The Heroine Script of the Crown Princess. Listen to me, thank you. Shadow Clone. It can be removed actively. And once the shadow clone is removed, the memory will be received by the main body. Now, in the sleeping bag, Dohei received the information transmitted by his shadow clone after it was removed. The prey has appeared. Let's go. Dohei got up, left a word and rushed to the north at full speed. Now they are in the west of Konoha. As for worrying whether the other party will be faster than them and they can't catch up? Please, the other party is not running for his life, how can he rush at all costs? The key is that the other party is not alone. Otsutsuki Tonari. How old is the other party now? With such a child, if he is faster, don't worry about his life. Therefore, Dohei never worries whether he can catch up with the other party, but only worries whether he can lock the other party's whereabouts. The special tracking method he came up with is the key. If not, no one would have discovered these two guests from the moon. The speed of the instant body technique is determined by chakra and proficiency. For people like Do Ping, the speed is at least several hundred kilometers per hour. Although it consumes a lot of energy, it is nothing for strong people like them who treat chakra as nothing. The team shuttled through the forest at high speed. Is the blood of the princess with the white eyes really excellent? Uchihame suddenly appeared and asked. Yes, it may be the most outstanding blood in the history of the Hyuga clan, but it's a pity that the family delayed it. Do Ping answered seriously. He really felt sorry for the crown princess. The unprecedented blood purity was ruined by the Hyuga clan. If your Hyuga clan is more powerful and cultivates the other party correctly, the future will at least start at the level of Cage. Strong Cage and Super Cage are not hopeless super seeds. White Eye Princess. Do you really think this title is fake? If it weren't for this unprecedented purity of blood, Otsutsuki Tonari wouldn't have been brought to the ninja world to visit his fiancée at such a young age. What do you think if I accept her as my apprentice? Uchihame said thoughtfully. This almost frightened Dohei to the point of falling to the ground, and he asked back. Are you serious? Is her character a shortcoming? Although the crown princess has unlimited potential, her character is her biggest shortcoming, and she is the main princess of the Hyuga clan, so it's impossible to accept her as a disciple. Personality? I don't think it can't be changed. Isn't it okay to be like me? Hinata Kangyu on the other side seemed to have thought of something and suddenly came up with a good idea. It's so poisonous. Dohei didn't know how to answer. Because what Hinata Kangyu said was a little too much. Being the eldest daughter of the main family, coupled with her father's doting, caused Hinata Hyuga's character shortcomings. But if she is no longer the eldest daughter of the Zong family, and her father is no longer around. If she wants to survive, her personality can no longer be a shortcoming. It can only be said that the two people around him are more cruel and evil than each other, which makes him worried. If he really dares to choose one, the other will definitely be in an instant darken, and then choose to destroy the world. Ahem, Dohei coughed twice, signaling them not to be so excessive. However, neither Uchihame nor Hyuga Kangyu bought it, and even started to communicate. Obviously, they were a little dissatisfied with his recent attitude and were ready to teach him a lesson. Well, you were unmoved by all the things that came to your door, but you picked the wild flowers very fragrantly. Yes, the relationship between Nohara Rin and him was exposed. No way, everyone knows how terrifying the observation ability of ninjas is, not to mention that one has the Mangeki Sharingan and the other has the 4-time fetal movement period reincarnation eye. They knew that the two had an ambiguous relationship before, but there was no substantial progress. But recently, Uchihame discovered that Nohara Rin was wrong, and told Hyuga Kangyu about it. It's no wonder that the two joined forces to target Dohei. Although Dohei didn't know why the two suddenly became so united, he smelled the breath of danger, so he decisively admitted his fear and just hurried on his way silently. But on the way, a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. It was too scary. Because after the two of them discussed, they decided to give the crown princess a set of protagonist treatment. It was a cool route of being bullied, having relatives die tragically, and then rising up for revenge. And the plan was also very beneficial to themselves. Because once it really happened, Konoha would be the unlucky one, and their castle tower would gain a general. The point is that the plan is really not difficult. If Tang Ping was a royal way time traveler, he would definitely stop it after hearing such a conspiracy. But he was not a saint, and he would only stop such things when he was full, not to mention that he couldn't afford to offend the two people who proposed this plan. At least he didn't want to offend them now because he felt guilty. So, before catching up with the target, a detailed and complete plan appeared. Anyway, after listening to it, Tang Ping felt that it was a pity for the two not to be villains. Because their plan was not complicated. Just report it. Just let the root or the Anbu pass on the information that Hyuga Hayashi is dissatisfied with the Hokage system and is preparing to join forces with the Uchiha. It is not difficult to do this, whether it is the Anbu or the root, they can influence it. The root's Kabuto and the Anbu's Kakashi can help. And they are not making it up. Hyuga Hayashi was originally ready to die in order to give an explanation to the Cloud Ninja, but Hyuga Hisashi took the initiative to stand up and block the knife for him. The problem is that the Hyuga clan was really wronged in this matter. If the high-level officials had not seen the Aberame clan's affairs and wanted to take the opportunity to hit the major ninja clans, this would not have happened. Not to mention, the Cloud Ninja delegation had an accident later, and the two sides directly broke out into a war. In other words, Hyuga Hisashi's death was not even worth it. Under such stimulation, if Hyuga Hayashi had no complaints and hatred, he would be a saint. It's just another matter whether there is action or not. Once this kind of thing is reported, Sarutobi Hiruzen will definitely react. Even if he doesn't take action, it's okay, because they have the strongest ally here. Danzo. With this Wolong here, he will definitely find a way to eliminate the hidden dangers. Anyone related to Uchiha is on his liquidation list, so he will definitely take action against the Hyuga clan. At that time, as long as the castle tower saves Hyuga Hinata's life in time and lets her continue to stay in the Hyuga clan, her situation will be the same as that of Hyuga Kangyu. Growing up in such an environment, it is completely impossible to become a shortcoming in character, and no matter how cowardly you are, you will become evil. Wonderful. No, it's too sinister. But Dohei had to admit that this plan was really great. During the whole process, their castle tower would not intervene, but the root and the Anbu would report the matter of Hyuga Hayashi. Is it related to them? No. Not at all. Suddenly, after confirming the future of the crown princess, Hyuga Kangyu looked at Tang Ping with a smile and suggested. By the way, Tang Ping, I remember that Suzuki should be your disciple, so you should have no objection to me teaching him. Although she already had Hong Lian as a disciple, the other party was more like a sister, so she really wanted to accept a disciple. Not for anything else, just because the other party's surname was Uchiha. It's up to you, but it's better to wait a few years before starting to teach. What can Tang Ping say? The two of them were obviously fighting with each other, but they might have considered that it was difficult for them to take action, so they took the other party's clan members as disciples to take action for themselves. And they were all clan members in Konoha, probably wanting to plan for the future of the castle tower. However, he still set a time to start teaching. After the Uchiha clan genocide. It is the best time to intervene, and the crown princess also needs a few years to accept the beatings of society to smooth out her character's shortcomings. It's a deal. Asterisk 2. Hinata Kangyu and Uchihame looked at each other, as if they had reached some agreement. At this moment, a bee suddenly flew onto Tang Ping's shoulder. Finally caught up. He looked up and muttered to himself. Chapter 431 Otsutsuki Naoto. Where? Hinata Kangyu looked up at the small black dot in the sky in the distance. The flying carpet was now suspended in the air several dozen meters ahead, with two figures, one large and one small, on it. Under the bright moonlight, this scene looked elegant and graceful. As for why Hyuga Kangyu never used the samsara eye to observe, it was naturally suggested by Dohei. It would be fine if it was another target, but it certainly wouldn't work for the descendants of the Otsutsuki. It wouldn't be surprising if the other party could detect the samsara eye. It's better to be safe than sorry. Dohei never dared to underestimate these strong men in the ninja world, because he didn't want to capsize. and the three of them were chasing from the forest on the ground, so they would naturally not be discovered. Act according to the plan. Dohei took out a black-bottomed red cloud uniform and put it on, then put on a mask. That's right. This time they would attack in the name of Akatsuki. Although there was no need to do this, he thought it was better to be careful. After all, the ninja world even had resurrection, so he was naturally afraid of leaking information. Uchiha and Hinata Kangya may target him at ordinary times, but they really won't let him down when it comes to serious matters. They immediately took out the uniforms and masks of the Akatsuki organization to disguise themselves. Soon, 3 mysterious and terrifying figures wearing black robes with red clouds appeared in the forest. Don't ask where their uniforms came from, they were made by themselves. And doping also added some barriers to ensure that the sound, body shape, smell, etc. were well disguised, and no information would be left. It was premeditated. He had long thought of putting the blame on Xiao. Although Doping had absolute confidence in this operation. But in a place like the ninja world, the most common thing is to be slapped in the face, so it is very important to keep some tricks. After disguising, the 3 of them sped up and chased after the target. The opponent's speed was about more than 100 kilometers, which was equivalent to traveling. They would soon catch up. In the air, Otsutsuki Tonari, who was only a few years old, was very excited at this time and said, "Father, why don't you take Hinata with us?" He really liked his fiancée, so he wanted to take her back with him. Otsutsuki Naoto, with the vicissitudes of life, responded gently. It's too early now. If he took someone back to the moon directly, it would not be good for his growth, so this time he just brought his son to see him instead of taking him away directly. Otherwise, with his strength, it would not be difficult to take someone away. It can only be said that he has little time left. He paid a huge price to wipe out the main family, but he has arranged Tonari's future. Okay. Otsutsuki Tonari nodded a little disappointedly when he heard this, and looked towards Konoha reluctantly, as if he could see the lovely fiancée. Well, thinking about these things at a few years old, it can only be said that the minds of children in the ninja world mature really quickly. The filial son is already thinking like a Hokage at a young age, and Tonari wants to take his fiancée away at a young age. It's simply a sin. Hey, what is that? Tonari suddenly discovered that in the forest below the flying carpet, something seemed to be approaching at high speed. And Naoto turned around and saw several figures flying from the forest below. The terrifying momentum made him realize instantly that these people were no weaker than himself. Tonari, run! Otsutsuki Naoto made a decision at the first time, and then took the initiative to jump down, ready to cover him. At the same time, a puppet wrapped Otsutsuki Tonari in it, and then the speed of the flying carpet instantly soared to the limit and flew away. Before, the speed was so slow because it was not necessary. Now if you want to escape, the speed naturally cannot be slow. Father! Otsutsuki Tonari struggled desperately with tears, but he could only watch the distance between the two sides getting farther and farther. Before he was completely wrapped by the puppet, the last thing he saw was 3 figures wearing black uniforms with red clouds. Flame Finger! A ray of red light cut through the night and shot towards the flying carpet in the distance. Empty palm! The air was shattered, and at the same time, the egg-thick flame was also shattered by this empty palm. Triple Divine Sky Strike! 3 fists that were almost superimposed on each other were shot at the flying carpet that had not yet pulled too far away. Once hit, even steel can be torn apart. Kaiden! Otsutsuki Naoto directly used the Hyuga clan's absolute defense in the air and used himself to resist the attack. The high-speed rotating chakra ball was directly crushed by the Divine Sky Strike. Although Kaiden is known as an absolute defense, it also has an upper limit. At least facing the terrifying single-point attack of the Divine Sky Strike, he was almost unable to bear it. However, Otsutsuki Naoto was not Hyuga Hayashi after all. He was really strong and blocked the triple Divine Sky Strike. You know, after the Divine Sky Strike was superimposed, even Susanoo could not withstand it. What a man! Sizzle! The sound of electric currents surged. Uchiha, who had been holding back, took action. Chidori Sharp Spear! The blue lightning spear pierced the sky. And Otsutsuki Naoto, who was resisting the Divine Sky Strike, naturally could not free his hands to resist this time. However, what your daughter Tangping did not expect was, the puppet on the flying carpet was indeed pierced and torn by the Chidori Sharp Spear, but Otsutsuki Tonari, who was wrapped inside, disappeared. How is it possible? Tang Ping exclaimed. He really did not expect this accident. But at this time, the momentum was exhausted and he was about to fall to the ground. The fierce. A layer of flames ignited on his body, forming a flame garment, and then sprayed flames downwards, keeping him aloft. Zira. Fierce. Next to her, Mei Uchiha sprouted horns from her head, and then 2 wings, one blue and one red, appeared, keeping her suspended. Thunder on the left and fire on the right. At this time, she showed her strongest posture. Finally, there was Hinata Kangya who had just launched the triple divine air attack. Whoa, whoa. The 9 red fox tails look like petals in bloom, and paired with the blue eyes that suddenly light up, they look mysterious and alluring. Of course, it also uses repulsion to levitate in the air. In other words, all 3 of them have the ability to fight in the air, so they dare to directly fight in the air. Who are you? Otsutsuki Naoto asked with a slight cough, and at the same time, the corners of his mouth were bright red. Even though he used Kaishin to block the triple divine air attack, he was still seriously injured. Tohei looked at the white-haired middle-aged man in front of him, and then signaled to Uchiha Mei. Originally, they planned to kill Otsutsuki Tonari in a surprise attack, but they didn't expect that the other party could disappear out of thin air. It should be a life-saving method similar to reverse spiritualism, and the cost is extremely heavy. At the same time, the activation process is also troublesome, otherwise the opponent will not take the initiative to jump out and block them. Now, of course, we can no longer hesitate and must play our trump card. After receiving the signal, Uchiha Mei's pupils began to turn into hour hand shapes and entered the kaleidoscope state, and then she activated her kaleidoscope ability. Ama Iwato. This auxiliary ability is extremely incredible. As long as it is activated, an area or the like is equivalent to being temporarily cut from the ninja world. This is why the space ability cannot take effect. However, the consumption of pupil power is linked to the range, target intensity, and time limit. That is to say, her foundation is good enough. After all, opening the kaleidoscope is not a shortcut, but prove the Tao with force root, which directly increases the eye power to the limit, and then doubles it again after the kaleidoscope. If we use data to compare, if the kaleidoscope pupil power of those who opened it by taking shortcuts is 1, then she will start at least 3. The foundation is so strong. It is such a huge pupil power that can support her to use Tianyantu. If it is replaced by an ordinary kaleidoscope, the pupil power may not last long before it is exhausted. The light quickly disappeared, making the area extremely dark. This is... Naoto Otsutsuki naturally felt something was wrong. But before he could get used to the darkness, Tang Ping and the others launched an all-out attack. For ninjas, blind fighting is not a big deal. Among the few people, only Tang Ping was affected the most, and the other 2 were not affected much. Uchiha Mei's own abilities are not affected, while Hinata Kanjutsu's reincarnation eye can see the target chakra, and the vision will not be affected even if there is no light. Ama Iwato has become absolutely dark, but if you can see in the dark, of course it won't be affected. But at first sight, the prey will not be given a chance to become familiar with it. So when the ability is used, Tang Ping and the others will use all their ultimate moves without giving the opponent a chance to adjust. Chapter 432 A Siege Without Martial Ethics. Choking. Uchiha Mei drew her sword and killed him. At this time, she has entered the ghost state, and what stands out is a simple violence. On the one hand, it is the ghost state, and on the other hand, it is the ability to maintain the 10,000 flowers eyes. The consumption can be imagined. This is not 1 + 1 = 2, but at least 10 or more. With such a huge consumption, how could he not be allowed to seize the time? Tear apart. Naoto Otsutsuki, whose vision had just fallen into darkness, did not expect that the other party would move so quickly. Even at the critical moment, he moved a little distance in time, but a huge wound was left on his waist. Before it could adjust, Hinata Kangyu had already flown to the other side under the influence of repulsion, and used the ability of gathering energy to form a blade to stab it out directly. In terms of pure attack power, the power of her move is not necessarily weaker than that of a ninja sword with a Chidori blade attached. And under the cover of the violent Uchiha Mei, Hinata Kanjutsu's movements were as light as a cat, making it impossible for anyone to realize in advance. Her weak sense of presence was directly exploited to the extreme by her. And with the cooperation of Uchiha Mei, there was an epic round of cooperation. With one stab, it almost shattered the opponent's thigh, but a penetrating wound was enough to affect the opponent's mobility. The sealed area is equivalent to being in a dark art. Even if the flames are burning, you can't see the light, so Tang Ping is not afraid of exposing his location and directly attacks. Wrong done. Tian Kong Yun's sword. It's not the fairy mode. Previously, he had used it too much and too harshly, so Tang Ping was afraid to enter now, for fear of being eroded by natural energy and turning into a vegetative state, so he fought in his normal state. A sharp blade with magma as the bone and flame as the blade appeared in the palm of the hand. Even if you don't enter immortal mode, Tang Ping's threat is not small at this stage. Boom. Unfortunately, as soon as he rushed forward, he was forced back by an indiscriminate burst. A very magical move. It felt like an explosion. Unfortunately, Tang Ping's eyes could not see anything in this darkness, only a blurred dot of feeling. If it's one-on-one, maybe the opponent can actually create some miracles, and it wouldn't be surprising even to defeat them. But now it's a 3 versus 1 situation with no martial ethics, and there's also a first sight kill bonus, so it would be weird not to beat him. Kaleidoscope is so unreasonable. Once you don't know the detailed information, you can easily be fooled to death. And this is a code ability, so you can imagine how high its priority is. Just like the Otsutsuki Civil War at the end of the original plot, everyone else could only lie down and watch the show, but Kakashi, the kaleidoscope given by Obito, could play a huge role. Even if you don't say that, just watching Bai Yanlang use his kaleidoscope ability to show off in front of Nagato is enough to prove the magic of kaleidoscope. A true artifact. Therefore, it is really impossible for him to leave the kaleidoscope in Tang Ping's hand to Bai Yanlang. The single-eyed white-eyed wolf still has many flaws. Even if he is not Uchihame, he can easily abuse the opponent. But with the complete kaleidoscope of white-eyed wolf, Tang Ping himself is timid. Because there is really no solution. Unless he spends countless time and energy to develop some targeted special killing moves. But he is crazy to play like this. Now there are countless projects waiting for him, where does he get so much time and energy? Naoto Otsutsuki exploded with all his strength, and after shaking Dohei and the others away, he immediately chose to retreat. Landing first. Although he can also fly, his speed is not very fast, so he cannot take advantage in air combat. Since there is no advantage in air combat, it is natural to land on the ground. And there are woods below, most of the fire country is woods, so there is more space to dodge. For ninjas, they can walk through the woods even with their eyes closed, so after landing, Naoto Otsutsuki accelerated forward without fear of hitting a tree. 0. Amidst the thunder and lightning, Uchihame arrived immediately. In terms of speed, once the demonic state was turned on, she was completely chasing Namikaze Minato within a short distance. How could she be slower than the opponent? Collapse Mountain Strike. Satsuki Naoto has become accustomed to this kind of darkness by now, and is no longer powerless to fight back. Roll your eyes. He has it too. Although it is not as good as the reincarnated eye, it can see chakra, so it does not lose much combat effectiveness. The attack just now was just because of the first sight kill. Do you really think that this powerful shadow level is a parallel import? It can only be said that Uchihame's Ama Iwato is somewhat restrained by the Byakugan. But it's okay, the main function of this ability is not darkness, but blocking. Once restricted to this area, no one can leave before their pupil power is exhausted. Not even Otsutsuki. Of course, there are many ways to tear apart the space and exhaust your energy. In Tang Ping's opinion, the kaleidoscope is not even weaker than the Samsara Eye. Well, it refers to auxiliary abilities such as divine power and heavenly standing, not Amaterasu and Uedo. Without Ama Iwato's ability, the chance of keeping Otsutsuki Naoto would be almost non-existent. Just because you are stronger than the other party, it does not mean that you will definitely be able to keep the other party. Just like Dohei now, even if he encounters the reincarnation of Senju Hashirama, he has the confidence to escape even if he is not his opponent. After Naoto Otsutsuki started to fight back, he also completely demonstrated his own terror. White eyes and soft fist. However, the power of the opponent's soft fist is contrary to its name. Every blow has the rhythm of breaking mountains and mountains. It is completely different from the style of the Hyuga clan's soft fist. Speaking of steel fists is not a problem. 4 people fighting. Tang Ping quickly backed away. When strong people fight, the more people they have, the stronger their fighting power will not be. They may even affect each other. In addition, Tanghei is most affected by the dark environment, so unless he enters the Sage mode, his combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced, and it will be easy to block his teammates. After he chose to retreat, Otsutsuki Naoto instantly felt the terrifying pressure. Because although Uchihame and Hyuga Sogetsu are bitter rivals and enemies who wish each other to die immediately, they are a match made in heaven in terms of cooperation. One is as thunderous as fire, and when attacking head-on, the aggression is like fire. A person as dark as a shadow, attacking from the side like a maggot attached to the bone. The styles of the two really suit each other. With Uchihame attacking from the front, everyone must focus on her. But at this time, Hyuga Kangetsu directly attacked from the side, killing her with one blow as if she were a real assassin. Light and dark. Positive and negative. The two are at odds with each other in battle, and there is no flaw in their cooperation. Let alone the same level, even if the enemy is stronger than them, tragedy may occur if they are not careful. Neither of them used their ultimate move, but whether it was the Chidori Blade's ninja sword or the Chakra sword that gathered energy into a blade, they were all indestructible. Of course, Tang Ping's raiding formation couldn't really be just watching a show. He put his hands on the ground. Sealing technique. No matter what kind of enemy it is, the sealing technique will work. The biggest weakness of the sealing technique is that it is slow and troublesome to activate, but its effect is invincible. So now that Tang Ping has two assistants, he can naturally deploy slowly. At the same time, he is also developing a technique recently. Melting escape and sealing technique. Just like Senju Hashirama can do wood escape and sealing technique, there is no reason why he can't do it. In the Shinran sealing technique, Senju Hashirama may have performed well, but that was because his wife was Uzumaki Mito. Otherwise, with a big pillar personality, it would be strange to really master the sealing technique that requires calmness and intelligence. By the way, Tang Ping has mastered melting release, but still continue to develop. Because molten release is not the upper limit, and it is really not as good as wood release. Melting release and yang release can approach wood release, because wood release is not a bloodline limit, but a bloodline elimination. Combined with the terrifying chakra and sage body of the Great Pillar comparable to the Nine Tails, it can sweep the invincible hands of the ninja world, even Madara plus the Nine Tails can be defeated. Soon, Du Ping was ready. The dark environment made it impossible for Otsutsuki Naoto to see Du Ping's movements clearly, and with two people constantly attacking, daring to be distracted would be courting death. Of course, he also tried to escape during this period, but unless he could shatter the space, there was no chance to leave. Finally, when Du Ping was ready, he shouted lightly, "Get out of the way!" Next, it was the end. Chapter 433 Six Paths, he copied me, he copied me. Sealing technique. Earth bomb seal. Du Ping pressed his hands on the ground and used the sealing technique he had researched. As the current leader in the field of sealing techniques, it is not strange that he has developed some exclusive sealing techniques, right? Buzz. First, the gravity in the area where Otsutsuki Naoto is located has changed instantly. Crack. Countless snapping sounds rang out in the darkness, which is the sound of trees being snapped. Dohei is now using a vest, so he can naturally go all out. And his sealing technique also incorporates the ability of gravity. He has a deep understanding of gravity. He obtained a lot of information from the air ninja, and later he obtained several gravity-related ninjutsu and knowledge by blackmailing the rock shadow. The ability of the Liang to float in the air has already proved his ability in this area. Now it is just the prelude to the sealing technique. Gurgle. The originally soft mud ground quickly became hot and solid. Magma. The ground quickly turned into a block of magma land. As for why it is not liquid? It is because the seal rune is not suitable for staying on liquid, so it is a solid stone. Wow! Otsutsuki Naoto, who was suppressed by gravity and could not move, was surrounded by lava and then wrapped around him. Finally, the lava solidified into a huge stone ball, and then a large number of seal runes emerged. Did you see, what does this move of Dohei look like? Yes, it is Chibaku Tensei. The filial son Liudeo used this move to seal his mother, which means that this move is the strongest sealing technique, so Dohei will naturally pay tribute. Liudeo, he plagiarized me, plagiarized me. Anyway, no matter how much Dohei pays tribute, Liudeo will not jump out of the Pure Land to ask him for copyright fees, so he will naturally refer to the other party's Chibaku Tensei. However, the power of his move is more than one level lower than that of Liu Dao. When his sealing technique surpasses Uzumaki Mito one day, and he has a sage body, and finally enters the 6 paths level, maybe he can also rub the moon with his hands. Now, at most he can seal the tailed beast. The process looks simple. But in fact, it is extremely difficult. First, you have to find 2 strong shadow levels who cooperate well to suppress the opponent, and finally restrict the person within a certain range. These 2 points alone are enough to make people despair. Because the target is a strong shadow level, it is already difficult to suppress the opponent, not to mention restricting the person within a certain range. Of course, the hidden condition is to give yourself time to prepare slowly. With the addition of several conditions, it can only be gathered this time, and it is impossible at ordinary times. Did it succeed? Hinata Kangyu approached and asked. And Uchihame immediately released Tianyanhu in the demonization state. It was not on her own initiative, but because she couldn't stand it. If only one ability is used, the consumption is not so exaggerated, but if both are used at the same time, the consumption will increase by more than 10 times, which naturally makes her exhausted. In general, this time she paid the most for the capture. Should be. Just when Tang Ping was about to say that he had succeeded, he suddenly looked up at the sky. At this time, the moon in the sky seemed to be getting closer, and a terrifying force fell. Retreat. Tang Ping immediately pulled Uchihame back. As for Hyaga Kangyu, she was in excellent condition and naturally did not need Tang Ping's help, but she was a little dissatisfied when she saw Tang Ping pulling people's hands. Shat. A bright moonlight, like a stream of water, washed over the sealed stone ball condensed by Tang Ping's earth bomb seal. What's going on? Hinata Kangyu looked up at the moon in the sky and felt a call. It seems that the worst situation has occurred. Tang Ping frowned and looked at the moon. Because he remembered very clearly that there were 2 things on the moon that were very dangerous. One is a stone statue of Otsutsuki Hamura. If I remember correctly, it can be used as a summoning beast, and it is indestructible. The other one is more dangerous. Giant Samsara Eye. That is what Dohei fears the most. If you want to capture the moon, the first thing to deal with is this thing. It is composed of countless Byakugan, which is equivalent to an enlarged version of Samsara Eye. Except that it does not have Samsara Eye Chakram mode and is difficult to control and move. Simply invincible. Now, it is obvious that the giant Samsara Eye is exerting its power. But the question is, who is controlling it? Even if Tonari Otsutsuki goes back, a child of a few years old controls this super artifact. Do you think I am a fool? No. Du Ping looked at the seal that turned into a black stone ball after cooling down. Because he has figured everything out. It is Naoto Otsutsuki. It was the other party's action that caused the giant Samsara Eye to move abnormally. As for why there was no reaction before, but now? Ama Wado. Just now, Uchihame's Mangeki ability cut this area out, which is equivalent to leaving the ninja world, so no matter how strong the giant Samsara Eye is, it can't intervene at all. Now due to consumption, the Ama Wado has been closed, so the giant Samsara Eye can naturally respond to the call and take action. The giant reincarnation eye formed by countless white eyes of the moon may have some instinctive consciousness to be able to save people. Otherwise, the other party will fall asleep after being sealed, so how can it take action again? Seal. Doping's seal is not only the body, but also the consciousness, so as long as the seal is successful, there is no fear of the other party escaping. But what he didn't expect was that there was also a giant reincarnation eye. Snap! Doping gritted his teeth, and then he crushed the potion bottle in his hand with a hard heart, letting the hot spring in it enter his body. Yes, he was ready to enter the sage mode. Originally, he didn't plan to use it, because he had used it continuously before, which made him begin to be eroded by natural energy. Only the sage body can freely control natural energy. Although Tang Ping has been practicing the sage mode, it is still early for him to enter the sage body, so he naturally can't withstand the erosion of natural energy. But now he can't use it. It would be good if Uchihame, the main fighting force, could protect herself next. She couldn't use the Mangeki because her pupil power was not chakra and could be quickly restored with the Bing Liang pill. Without this absolute main force, Hyaga Kangyu could only compete with the opponent at most, let alone achieve the original goal. Unless he gave up the goal and retreated, he had to take this risk. Using the hot spring instead of gathering natural energy by himself, the speed was naturally different. Almost instantly, Doping entered the sage mode. Let the flame purify everything. The flame pattern on his eyebrows was thicker than before, and a large number of flame patterns spread with the eyebrows as the core. Somewhat out of control. It's not that doping's control power has decreased, but because there is too much natural energy in his body, he can't control it. Note that the natural energy here is not the amount in the hot spring. He didn't even make a mistake in this point. It's just that there is more natural energy gathered in his body. Just like his body's efficiency in absorbing natural energy was 1 before, and now it has directly become 2, the efficiency is almost doubled, which naturally makes the balance in his body a little out of control. The risk of Sage Mode is not small. It is because doping controls the Holy Land of Tanggu that the risk is reduced to the minimum. Otherwise, it will not be just this level, but will directly become a vegetable. You go and block the opponent's retreat. Doping ordered calmly, his personality is completely different from before. Both Hyuga Kangyu and Uchihame knew about the personality switching, so they nodded and left without any opinion. If doping is in full firepower in Sage Mode, they are really not suitable for cooperation. It is better to prevent the opponent from escaping. This mission is not to repel the opponent, but to find a way to keep the person. No matter life or death. At this time, the black stone ball created by the sealing technique, after being worn away by the moonlight and washing away the sealing runes on it, also suddenly changed. Chapter 434 A Real Tough Guy from the Sky. Chapter 434 A Real Tough Guy from the Sky. Boom. The remaining half of the black stone ball exploded, revealing a short white-haired Otsutsuki Naoto inside. At this moment, his white eyes flashed with a hint of light blue light. This is his strongest posture. The strength he showed just now was not weak, but it was not worthy of the evaluation of the strong shadow level, let alone the identity of the strong man who slaughtered the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. This is the way the opponent is invincible now. Fortunately, the wound on the opponent's body is still there and has not recovered, so the state is not really in its prime. At this time, Dohei also knew what the opponent's strongest ability is. With the power of the giant reincarnation eye. That is to say, the opponent is only in peak state when using the giant reincarnation eye. Just now, because Uchihame's Tianyanhu cut off this point, he could only be beaten. I will let you understand the consequences of angering an Otsutsuki. Otsutsuki Naoto's eyes flashed with undisguised anger. As Otsutsuki, they claim to be the observers and guardians of the ninja world. Now they are hurt like this by the natives of the ninja world. It would be strange if he is not angry. Oh. Doping didn't care at all. What's there to be angry about a guy who is destined to die? Facing Doping's arrogance, Otsutsuki Naoto held his right hand forward, giving Doping a sense of familiarity, so he subconsciously used a substitute technique. Swoosh! The substitute that stayed in place flew into Otsutsuki Naoto's hand like lightning, and then turned into a piece of wood. Substitute technique. It is a basic ninjutsu that all ninja school students can use, but the strength of the technique is not determined by the technique, but by the person who uses the technique. Just like Orochimaru's earth clone, it is simply terrifyingly strong. And Doping this technique was not seen through, naturally because he chose the right time too cleverly. Teleport of all things. The other party also used gravity manipulation. With the help of the giant reincarnation eye, this can naturally be achieved. In general, the opponent now has a pair of reincarnation eyes with more powerful power, except that he cannot enter the reincarnation eye mode. That's it. Doping, who came out again, asked with full sarcasm. The other party does not know his own intelligence, but he knows the other party's intelligence, and can confirm it through testing, which may be the key to his victory. In the Sage Mode, it is just a personality switch, not an IQ switch, so it is impossible not to understand tactics. Let you see the power of Otsutsuki. Otsutsuki Naoto felt that the sky was clear, the rain had stopped, and he was fine again, so he swung his palm directly. Don't look at the surface of disdain, but in fact, his nerves were tense, and he reacted at the same time as the other party swung his palm. Furious. A flame robe instantly appeared on his body, and then he sprayed flames and used the instant body technique to leave the original place. Boom. The area where he just stood was directly shattered by this palm. Such a terrifying power is completely a super-enhanced version of the empty palm, even more terrifying than the divine air attack. At most, the superimposed divine air attack has stronger penetration, and the opponent's attack has a larger attack range. One of them focuses on point killing, and the other focuses on surface killing. Although they are both the same level of moves, one is developed by doping based on his own imagination and his own advantages, and the other is powerful brick flying. Yes, it is powerful brick flying. With the blessing of the giant Samsara Eye, Otsutsuki Naoto's chakra at this time is not weaker than the tailed beasts, and he can also manipulate gravity, repulsion, and so on. It can be said to be at the level of super shadow. If it weren't for some weaknesses in manipulation, Doping didn't think he had any hope. Besides, he has a super killer. With the advantage of the intelligence of first sight kill, it is not surprising to fight against a higher level. Especially, the opponent's trump card, duping, has been confirmed through testing, which makes him more confident. Of course, he will not show these, but pretends not to know even though he knows the opponent's intelligence. What is your ability? After being repelled by the repulsive force again, Duping asked with a face of shock. Awesome acting. Now he has become an acting school. No matter who sees him, they will think that he is shocked by the opponent's ability. This has nothing to do with you. Although Otsutsuki Naoto looks down on the people in the ninja world, he has just been beaten and even has injuries on his body. Naturally, he will not be careless, so he is not going to reveal his ability. In fact, Duping is all planning, just to make him believe it. I don't know his intelligence. But the truth is that Duping almost sees through his underwear. Let me show you the glory of our ancestors. Otsutsuki Naoto clapped his hands. Pa! As the sound rang out, Dohei felt a deadly sense of danger. He looked up instinctively. Fuck! He wanted to curse. Because Dohei never expected that the summoning technique would not appear on the spot, but would appear in the style of a masculine man falling from the sky. A masculine man falling from the sky is not an adjective, but a description of the fact. Because above his head, a masculine man's stone sculpture nearly 100 meters high really appeared and fell from the sky. If it weren't for the greatly enhanced perception in the Sage mode, he might have been stepped on by the 10-meter-long Bigfoot. Really? Stepped on. JPG. Boom. How could the soft mud ground withstand the trampling of hundreds or thousands of tons of stone statues that fell from the sky? A deep pit was directly smashed out. Step. Otsutsuki Naoto had a Magadama-like mark on his chest, and a fen-like statue of Hamura on his head. Facing such a large summoned object, ordinary attacks are completely ineffective, and at the same time, as long as a blow is hit, it will be GG in an instant. Not a bad summoned object, but do you think it will be useful to me? Doping looked up at the Hamura statue with his arms crossed. Good stuff. It's yours now, but it will be mine soon. As long as you have the reincarnation eye, you can summon this thing, and you can also use the power to repair it, so you don't have to worry about consumption. It's not up to you to decide whether it's useful or not. Otsutsuki Naoto drove the ancestor statue to attack. The huge stone statue is nearly 100 meters high, comparable to dozens of stories high. The power of a punch is completely destructive, and even the tailed beasts in a complete state can't stand it. But he really didn't take Doping's words seriously. It would be fine if the opponent could control it as if it were an arm. But it was obvious that the opponent was controlling it through the giant reincarnation eye, which was equivalent to a delay in the middle, so he really couldn't show his strength. Swoosh! Doping almost rushed forward close to the ground, avoiding the attack and preparing to kill him at the same time. The reason why he didn't fly over was naturally because the opponent might be waiting for this. When he was in the air, it was difficult to use abilities such as substitution techniques and earth escape. The opponent could easily catch him with a gravitational control. However, when Doping rushed forward, he also took out a piece of lead the size of a marble. In order to achieve a quick victory, he naturally opened the weapon directly. After all, he already felt that the immortal mode was losing control. If he didn't end the battle quickly, he would be in trouble. Immortal method, star-shattering spear. Tang Ping's right hand holding a lead block the size of a marble was directly inserted into the ground, and then he fished out a magma spear. And his magical technique was naturally noticed by Naoto Otsutsuki, but he didn't take it too seriously. Because he didn't feel any danger. As for why Tang Ping doesn't use long-range throwing attacks? Please, are the eyebrows on Mibazi's eyes fake? Let me show you whether you believe it or not. Therefore, we must seize an opportunity that the opponent cannot avoid. Therefore, Tang Ping must take risks in close combat. And fighting in close combat with Naoto Otsutsuki, who can mobilize the blessing of the giant reincarnation eye, is naturally extremely risky. Not only can they control repulsion and gravity, but they can also extract chakra, and so on. If Tang Ping had not known this information in advance, he would have died in close combat. However, after he paid a huge price and even had his heart shattered by the opponent's palm, he thrust the spear in his hand into the stone statue and jumped back to distance himself. It looks like a normal injury. Naoto Otsutsuki looked at Dohei, who was retreating into the distance, and said coldly, "Now, why don't you call out your companions?" He is not stupid, and he naturally understands that the enemy is not only Tang Ping, but also the two who seriously injured him. Unfortunately, he did not expect that Tang Ping had reached his goal, so he turned around and fled without looking back. As for the injury to his heart, he was completely fine. Elementalization. It was already in this state before the opponent was shattered, so it was actually fine. But if you don't escape quickly, something might happen. As for Naoto Otsutsuki, he was also frantically calling the police in his heart, and the source was Chapter 435 Hunting Successful. Naoto Otsutsuki stared at something. Magma Spear. The magma spear inserted next to him suddenly gave him a terrifying threat. This is also a feature. Because the star-shattering spear is an ordinary weapon before it is activated, it does not pose a threat to top experts, so it cannot trigger the opponent's intuition. However, this magical method is not for making weapons, but for activating the uranium inside. Click. The internal barrier of the broken star spear was opened, and the terrifying flames shattered the lead layer. Naoto Otsutsuki had no time to escape, only time to use his defensive skills. Return to heaven and repulsion. It is to use repulsion to repel everything while performing Huishin. Double defense. Each one is amazing. Just like before, even without the blessing of the giant reincarnation eye, the triple divine air attack could not defeat Huishin. At most, it would cause some internal injuries. Now it not only has extra blessings, but also has terrifying repulsion, and its defensive power can be imagined. At this time, with the star-shattering spear as the center, a terrifying explosion occurred. Boom! The flames soaring into the sky formed a huge mushroom cloud, which even lit up the sky and ignited the atmosphere. Even the surrounding small countries could clearly see the scene, let alone those nearby. The other side. Tang Ping had retreated at full speed to more than 10 kilometers away. And he is also covered with black Zurong armor to ensure that he will not be affected by radiation. At this time, he has exited the immortal mode. It's not that he wants to, but because if he doesn't quit, he will become a real vegetative. This is no joke, it will really turn into a plant. Just like the Sage mode in MT Mayaboku will give people some characteristics of toads, the Sage mode in Utani will naturally also give people some characteristics of plants. It can only be said that the risks of fairy mode are different. If the hibiscus tree were not under Tang Ping's control, he would have to kneel down. But even if he doesn't kneel, he has already integrated too much into the natural energy, so he won't be able to use the immortal mode for a long time. This is inevitable. Tang Ping withstood the strong wind that blew everything away and used earth escape to keep himself in place. He sighed as he looked at the flaming mushroom cloud rising into the sky in the distance. Too exaggerated. If you activate the piece in your hand at once, you can definitely level a small country in an instant. Not to mention, there is a bigger one over there at Star Ninja Village. That is to say, Tang Ping doesn't want to reveal too much information about his broken star spear, otherwise he will attack it immediately. Such terrifying and exaggerated power is not weaker than the decisive battle between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. It can be called a super shadow level attack power. Therefore, Dohei is not worried at all about being unable to deal with Otsutsuki Naoto. Since the other party does not know his own information and you know the other party's information, the other party is destined to be completely defeated. The only thing I worry about is whether the other party will die without a complete body. If that were the case, we might have to find a way to go to the moon and capture Otsutsuki Tonari before we could finally complete the reincarnation. While thinking about this in his mind, Dahira accelerated his progress. Because the power of this star-shattering spear is too exaggerated, and it is used at night, it will definitely alarm countless people, and maybe a large number of people are already coming. When he arrived, he found that the original there was nothing on the earth except a deep pit. Both Otsutsuki Naoto and the stone statue of Hamura that was summoned by spirits disappeared. Don't worry about the stone statue, it can be repaired as long as the Rinnegan is still there. The only thing he was worried about was the prey, but he was not really afraid that the prey would escape, because he had arranged 2 helpers in advance. The explosion was dozens of kilometers to the north. A black shadow with blood dripping from time to time was slowly moving towards the rock country. If people had not seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed that this was the celestial being from the Otsutsuki clan. But, even if we escape here, it doesn't mean we will be safe. Puff! A translucent cylindrical sword pierced directly through his chest. At this time, the moonlight also illuminated the dark shadow behind Otsutsuki Naoto, his eyes flashing with light blue light, and the smile on his pure and beautiful little face. Haiga Kangyu. As a ninja with a weak presence, she may not be stronger than Uchiha in frontal attack, but she is definitely several levels ahead of the opponent in terms of lurking and assassination, so she succeeded in one strike. Even if Otsutsuki Naoto was in his prime, he could still be hit by her sneak attack, let alone in this state. And that's not all. At the same time as one hand pierced the chest, the other hand grabbed the opponent's body and quickly extracted chakra. But there is no need to extract chakra, because it was squeezed dry long ago. After all, his own chakra had been used up when he was sealed. What was used later was the chakra transmitted from the giant Rinnegan, so the performance was so exaggerated, completely comparable to the super shadow level. Because he was bombarded face to face by the star-breaking spear, his double-layer defense was torn apart, severely damaging his body. Naturally, he could no longer resonate with the giant reincarnation eye. Being able to escape dozens of kilometers in an instant is already the limit. As a result, not only did his injuries become more serious, but his last bit of chakra was also drained. In this state, let alone a sneak attack from Hinata Sogetsu, even a genin could defeat him. Of course, the key is how Hinata Kangyu finds him. The reincarnation eye. With a maximum range of 5 kilometers, it is easy to detect the target. And we already knew that the other party's target was the north, so it was not difficult to track down Otsutsuki Naoto. Naoto Otsutsuki felt his consciousness blurring and he turned his head with difficulty to look behind him. When he saw Hinata Kangyu's eyes, his expression suddenly changed. You, how is it possible? Even though he was on the verge of death, he didn't care and tried desperately to touch Hinata Suyu's eyes. Because these eyes were a little too shocking for him. The reincarnation eye. But this is the dream pursued by the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. It was because the pursuit was hopeless that they used the eyes of so many clansmen to create a Pinduoduo version of the giant reincarnation eye and successfully slaughtered the entire clan. But now, the thing they had been dreaming of was actually found in the ninja world. How could Otsutsuki Naoto not be overwhelmed? Yes, this is my samsara eye. Hinata Kangyu nodded in acknowledgement. It's not that she doesn't know the truth that villains die because they talk too much, but because Otsutsuki Naoto is now heading towards death, and what she wants is for him to die peacefully. The other party's corpse. But she naturally had to preserve the food for her growth as well as possible. Even in the sneak attack just now, she did not stab the heart because she was afraid of damaging this key organ. Otsutsuki Naoto's obsessed look suddenly changed. No. Your eyes are not right. It's not the samsara eye yet. Could it be that? Since he controls the giant samsara eye, he naturally understands a lot of things and is now keenly aware of it. Although Hinata Sogetsu's eyes are very similar to the samsara eye, they are definitely not it. It has that flavor, but it's far from it. Considering this sudden ambush, he naturally remembered the conditions for truly awakening the samsara eye as stated in the prophecy. Complete Hamura bloodline. The bloodlines are divided into the Moon lineage and the Hyuga lineage of the ninja world. The opponent's current level obviously lacks the Moon Otsutsuki bloodline, so the opponent has only one target. Naoto Otsutsuki instantly understood what the other party's goal was. So, his choice was very simple. Destroy your own corpse. Once the enemy gathers all the bloodlines, he may awaken the real Rinnegan. At that time, the control of the giant Rinnegan may be taken away by him. This is something he absolutely would not allow. What a pity. I just thought of it now. Isn't it too late? A voice sounded in the forest, and at the same time, Otsutsuki Naoto's movements froze instantly. Chapter 436 Death Valley. Uchiha came out. Her eyes had now turned into the shape of our hands. Kaleidoscope. It was her illusion just now that caused Otsutsuki Naoto, whose condition in all aspects had fallen to the bottom, to stop. But she also paid a heavy price. Bleeding from the corner of the eye. For the filial son and the future Urjuzi, the kaleidoscope bleeding at any time is a completely basic operation and not a big deal. After all, how could they not pay a price for taking shortcuts and opening a kaleidoscope? But Uchihame's Mangeki foundation is extremely strong, so it is naturally impossible to be so fragile. This is the first time she has bled. But it is understandable. Previously, he used Tianyanhu too hard and directly exhausted his pupil power. Not long after I rested now, I entered the kaleidoscope again and fired a genjutsu, which was really hurtful. Fortunately, it's not two exclusive abilities or Susanoo, otherwise even if the Sharingan is blind, it won't be able to use it. But it was this last kaleidoscope illusion that directly cut off the opponent's hope of destroying his body. After all, he had suffered a lot of injuries and was already in his final state. Now he was controlled by an illusion and was hit GG without any explanation. A bloody plot like fighting for hundreds of rounds, then counter-attacking and exploding, may be popular in other places, but this is the ninja world. The battle process is naturally not long, and situations such as explosions are only suitable for the protagonist. For example, Hinata Kenji and Uchihame are more like villains, but they are not suitable for explosives. At best, they can be hidden deeply. Naoto Otsutsuki was well hidden, but who made him meet the time traveler Dohei? Not only did they start plotting against him years in advance, but they also knew his trump card in advance. A death that is not unjust. That's all I can say. Finally, Naoto Otsutsuki slowly closed his eyes with endless anger and unwillingness. Looking at us now, do we look like villains? Tang Ping's teasing voice sounded. Naturally, he arrived, but as soon as he arrived, he saw the death of his prey. It can only be said that Hinata Kengyu's advantage in assassination is too great, and she easily dispatched the opponent. It is not difficult to kill Naoto Otsutsuki. The key is to prevent the opponent from destroying his body. This is good stuff. Apart from the other party, the only person left in the world is Tonari Otsutsuki, a guy who is several years old. In other words, this corpse is the only bloodline of Moon Hamura branch in the ninja world. Of course, the pitch-black Zurong armor fell off Dohei's body as he walked out, revealing the Akatsuki organization uniform with black background and red clouds. Well, even now, they still maintain their disguise. Be careful to sail the ship that lasts 10,000 years. In a place like the ninja world, if you are not careful, you may capsize. Bending down, he opened a seal scroll. Untie. Tang Ping slapped it with his right hand, releasing a coffin-shaped metal instrument. It's a life support capsule. Specially prepared for this plan. Placing the corpse inside, coupled with his technical processing, is enough to ensure that the corpse maintains maximum activity. Only in this state can Tang Ping extract the bloodline he needs. Your hand. Uchihame, who was covering her eyes, asked worriedly. Because Tang Ping's right hand now looked like wood. Fine. Tang Ping shook his head, indicating that he had no problem. In fact, he has a huge problem now. In a short period of time, if you use immortal mode 3 times in a row, do you really think you have become an immortal? Just think about it and you will know that the future Prince Narumi has mastered the Sage mode and has never used this ultimate move as an ordinary ninjutsu, which proves how dangerous the Sage mode is. And when Tang Ping plays like this, he is simply running in the direction of seeking death. That is to say, the Holy Land is in hand, otherwise he would not pay this price. But it's not without its benefits. At least after his body adapts to such a concentration of natural energy, he will be able to have a pseudo-immortal body. Equivalent to the abilities of the Uzumaki clan and Yugo. And in the future, as Yutani grows, he will become a real immortal. There are already examples of this. Just look at the immortals of the 3 holy places and you will know what is the greatest benefit of mastering a holy place. It is precisely this benefit that is so great that Tanhei will not expose Yutani's existence. In fact, he has already felt the prying eyes of the 2 holy places. Does he really think he doesn't know why there are so many toads and snakes in the castle tower? Soon, the body was loaded into the life-sustaining capsule, and then Tang Ping sealed it into the scroll. Walk. He gave a low drink. Next, they will have to avoid the limelight. Because the strike of the star-shattering spear is completely devastating, a large number of scouts from various forces will soon arrive. If they don't leave, they may block the scene. No matter how weak they are still not something ordinary forces can deal with. But what are the benefits? They came to intercept Moon Otsutsuki. Now that they have achieved their goal, why not run away? Therefore, the three of them carefully concealed their whereabouts and rushed to the castle tower. It's just that the price they paid for this plan was not small. In addition to Uchihame's eye power being greatly damaged and unable to use the kaleidoscope for a long time, Dohei also needed a long time to let his body adapt to the erosion of natural energy. The only intact Hinata Kangya will probably need a long time to evolve after completing the reincarnation eye. It took a long time for Uchiha Madara to transform into the reincarnation eye. There is no reason why the promotion of the reincarnation eye should be so simple and straightforward. If you replenish your bloodline and then go to the giant reincarnation eye that swallows the moon, you might be able to be easily promoted. But if you don't find the Earth-Moon passage now, you will naturally be able to advance normally, and you won't be able to complete it quickly. Furthermore, Hinata Kangyu also had to complete the reincarnation as soon as possible, and there was no way to delay it. While it's hot, the stronger the extracted blood and gene activity, the better the effect. Otherwise, just pick it from a corpse. If he could get the blood and intact genes on the moon, he would not have to kill the other party. He could just quietly follow the other party to the moon to dig a grave. But if this is the case, the combat effectiveness of the three of them will be greatly affected in the following time, and they will not be able to fight at will. It is okay at ordinary times, but now the Mist Ninja army is not only attacking the castle tower, but also preparing to attack the Mist Ninja village. Once this opportunity is missed, it will be difficult to meet again. Now the progress of eroding the Sand Ninja village has just begun. It will take a long time to completely take it down, but the Mist Ninja can be controlled immediately. Therefore, Don Ping can't help but be tempted. It's just the Mist Ninja, do it. Even if several of his strongest combat forces can't take action, it doesn't mean that there is really no way. The current castle tower is not lacking in high-end combat power. Yakura, Yamamakoji, Uchiha Shizuka, Uchiha Xiang, and others are either cage level or quasi-cage, and they are definitely not weaker than the Mist Ninja. The same is true for elite Jonin. At most, they can't compete with the middle and lower level ninjas, but it will be different if they reveal their trump cards. And Doping has a way to disrupt the situation of the Mist Ninja. It is precisely because of these advantages that he said that this opportunity is rare. Not long after Doping and his team left the northern border of Konoha, a ninja rushed to the battlefield. Looking at the huge deep pit comparable to a lake, all the ninjas were stunned. A grass ninja was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Just like when the Konoha ninja saw the Valley of the End, they would have this reaction, thinking that this was a great feat like a god, which was completely beyond human power. Poisonous. Some ninjas felt something was wrong. Well, no matter how they explored, they didn't find any traces of poison, but felt that the chakra was particularly active. So, this huge deep pit directly caused a fight among the major forces. After all, it can make chakra extremely active, and the training efficiency has increased several times. Of course, they also noticed the consumption of vitality. But for ninjas, exchanging life force for power is a completely basic operation. Otherwise, no one would learn those forbidden techniques. However, ordinary people would die soon if they entered this area, so it is also called the Death Valley. Chapter 437 Blood Potion. Castle Tower. The three of Dohei have sneaked back. And Yamamakoji came back a few days earlier and forged the signs that Dohei and Hinata Sogitsu were traveling together. In this way, no one would suspect them of what happened in the Death Valley. After all, they were rushing to the castle tower at that time. It must be said that the shadow clone technique is really useful. Directly split two shadow clones, and then use the transformation technique. As long as no ninja comes forward to check, there is no flaw at all. As soon as he came back, Dohei went straight into the laboratory, while Hinata Sogitsu and Uchihame were guarding outside. The two took turns guarding. It's no wonder they are so serious, because they are all very clear about the importance. Even though they know it's safe here, they still have no intention of leaving. Who made it happen that spies from all the major forces are everywhere during this period? Especially White Zetsu. It's harder to guard against than any spy, so you have to be more careful. Fortunately, they were well prepared, so they wrapped the entire laboratory with steel plates. If it were a ninja village like Konoha, it would be impossible to play like this due to the steel production. But the castle tower, because it received the legacy of the empty ninja village, really beat the major forces in terms of steel production, so it can play like this. The benefit is naturally not to improve defense. Although this function exists, it is really not important to them. No matter how strong the defense is, can it be as reliable as theirs? So the biggest function of steel is to prevent the enemy from using earth escape to sneak in. This is the key. With this layer of steel plate isolation, it is difficult to sneak in whether it is earth escape or other methods. Of course, if it is an ungrateful wolf with space ability, there will naturally be a barrier to block it. If you don't know, it's fine. But if you know that the other party has space ability, then it's not a problem to come up with some defensive measures. At most, the material consumption is a little bit higher. There are indeed space-type barriers. Not to mention other aspects, Namikaze Minato's Flying Thunder God. Lightning Guide can directly transfer the Nine-Tails-tailed beast ball, and Denzo's inner four-symbol seal can also seal a bridge. Well, these are all applications of barriers in space. With Dohei's current sealing ability, it is naturally not a problem to come up with some defensive measures, so the focus of the steel plate is to prevent absolute. The only thing that is not isolated in the entire laboratory is the entrance and exit, so someone is needed to be in charge. In the past, there was no need to worry too much. After all, Dohei was not weak in doing experiments, but now he was directly backfired because he used the Sage mode too frequently, so someone is needed to be in charge. The reason for such urgency is naturally to avoid wasting materials. The blood must be taken while it is hot. Well, the hot here refers to active, not other things, don't get it wrong. Actually, there is a shortcut. Transplant. Just like in the original plot, the future Otsutsuki Tonari will take this path. But Dohei directly rejected this path. Because transplanting other people's organs can directly obtain the finished product, but it also limits the potential in disguise. At the same time, there is a big gap between your own things and others' things, and Nagato is the best example of this. So what he has to do is to the other party's blood was extracted. Blood. It refers to the blood of the Otsutsuki clan. In terms of blood purity, Hyuga Sogitsuo is actually far inferior to Hyuga Hinata, the crown princess. She is the white-eyed princess, and her blood purity is unprecedentedly high. It's a pity that she was wasted when she met Prince Naruto, the son of the Six Paths. If she had taken the heroine route, she might have been another Kaguya. No. We have prepared a script for her, and it might have started now. After all, on the way back, Uchiha passed on some news, which might have included the order to start the plan. If it was ordinary blood, it wouldn't be so troublesome to extract. But for the alien blood of the Otsutsuki clan, which can be called the strongest in the ninja world, Doping was naturally extremely careful. After nearly a week of sleepless nights, he finally completed his work. It's so beautiful. Doping put the test tube in his hand in front of his eyes. The light blue liquid is his harvest this week. For this thing, the laboratory was almost drained of all kinds of materials and consumables. If converted into money, the cost is at least more than 10 billion. And this does not include Doping's technical fee, otherwise it would not be too much to offer 10 billion taels. The consumption is so exaggerated because Doping wants to extract the blood as perfectly as possible. Facing the only two lunar branches of the Hamura bloodline in the ninja world, Doping is unwilling to waste even a little bit, so he will use whatever is effective and is not afraid of consumption. Money can be earned again, and materials can be slowly stored, but there are not many Otsutsuki branches. Rubbing his waist, Doping felt a deep fatigue. Fortunately, there is a clearing agent that allows him to maintain the sage time so that he can survive a week of sleepless nights. If it was like this before the time travel, maybe now he would have been invited to the VIP seat of the morgue. No. It seems that the reason why he traveled through time is because he worked overtime to death, right? So after he traveled through time and found that the local system was too rude and did not allow him to use the plug-in, he was ready to lie down and eat soft rice. If it was not for Denzo to use himself as a prop to blacken Kakashi, he would never stand up and continue to roll. If he rolled to death before traveling through time and rolled again after traveling through time, then wouldn't he have traveled through time in vain? It's a pity that there is no if. If he doesn't want to die, he can only roll. It's all Denzo's fault. While rubbing his waist, Doping kept cursing the Pot King in his heart. Sure enough, he felt much better this way. Press the button next to the experimental table. So Hyuga Kangyu and Uchiha Mie, who were outside the laboratory, received the signal at the first time and pushed the door in directly. Yes, you read it right, the laboratory door was not locked at all. Because if even they can't stand it, no matter how strong the door is, it's useless. This week, the two of them basically stayed outside and stayed there, so now they can naturally come in at the first time. As soon as they entered the laboratory, Haiga Kangyu's eyes were attracted by the light blue liquid in the reagent tube in Do Ping's hand. Instinct told her that it was what she had always dreamed of. Here, Tang Ping naturally noticed that Hinata Kangyu was different, and then threw the blood potion in his hand to her. The bottle mouth had a wooden stopper, so it would not shake out, and the test tube was made of special glass, so there would not be any dog blood plots where it was not caught and smashed on the ground. Pa! Hinata Kangyu instinctively took the test tube. At this moment, she was a little dazed, as if her IQ was offline. This situation was not exaggerated. It was like being hungry for a few days, and then seeing a delicious meal, no matter who it was, they would lose their minds. Let's start. Tang Ping signaled Hinata Kangyu to drink the blood potion he had carefully made. Even if he knew that she would enter the transformation period after drinking it, he didn't mind. Compared to gaining a super shadow level combat power, other things can be ignored. With super shadow level combat power, even if you lose the opportunity this time, you can slowly find another opportunity in the future. If the delay causes problems with the Samsara Eye, then Dohei will want to die. Because now there is only Otsutsuki Tonari left in the Hamura bloodline, if he wants to catch him, he must first find the Earth-Moon channel and then kill on the moon. The difficulty can be imagined. So, Dohei will naturally not make the wrong choice this time. Hearing this, Hinata Kangyu decisively pulled out the cork and drank the bottle of light blue potion under the envious and jealous eyes of Uchihame. As long as the genes are completed and the other party's blood is absorbed, the purity of her blood can be improved, at least not weaker than the White Eye Princess. The laboratory has everything, and it is even more convenient than the hospital, so Dohei will let Hinata Kangyu take the blood potion here instead of somewhere else. After drinking it, Hinata Kangyu closed her eyes and felt the changes in her body. There was no violent movement. This also made Dohei secretly relieved. If there is any drastic change, it is not promotion and transformation, but mutation. Because his completion plan is based on Hinata Kangyu, using the other party's bloodline to complete and improve, not replace the other party's bloodline, so he is so gentle. Of course, this has higher potential and greater controllability. But the disadvantage is that it takes time to grow, rather than directly entering the peak state. After a while, Hinata Kangyu opened her eyes again, revealing an amazing scene. Chapter 438. The sea is wide enough for fish to leap, and the sky is high enough for birds to fly. Brilliant and gorgeous. A pair of sky blue star-like pupils appeared in the eyes of Hinata Kangyu. As we all know, when the Byakugan is used, veins will bulge around the corners of the eyes, which does not look good and the appearance will be greatly reduced. But the Tensagen is different. When used, the eyes will emit light blue light, making it appear mysterious and gorgeous. It is extremely beautiful and can even enhance the user's appearance. Generally speaking, let's not talk about ability, but in terms of appearance, Tensagen is far ahead. Whether you are strong or not is a temporary matter, and whether you are beautiful or not is a lifelong matter. This alone is worth a lot of money. And Hinata Kangetsu, who uses the Tsengagen, feels like her appearance has improved at this time. Her appearance is obviously at the ceiling level, but now that she activates the Tsengagen, she looks like a goddess in the sky. With her figure, her pure lust is off the charts. By the way, she also showed her smooth and white forehead. Yes, the caged bird disappeared. From now on, the sea is as wide as the fish can leap, and the sky is as high as the birds can fly. So there were faint traces of tears flashing in the corners of Hinata Kangyu's eyes. No. Tang Ping suddenly came to his senses. He clearly wanted to see the reincarnated eye, but not for his looks. Stop it. He opened his mouth to give instructions. Since the choice is to enhance potential and fusion, not to transplant organs to obtain reincarnated eyes, it is naturally not suitable to start testing immediately at this stage. But just by looking at it, you can tell that it has skipped the fetal movement stage and become the real reincarnated eye. It may be that due to insufficient growth, the strength will not instantly enter the super shadow level, but the qualitative aspect has already entered. In other words, Hinata Kangyu will be able to enter the super shadow level after a while, and will be able to withstand the samsara eye head-on. Note, what we are talking about here is the non-original owner, that is, the reincarnation eye in Nagato's eyes. If it were the original owner, Madara, the newly promoted Sangshengan would naturally not be able to compare with his samsara eye. It's not the difference between bloodline boundaries, but the difference between bloodline masters. Hinata Kangyu obediently closed her reincarnated eye state and covered her forehead to disguise herself. After being promoted to the Tsangagangan, a large number of abilities had flooded into her mind, making her want to try them. However, she trusted Tanghei more, so she did not try them. Next, don't use the reincarnationen. Please refine more chakra and input it into the reincarnationen. Tang Ping explained the precautions. The current Tensagan is like a sapling, which requires a lot of time and nutrients to grow. But it's best not to use it until it grows up. It's not impossible to use it, but it's easy to get injured and even affect your final growth. Yes. Sun nodded towards Kangyu. Then let's deal with the attacking Mist Ninja army first. Uchiha asked. Now the opponent's offensive is getting stronger and stronger, and the front line can no longer withstand it. It's not that the high-end combat power suffered a loss, but that they directly engaged in a war of attrition and made it clear that they would use this method to bring down the castle tower. And there are too many tricks in this attack by the Mist Ninja army. Just like the number of Mist Ninjas is in the thousands, but after many people died, there are still thousands, so the defense line of the castle tower is indeed somewhat dangerous. No, first think of a way to make the opponent chaotic, and then think of a way to counterattack Kirigakure village in one go. Tang Ping stated his plan. Yes, his plan has not changed. Take control of Kirigakure village. He was not willing to miss this opportunity. Isn't Kirigakure village very stable after the fourth generation came to power? How can we let the other side get into chaos? Uchiha asked. As a high-ranking official who often takes charge of affairs on behalf of Tanghei, she naturally knows the situation in Kirigakure village. Although the Kingdom of Water is conservative and exclusive, and because it is overseas, it is extremely difficult to investigate, but it is still possible to know something about their castle tower. Whoever allows them to open a trade route will naturally be able to get access to some information. Stable, that's not necessarily true. Tang Ping's expression was very subtle. Because the fourth Mizukage Yagura is the puppet of Byakugan Wolf, the other party's goal is not to control Kirigakure village, this is just incidental. The opponent's main goal is to torment Kirigakure village. In the eyes of Bai Yanlang, his own Lin would die in the hands of the Kirigakure. For him, a love brain, it doesn't matter whether Kirigakure village can be controlled or not, but he must die. Therefore, the current Kirigakure village is called the Blood Mist village. Every aspect is much more cruel than before. The three major families of Mist Ninja. Ghost Lamp, Mizunozuki, Kagaya. At this time, the Ghost Lantern clan had turned into a flat shape, and they were all huddled in the river country. Even the Tendo Ghost Lamp Full Moon is working for the castle tower. Therefore, the three major ninja clans can now be called the two major ninja clans. No. Now something has happened to the Minajiki clan. It's not that Dohei has any special spies in Kirigakure village. Although Kisame is one of his people, he has already infiltrated the Akatsuki organization, so there is no way to find out information about Kirigakure village for him. But he can analyze it. There isn't even a Minajiki in the current Mist Ninja army. If you can't analyze it, there is something wrong with your IQ. And more than that. If I remember correctly, the Kagaya clan will also rebel in the near future. It can only be said that Wuyin village was crippled by its own shadow. Now, no matter how big the loss on the front line is, the white-eyed wolf will not feel any heartache. Instead, he will feel extremely relieved. At the same time, it can weaken the castle tower, which is a huge gain for him. However, Dohei's plan was naturally to expose the other party and cause chaos within Kirigakure village. Of course, the revelation here does not mean exposing his identity, it just proves that the fourth Mizukage is being manipulated. In this way, Kirigakure village can't even think about it without chaos. Once chaos breaks out in the rear, the frontline army will definitely be greatly affected, and then they can take the opportunity to counterattack. Take advantage of Kirito Ninja's illness and take advantage of Kirito Ninja's life. Therefore, the front line is not in a hurry to solve the problem, and it does not mess up the opponent's rear. No matter how many people die on the front line, the opponent will not be heartbroken. After making the decision, Tang Ping did not act in a hurry. Instead, he returned to his residence to rest after he was ready to go. But when he returned to his residence, he was a little stunned. Lord Tanghei. A cute little girl with red hair spoke. It's fragrant scales. Besides her, there are also the sharp-toothed Oni Deng Suijutsu, the white-haired and purple-eyed Ziu, and the blonde-haired and blue-eyed Nariko Uzumaki. Except for Nariko, who is the youngest, the remaining ones are all 5 or 6 years old. The originally tidy living room was now occupied by snacks and toys. Obviously, a few little guys took advantage of their absence and used this place as their secret base. Its fragrant scales. Tang Ping touched the short red hair with swirling fragrant scales like a little adult. Lord Tang He. Uzumaki Xionglin's face turned red and he was breathing heavily. Tang Ping was confused and didn't understand what was going on with the other party. Shouldn't this state be exclusive to the second pillar? I'm going to rest first. You'd better clean up this place quickly. Mei Yi and Kang Yu will be back soon. Tang Ping walked towards the room and left a message of encouragement. For these little ones, Uchiha Mei is their natural enemy. When they meet each other, no matter how courageous or naughty they are, they don't dare to stab each other. It's like a student meeting a dean, it's a perfect experience. Therefore, before Tang Ping returned to the room, he heard the frantic sound of tidying up in the living room. Even if you are only a few years old, in the ninja world, you will not be taught a lesson just because you are young, you will only be punished worse. Tang Ping also quickly fell asleep. Staying awake for a week and relying entirely on Qingming pills was a heavy burden on him. It's just that I can only hold on in order to extract the blood veins as perfectly as possible. Now I can naturally relax and have a rest. By the time he woke up again, a day had passed. Chapter 439 Red Eyes, Your man is so sweet. What? Death Valley. Are you sure you're right? Dohei woke up and just finished washing when he heard Uchiha Mei's voice coming from the living room. When he arrived in the living room, he happened to see 3, 1, and 4 small animals wearing training clothes, leaning against the wall and leaning into a horse stance, with a basin of water above their heads. As long as anyone moves, the water basin above his head will overturn and rain directly on his head. So cruel. The corners of Tang Run's mouth twitched. Even Uzumaki Nariko, who was less than 4 years old, treated everyone equally and showed no mercy at all. If it were the world before time travel, this would be child abuse. But in the ninja world? This is already extremely gentle. For details, please refer to a certain filial son who was taken to the battlefield at how old he was. That's called shock education. In comparison, this kind of thing is really nothing. However, after seeing Tang Ping, the 4 little ones all blinked at him desperately, asking him to help and plead for mercy. There was no other way. When facing Uchiha Mei, several people were completely suppressed by blood. Not to mention begging for mercy, they didn't even dare to say more. They could only place their hope in Tang He. It can only be said that Tang Ping really has nothing to do with the word Master Yan. Glancing at Uchiha Mei who was sitting on the sofa and talking to Uchiha Shizuka, Dohei walked over. Seeing the appearance of Dohei, Uchiha Shizuka instantly showed a motherly smile on her face, and asked aloud. How was your rest? As the spokesperson of Uchiha Mei, she naturally knew the movements of Dohei and the others, and also knew that Dohei had slept for a whole day. Not bad, what happened? Tang He answered the words casually. As for interceding for the little guys, he took a look at Mei Uchiha, who was full of aura next to him and looked like a domineering president. He still followed his heart. Now Konoha, Iwa Ninja, Kusagakuer village and other forces are all going to war because of the Death Valley that has just appeared. Uchiha Shizuka reported again. After hearing this, Tang Ping's mouth twitched, because he had determined that the so-called Death Valley was exactly where the star-shattering spear from his previous attack came out. But he really didn't expect where chakra could be activated. But after thinking about it, the Star Ninja Village also uses the star to practice in order to quickly improve its strength, and it can even be used to practice special ninjutsu like the peacock mystical technique. The radiation from the stars, or uranium, is indeed very beneficial to the ninja's chakra practice, but the price is a short life. For people in the world before crossing over, it is impossible for many people to exchange a short life for a little speed of practice. But in the cruel ninja world, this is a great benefit, worth countless people fighting for, so this situation will occur. And Uchiha Mei naturally understood what the so-called Death Valley was, so she looked over. The meaning was also very clear, let Do Ping explain it. Uchiha Shizuka didn't know that they had intercepted the Otsutsuki, so she sent this news urgently. A special energy can indeed activate the body and promote chakra practice, but it is very harmful, and it will disappear after a short period of time. Do Ping thought about it and explained it. By the way, radiation can't exist for too long. After all, this is the ninja world, not the world before crossing over. The rules are different, and the performance is naturally different. There are even aliens and gods. Different rules are completely basic operations. Is that so? Uchiha Shizuka looked a little disappointed. She originally thought that this was some kind of training ground, and they would be able to find a way to get their hands on it in the future, but she didn't expect it to be like this. No. She suddenly realized that Death Valley had only appeared not long ago, so how did Tang Ping know so much about it? But she didn't ask this question. Because the other party was the master of the castle tower and her superior, it was not surprising that the other party had secrets. By the way, how are the preparations going? Tang Ping asked. He had explained it in advance before taking a break. I have contacted the other party. Uchiha Shizuka nodded. Yes, the task assigned yesterday was to find a way to meet someone and prepare a route to the land of water in secret. At other times, there would be no need to prepare at all. But now the Mist Ninja army is attacking the castle tower, and the two sides are fighting fiercely. It would be extremely troublesome to go to the land of water. That's good. Tang Ping got up and prepared to leave. This time, he wanted to go alone. The reason is very simple. Uchiha Mei is in charge of the castle tower, and Hyaga Sogetsuo is the best to nurture the Samsara Eye. Only he is free. Do you want someone to accompany you? Uchiha Mei asked calmly, as if she didn't care about him at all. A typical Uchiha tsundere. No, it's easier for me to act alone. Dohei shook his head. He didn't say anything nonsense. If you are not strong enough, it would be a burden to follow him. Just like the second generation Hokage, if it wasn't for protecting his own shadow guard, he didn't need to stay behind. At the same time, even if he can't use the Sage mode, he is definitely a cage-level strongman just by relying on fire release. Not to mention such a strong strength, he also has several life-saving abilities. If he wants to leave, there are really few people who can stop him. Okay then. Uchiha Mei naturally understood this, so he didn't insist. Before walking to the door, Dohei glanced at the little guys and persuaded them. They have already received the lesson they deserved, right? I'm leaving first. Seeing that Uchiha Mei's face was not good, Dohei said that he was leaving a look of helplessness to the little ones and then left. Because he knew that Uchiha Mei's approach was right. In the cruel place of the ninja world, if you are not strict, just think about classmate Noeki and you will know. The battlefield will not care about your identity and background. If you are not strong enough, you will die. Noeki. Can you open me to this? That's right. Dohei really has a new idea. For example, how to repay Tsunade's favor and discuss the Konoha high level at the same time. If the Senjo lineage has a bloodline again, I don't know what Sarutobi Hiruzen will choose in the future. The biggest help for him to hold the position of Hokage is that he inherited the Senjo legacy. Otherwise, do you really think that the strength of their Konoha F4 can really suppress the strength of the Hyaga and Uchiha families? Of course, this is just an idea, and the conditions are not yet ripe. After leaving the house, I saw a beautiful woman with black shawl hair, a white and tender face like jade, pure and beautiful, and a loose white martial arts uniform that could not cover her figure. There were many passers-by, but no one noticed such a beautiful woman, as if they didn't see it, which seemed extremely strange. Dohei-kun, it's wrong to sneak away alone. The beautiful woman shook her finger with a naughty tone. Yes, it was Hyaga Kangyu. After having the true reincarnation eye and directly removing the restraints on her body, she underwent a transformation. She cried last night. Because the bird in the cage was her nightmare, now that this nightmare was finally broken, how could she not undergo a complete transformation? Even the bandage or forehead protector on her forehead was removed, revealing her smooth and delicate forehead. Now, even if they met the Hyaga clan in the village, they would not recognize that the super beauty in front of them with a pure and beautiful face and blue eyes was the timid and ordinary Hyaga Kangyu. Usually, it was a disguise, and now that the disguise is gone, the appearance has naturally changed dramatically. Your eyes. Tang Ping wanted to refuse Hinata Kangyu to follow. Because the reincarnation eye at this time is not suitable for fighting. No, it's just that it's inconvenient to use those pupil skills, but basic observation is still no problem, and you don't want to be ambushed during the negotiation, right, Tang Ping? Hinata Kangyu explained. After more than a day, she has become familiar with the transformed reincarnation eye and obtained this information. In short, using pupil skills will affect growth, but basic observation ability will not be affected much, so it is still necessary to bring her along. Okay. Tang Ping nodded after considering it. Because this super-humanoid radar is indeed necessary. If the other party is not there, even if Zetsu follows, he can't detect it, and the plan will definitely be affected. So, there is one more person setting off this time. And Hinata Kangyu glanced at the house behind. Red Eyes, your man is so fragrant. After reading it, with a smile from the heart on his face, he followed Tang Ping's footsteps. Chapter 440 Old Fox. On a coast of the Land of Water. A small boat slowly stopped. This place is only a few hundred kilometers away from the Hidden Mist village. For a senior ninja, if the chakra consumption is not counted, it can be reached within 2 hours. Step. Wearing a cloak, Tang Ping took Hinata Kangyu off the boat. Although it is possible to come here by stepping on the water, it is a bit too tiring, so if there is a choice, it is natural to take a boat. And the boat was also arranged by the other party, probably to prevent Tang Ping from doing anything. After all, this meeting must not be known to others. Because the two parties meeting are the castle tower and the high-level officials of the Hidden Mist village who are fighting hard. Just after landing, Tang Ping has seen a bald old man standing on a stone, holding a snake staff and wearing loose long clothes. Master. He is also the real evergreen tree and boss of the Hidden Mist village. To put it bluntly, the opponent's power is not much weaker than the Mizukage, and he also has a high status. It is equivalent to the enhanced version of Cho of Sand Village. There are 4 figures standing behind the opponent. 2 of them are acquaintances. One is Mei Terumi, who has a charming and seductive temperament at a young age, and the other is Ching, who wears an eye mask. Judging from the aura, the remaining 2 should be elite jonin. And Dohei's eyes are on Mei Terumi. Quasi-Kage? The opponent's strength gave him a faint sense of threat, so he must have crossed that boundary line. Although he knew that the opponent was talented, Dohei really didn't expect him to be so powerful. Is it amazing to have 2 bloodline limits? Sorry, it is really amazing. Because Mei Terumi is not only talented, but also because she has seen the talents and strengths of Dohei and others, her efforts and mentality are different from the original plot. The key is the deal with the castle tower, which allowed him to obtain a lot of resources, so he was able to enter the quasi-shadow level in advance. And Haiga Kangyu passed some news to Tang Ping. There are still people hiding around. Of course, it's not to ambush them, but to protect himself. Who made Tang Ping's record too exaggerated? Even the 3rd generation of Mizukage died in his hands. It's completely suicidal to meet him without a few preparations. These ambushes are also a warning, that is, to let Tang Ping not mess around. It is precisely because of these considerations that Tang Ping will let the other party choose and arrange the meeting place. Focusing on sincerity is the best killer move. If he hadn't arranged it this way, would you really think that Yuan Shi would take the risk to meet a leader of a hostile force? Elder Yuan Shi really thinks highly of me and prepared such a big battle. Tang Ping walked over and mocked. At the same time, it also means that he knows your arrangements, but still stays, fully demonstrating his sincerity. Facing the famous purifying flame, how could I not be more prepared? Although the master is not young, he is completely shameless. He flatters Dohei to defuse his ambush. Old fox! Dohei cursed in his heart. When he walked a few meters away from the other party, Terumi Mei intentionally or unintentionally blocked in front of Dohei. With her current strength, combined with 2 blood limit, she is indeed capable of stopping him for a while. So Dohei stopped. He knew that the other party would not let him get closer, so he spoke directly. What I am going to say next is related to the life and death of the Hidden Mist village. Are you sure they know it? He glanced around when he spoke. Hearing this, the master thought about it and waved his hand around. After receiving the order, the ninjas hiding in the dark retreated a distance. Even the 4 people around him. But the master called Terumi Mei. Ming, you stay. The other party was the next Mizukage he favored, and he also personally trained his juniors, so he naturally had to stay at this time. After Tang Ping and others left, he continued. I wonder if the master elder feels that the 4th Mizukage has changed greatly compared to before, and the Hidden Mist village is also constantly heading for destruction in his hands. He was not talking nonsense. The village of Blood Mist. Just listening to it, you can tell what state the Hidden Mist village is in now. One by one, the blood limit families, was eliminated by Mizukage's butcher knife. Although this can solve the long-standing problems of Kirigakure village, which are internal power struggles and resource monopoly. But Mizukage did it too fast and too brilliantly. It directly caused fear and dissatisfaction among the major bloodline families. If there hadn't been a sudden attack on the castle tower, there might have been a fight within. Everything Mr. Mizukage did was for the village. You dare to slander him? Aren't you afraid that you will not be able to go back because of your old age? Master Yuan spoke with an ugly face, as if he was loyal to Mizukage. However, none of the people present made any movement, and were not nervous because of his falling out. Because at this glance, you can tell that it is a bluff and there is no anger at all. 0 points. Tang Ping watched the other party's performance and directly gave him a rating. The other party may be older, and because he has not been a ninja for many years, his acting skills have deteriorated greatly. Even anyone, let alone them, can see the flaws. Therefore Terumi Mei didn't make any move, otherwise she would have taken action immediately. Okay, I don't believe you haven't doubted it. Now I can tell you for sure that you are right, there is indeed something wrong with the fourth Mizukage. Tang Ping didn't bother to compete with the other party's acting skills, so he directly pointed out this point. The other party will definitely doubt the fourth Mizukage. After all, the changes before and after he ascended to the throne are indeed a bit too great. In the ninja world, various methods emerge in an endless stream, and suspicion is the normal operation of ninjas. After a moment of silence, Master Yuan asked. And when he asked this question, it proved that he was indeed suspicious of the fourth Mizukage. But this surprised Terumi Mei on the side. Because she never thought that the elder Yuanqi, who was the pillar of the village, would doubt Mizukage. In other words, Tang Ping cannot read minds. Otherwise, you would tell Terumi Mei that if you didn't exist, you would also doubt the Mizukage, and you would kick him down and take the Mizukage's position. It's just that due to the influence of Dohei and the castle tower, Terumi Mei took a different route from his original one, so he didn't doubt Mizukage at all. At most, he felt that the other party's methods were a little too cruel. Of course I have the evidence, but Master Yuan, don't you think we should show some sincerity first? Tang Ping did not respond directly, but said that he wanted to get the benefits first. To be honest, the biggest benefit is the civil strife in Kirigakure village. This is his goal. As for other things, after the Kirigakure village is conquered, the entire village will be yours, and there's nothing you can't get. But if he doesn't act greedy, Master Yuan, an old fox, will definitely suspect that he has other goals. Sincerity, what do you want? Master Yuan thought for a while and felt that it was appropriate to pay some price to obtain the evidence, even if the frontline army retreated. Anyway, he didn't think the Mist Ninja could really conquer Konoha, so it wouldn't be bad to use the withdrawal as a bargaining chip. Unfortunately, what he didn't know was that Tang Ping's appetite far exceeded his imagination. Hidden Mist Village. Even the entire Kingdom of Water is what Tang Ping really wants. Once Tang Ping obtained this isolated overseas territory, he had a super rare area. Especially the Blood Mist strategy of the Hidden Mist Village is to his liking. Because of this, the other great ninja villages knew almost nothing about Kirigakure, which naturally made his actions easier. By then, no matter how he plays in Kirigakure village, the other major ninja villages may not know about it. I want to know what other forces are involved in this Mist Ninja attack. Tang Ping said what he wanted. Although this is just a shield, it is indeed what he wants. Can. Master Yuan nodded without any hesitation. He has no burden at all to betray these guys, and he is even eager to do so. Chapter 441 Forced into the Palace. The name of the Kingdom of Water, the name of the Kingdom of Fire. Tang Ping didn't feel too surprised when he heard the names coming out of Master Yuan's mouth. Well, it's impossible for the other party to deceive him with false news, because there are many ways to verify it. No wonder the Mist Ninja Army is not afraid of consumption, and directly competes with them for consumption. It's all because other children will never die. Noble. It seems that Dohei defeated the Daimyo coalition last time. Although a secret agreement was reached to cease the war, the other party did not do anything on the surface, but they took action secretly. After discovering that the Mist Ninja Army was attacking the castle tower, they immediately took action in terms of supplies and manpower. No wonder the Mist Ninja Army, which has always been short of supplies, took its time and just spent time with the castle tower this time. Good news. For Tang Ping, this is good news. Because if the Kirigakure army does not continue to attack, how can he attack Kirigakure village without being alerted? It would be better if the damage is greater, and the counterattack will be more logical. Now you know the name, any evidence? After Master Yuan finished naming the forces involved in the Mist Ninja attack, he directly asked for evidence. If you let Ao observe the water shadow with that white eye, won't you know everything? Tang Ping gave a solution. As long as he presents the evidence, no matter what it is, the other party will have it suspected. But if it is the evidence that the other party finds out by himself, it will be irrefutable evidence. What? Terumi Mei never expected that the verification method would be so simple. But to keep it simple, under normal circumstances, it is impossible for anyone to look at the reflection of their own water with white eyes. That would be quite offensive. If Tanghei suggested a way to arrest Mizukage, it would be impossible for Yuanshi to agree to it. But if you just use the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan that you snatched to explore, it will naturally not be a problem. You must stay in Kirigakure village until we get the results. Master Yuan decisively gave restrictions. The transaction between the two parties is not over, it must be verified before it is over. Even if Master Yuan knew that the other party took such a big risk to come to the Kingdom of Water and could not play tricks on him, he would not jump to conclusions easily. Because this matter was so important, even if it was just to keep it secret, he had to restrain Tang Ping first, so that he could deal with it calmly no matter what plan he had. Of course, Tang Ping had already expected this, so he nodded slightly to express his agreement to this condition. So, a group of them quickly rushed to Kirigakure village. Of course, the one responsible for guarding Dohei and Hinata Sogitsu was Terumi Mei. The relationship between the two parties is extremely complicated. In the past, Tang Ping captured the opponent's team, and later everyone did trade together. At the same time, the opponent would occasionally go to the castle tower to find trouble. And it was also because of Terumi Mei's influence that the remaining members of the Oniden clan were able to move to the castle tower. Without her, the Ghost Lantern clan might only have 3 or 2 big cats and kittens left in the future. It would be impossible for them to survive like they are today, with thousands of people still alive. What did you come for this time? While on the way, Terumi Mei turned around and asked Dohei next to her. I said I came to see a show, do you believe it? Of course it is impossible for Tang Ping to tell the truth. If he dares to tell the truth, the other party will immediately melt him directly with melting escape. Because he came to stir up civil strife in Kirikage, so that the castle tower could take the opportunity to counterattack, directly enter Kirikage village, occupy the entire village, and then devour the Kingdom of Water. The plan is huge. But if it succeeds, the power under Tang Ping's command will increase significantly. Terumi Mei has an extremely good mind, so she naturally understood that Dohei must have another goal, so she snorted disdainfully. Do you think I'm a fool? The other party must be trying to take the opportunity to make the Mist Ninja take care of themselves, so that the Mist Ninja army can retreat. At this point, both Master Yuan and her had the idea of retreating. Because the effort is not proportional to the benefit. Even if they really capture the castle tower, once Konoha takes action, they will not be able to stand firm. It is better to retreat directly and let those forces stand in front and help them with Kirigakure village as a shield. This is also the reason why Yuanshi and she didn't care too much even though they saw Tang Ping's goal. In fact, how could anyone think that Tang Ping's appetite would be so huge? The distance of several hundred kilometers only took less than half a day under the urging of Master Yuan, who was eager to return to the village. And halfway through, Yuanshi had already sent messages to the major ninja clans and village senior officials, fully demonstrating his connections and power. The uncrowned king. It's almost at this level. Therefore, when they arrived at Kirigakure village, there was already an undercurrent surging. This is also Master Yuan's gamble on his own prestige. Even without Dohei's transaction, he, who had long suspected that the 4th Mizukage would have taken such a gamble sooner or later. After all, the village is the bottom line of Yuanshi. If it was for the good of the village, even if the major ninja clans were slaughtered, he could just pretend that he didn't see it. But if he wants to destroy the village, then he will drag the other party into hell even if he has to sacrifice everything. Wow! It was drizzling in the dark sky. In the Kingdom of Water, this kind of weather is the norm. Sunny weather is extremely rare in the Kingdom of Water. A few days a year are considered good. It is precisely because of such a harsh environment that the food shortage in the Kingdom of Water is astonishing. Anyway, in the past few years, the Kingdom of Water has been able to reduce the number of people dying, and everyone has to pay tribute to the castle tower. It is their large amount of food imports that has greatly reduced the number of people who starve to death. Of course, the castle tower has also gained massive benefits from trade, otherwise the development speed would not be so exaggerated. There is a very big difference between the castle tower and other major ninja villages. Positioning and identity. The ninja village positions itself as a thug, and everything serves this purpose, and it never even goes beyond it. But the castle tower is positioned as a ruling force. Not only the work of ordinary ninjas, but also various tasks. At the same time, government decrees, business development, etc. will also be formulated. Strictly speaking, it is equivalent to a combination of the ninja village and the country. It's just that because of its small size, other forces have not noticed the difference. In terms of system, this kind of economic and force combined force is indeed much more advanced than the one country, one village system in the ninja world, which is also the reason for the exaggerated development speed. The streets were deserted at this time. The villagers of Ninja Village may not have much strength, but they are extremely sensitive to danger. At this time, they all huddled in a safe place. Although most of the fog ninjas are on the front line, there are still many ninjas in the village, so you can see ninjas everywhere. However, these people are roughly divided into two sides confronting each other. One side is loyal to the Mizukage, and the other side is loyal to the Genshi and the major ninja clans. The total number is almost 2,000. It's not that there are only this number of ninjas in Kirigakure village, but because most of them are scattered outside, there is no way to get back in just half a day. Especially the army on the front line can be called direct descendants of Mizukage. That's why Master Yuan must seize the time to launch an attack. Once the news leaks out and Mizukage is asked to bring back the frontline troops, a civil war may break out in Kirigakure village. Now, with his prestige and power, he can still suppress Mizukage and achieve his goal easily. Dohei and Hinata Sogitsu, under the protection of Terumi Mei and a group of Kirigakure Enbu, stood not far from the pen barrel-shaped Mizukage building and observed the movement. The air was as silent as ice, with only the sound of drizzle echoing. Ta-ta! Master Yuan emerged from the protection of a group of ninjas. I, Yuanji, the elder of Kirigakure village, have something to ask of Lord Mizukage. Please come out and see me. He went straight to the point. As an elder, he is naturally qualified to meet Mizukage, and it is impossible for him not to meet him. But with the current battle, the situation becomes very interesting. However, Master Yuan's intention was very obvious, which was to let Shui Ying come out to see him. If no one really knew what happened in the Shui Ying building, it would be better to explain the matter clearly in front of everyone under the spotlight. If you have wronged Shui King, you can give the other party an explanation and prevent the matter from getting out of hand. It can only be said that Master Yuan has considered everything. And Tanghei received a look of approval from Hinata Kangyu. There is a good show to watch. If White-Eyed Wolf was there, the scene that happened next would be so beautiful that he wouldn't dare to look at it. It would be strange. Chapter 442 Mist Ninja Civil War? In front of the Mizukage building. The ninjas on both sides seemed to start fighting even if they disagreed. The two figures in the middle of the circle are facing each other. It is naturally impossible for Goto Kibanayagura, the fourth Mizukage, not to appear. Elder Yuanji, what are you trying to do? Rebellion. After looking around, Gojo Yagura's tone contained a hint of dissatisfaction and threat. After all, he is also a water shadow. If he really wants to fight, even though Yuanji has a very high prestige, it is definitely not as good as the prestige of a village shadow. If you want to overthrow Ying and launch a rebellion, it is impossible to succeed in such hasty actions. No, I just don't understand something in my heart, so I want Mizukage-sama to explain it to me. Master Yuan's acting skills were excellent, as if he really just wanted something to happen and wanted the other person to explain it to him. There is no way, now Qing Zheng is hiding in the dark, we must wait for time for him to observe. Normally, using the Byakugan wouldn't be so troublesome for the Hyuga clan, but Ao's Byakugan is coming, and it's extremely troublesome to use it, and you have to find a way to cover it up, so it really takes some time. Therefore, the two sides naturally competed with each other in the square. But Tang Ping's face looked a little strange. Because he discovered that the other party's acting skills were not only amazing, but also perfect. If he hadn't known everything in advance, he might have really thought that the other party was looking for Mizukage because of something important. If you don't look at the tense and strange situation around you. Naturally, it was impossible for the White-Eyed Wolf hiding in the dark to miss this scene, so he also began to make small moves. Hinata Kangyu wore the same Mist Ninja Anbu mask as Dohei, disguised as an Anbu. She secretly watched the movements of the white-eyed wolf, and directly gave Dohei a code to find the target. Seeing this, Tang Ping felt relieved. He is not afraid that the other party will cause trouble, but what he fears most is that the other party will not cause trouble. It would be best to destroy Kirigakure village. Although this way he won't get much loot in the end, it can still allow him to abandon the burden of Kirigakure village and rebuild his own misty hidden village directly on the ruins. On the square. Master Yuan's goal today should be more than that simple, right? Gaji Yagura looked at Yuanqi with an evil look. As a perfect Jinhuriki and a cage-level powerhouse, the fourth Mizu cage is really powerful once he gets serious. Anyway, some of the weak ninjas around them felt the pressure. But Yuanqi, an old guy who looked like he was about to die, was not affected. He just looked at Gojo Yagura in front of him with a sad look in his eyes. Yagura, you are not you anymore, right? As the elder of the village, he had watched the other party grow up, so after deliberately testing it, even though Qing had not yet confirmed it, he already had the answer in his heart. Elder Yuanqi, what are you talking about? Gojo Yagura looked puzzled, and then said loudly, all mist ninjas obey orders. It seems that he is ready to order the suppression of the rebellion. You are not Mizu Cage. A voice sounded from the crowd behind Master Yuan, and then someone walked out. Green. At this time, he took off the blindfold, and the veins around the transplanted white eye of the Zone family bulged, making it look a little more ferocious. In Ao's eyes, there was an extra color in Yagura's mind that did not belong to his own chakra. Obviously, the other party is really being controlled. If anyone else had said it, the mist ninjas would definitely not believe it. But the person who spoke was Qing, the one who transplanted Hinata. People who roll their eyes at the main family inevitably make people suspicious. You traitors, do you want to slander me in order to usurp the position of Mizu Cage? Kurotachi Yagura naturally couldn't admit it and directly refuted it. And there were many mist ninjas who agreed with him. After all, this kind of evidence can't make everyone believe it directly. Do Ping naturally knew this a long time ago, so he was sure that he could cause civil strife in the hidden mist village. If there was any ironclad evidence, he couldn't produce it. Protect the Mizu Cage. Anbu and mist ninjas gathered around Kurotachi Yagura and confronted the ninjas from the major families and forces behind the master. The smell of gunpowder was full. No one expected that things would enter this state. The point is that the mist ninjas don't have any good means to remove illusions. Normal illusions can naturally be removed. But the Mangekyo illusion, even if Uchihame is asked to come, it may not be removed. If the target of the spell was her, she would not be afraid at all with her much stronger pupil power, but removing the illusion of others is a technical job. If you really use your pupil power to mess around, you will lose the person while removing the illusion. If it was Uchiha Shizuka, her skills would be fine, but her pupil power was too far behind Uchihame, so there was no good way. Of course, this kind of illusion cannot be performed with just a glance. In addition to the special Mangekyo technique, it also requires a long time to cast the illusion to achieve this level. Therefore, the white-eyed wolf could not leave the hidden mist village for a long time, because he knew that if he did not come back for a long time, the illusion might be broken by the other party. Kill these rebel ninjas. Kurotachi Yagura gave an angry order. Then he formed a seal to summon his iron stick with a hook on the top, and then his purple eyes flashed with a resolute killing intent, as if he was really angry about the rebellion started by the master. In fact, anyone with a clear mind could see that the Yuanqi had no intention of rebellion. If he really wanted to rebel, he would have raided the Mizu Cage building and caught them by surprise. How could he force the Mizu Cage to come out and meet him? But even if he had doubts in his heart. But all the ninjas on the Mizukage side drew their swords without any mercy, ready to fight for the Mizu Cage. Cage. He is the head of the village and the leader of the mist ninjas. How could he disobey the orders of others just because of a little doubt from others? Kill. Clear out the rebels. Protect the Mizu Cage. The battle between the two sides began. Just then, a figure wearing a black background and red clouds stood far away in the shadow of a building, watching the battlefield in front of the Mizu Cage building. It started. The figure sighed, and his tone was full of anticipation, as if this scene was what he wanted to see. Master Madara, do my clones in the mist ninjas need to retreat? A pitcher plant-like half-body appeared next to the figure and asked. Yes, the ones who appeared here were naturally the white-eyed wolf and Zetsu. The hidden mist village is their base, how could it not be here? And there are still a large number of white Zetsu mixed in the mist ninja, and now they have to consider whether to retreat. If they don't retreat, once they are killed and their bodies are found to have turned into white zetsu, then the situation will be serious. Let them retreat. The white-eyed wolf gave the order in a deep voice. Ze really cannot be exposed. He can control the entire Kirigakuer, but it is precisely the Kirigakuer that is transformed by these white zetsu. If not, even the Mizukage cannot quickly wipe out these ninjas. Do you really think these ninjas are soft persimmons that can be squeezed at will? However, the white-eyed wolf, that is, Obito, did not regret his actions at all. Although he was discovered, he would make the Kirigakuer pay a price that would make them heartbroken. It can only be said that he is not at the same level as Uchiha Madara. Because the third Mizukage was controlled by Madara for a long time, and almost no one found the problem until he died. But the fourth Mizukage has been in power for less than 10 years, and he has been noticed by the master, which shows the difference. However, it is also because Obito's actions are too big and too obvious, otherwise he can be hidden very well. But neither of them knew that a pair of eyes like stars, I have seen both of them clearly. Hinata Kangyu. At this time, she is using the Samsara eye to observe Zetsu. It is just basic observation. If you don't use the pupil technique, the impact is almost zero, so she is willing to use it. At the same time, it is also to verify the difference between the transformation and the previous one. Very exaggerated. During the previous 4 fetal movements, the observation limit was only 5 kilometers away. If you want to find Zetsu, you must concentrate all your attention, and it is easy to miss. But now? Sorry, as long as you are careful, you can't miss it. You can find it at a glance, and you don't need to concentrate on looking. It has changed dramatically. Of course, the observation distance is also increasing. Now it is directly 10 kilometers, but the farther you look, the greater the consumption, and the upper limit can also be increased. Horrible. Not to mention other aspects, in terms of reconnaissance, the Samsara eye can be said to be explosive. At this time, Obito's ultimate move was also played. Chapter 443. No more pretense, let's show our cards. Boom. 3 long tails grew from behind Kyujira Yagura. Yes, the fourth Mizukage has another extremely important identity. Jinkriki. Still a perfect Jinhyuriki. In the past, Tang Ping might not have suspected anything. But now, he really doubted whether Obito was involved in this perfection. After all, both Mangekyo and Wood Release have special effects on tailed beasts. With his help, it is really not a problem to achieve the perfect Jinhyuriki. Quickly retreat. Careful. Countless exclamations sounded. Ninjas are not stupid, so they naturally understand what the tailed beasts represent. After entering the half-tailed beast state, Gojo Yagura's combat effectiveness and destructive power are greatly improved. Killing indiscriminately. Seeing this, Master Yuan had no choice but to take out his trump card and send out a signal. The art of melting escape and melting monsters. After receiving the signal, Terumi Mei went directly to fight, and the blood continued to the limit as soon as she took action. Melting escape and melting escape. It sounds very similar, but it is 2 different blood inheritance limits. One is water and fire, and the other is earth and fire. It can be said that there is a big difference. Gilu. A large amount of acid spurted out from Terumi Mei's mouth, and then headed towards Goto Kibanayagura, who was shrouded in a chakra coat and killed with 3 tails behind him. It looks like just acid, but the horror of this technique can only be understood by experiencing it. This is the blood inheritance limit that even Susanoo can corrode. If it had been anyone else, he might have been killed by Chujian. But as Goto Kibanayagura is a Mizukage, it is naturally impossible for this situation to happen. At any rate, he also knows Terumi Mei's information. That is to say, the other party has the protection of Yuanchi, otherwise Obito would have attacked her long ago. Now that wrong done came out, he instantly suppressed Gojo Yagura, who was running rampant just now. Zera. The sound of corrosion was endless, and even the tailed beast's coat could not stop this corrosive acid. The surrounding ninjas from both sides retreated in tacit agreement. Because this kind of confrontation between strong men is completely beyond their control. Although Terumi Mei is only at the quasi-shadow level in terms of chakra and physical fitness, who allowed her to have 2 blood successor limits. With the blessing of this powerful blood successor limit, fighting across levels is just a basic skill. Not bad wrong done, he is indeed qualified to usurp the position of Mizukage. Goji Yagura slowed down his movements and said something pointedly. Dirty water. This may seem like a compliment, but in fact it is a way of setting a trap for Terumi Mei. The position of Mizukage was not usurped, but chosen by all the mist ninjas. You are not worthy of becoming the cage of a village. Terumi Mei's emotional intelligence is not low. Naturally, she can hear the malice in the other person's words, so she immediately refutes it. And what she said is indeed very beautiful. Because the shadow of the 5 great ninja villages, no matter what the circumstances behind it, are apparently chosen by the villagers. Moreover, what Goji Yagura, the Mizukage, did was indeed a bit too weird. As a Mizukage, you want to weaken the major ninja clans, and there is nothing wrong with taking back your power. But there is no telling who will take over the power by force, and in such a hurry. There is one small ninja clan every week, and one big ninja clan every year. There are even 2 of the original 3 major ninja clans now gone, and the only remaining one is on the verge of rebelling against the village. I didn't know the truth before, so I just thought that Mizukage's intention was good, but his methods were wrong. Now that I know the truth, I realize that not only was the method wrong, but the starting point was not for the good of the village, but to destroy the village. Who can bear this? Therefore, in the melee, the ninjas belonging to Mizukage's side would be demoralized and would often miss and be captured. The only thing left is to perform tomorrow. Whoever allowed Mizukage to transform into a half-tailed beast simply didn't care about the village. What kind of consequences will a tailed beast have in the village? Just think about the 9 Tails rebellion in Konoha. It was on the edge of the village, and it hadn't been around for long. But my house is in the center of the village. Once it is completely transformed into a tailed beast, it is not impossible to destroy the village. You Mizukage are playing like this, which naturally proves that what Master Yuan and others said is the truth, which is why they let go. If there is really a rebellion, they will definitely fight tooth and nail, but your suspicion is getting bigger and bigger. They know how to choose for the sake of the village. As expected of a genius carefully cultivated by Elder Yuanqi, both in terms of strength and mind, he is so outstanding. If you surrender, I promise to support your candidacy for Mizukage. Seeing that the dirty water was not enough, Goji Yagura began to seduce her. With the support of the previous shadow, the success rate of running for shadow is not too high, so the temptation is not low. If the village needs me, I will stand up, but definitely not in this way, and you, a shadow controlled by others, do not have the qualifications. Terumi Mei was completely unmoved. The longer we delay now, the more we can evacuate the surrounding villagers while minimizing casualties. Because a mist ninja who was on the opponent's side was being caught by his own side. I have to say that White Eye Wolf's operation was a bit too rough, which made the mist ninjas feel more and more wrong. Otherwise, the situation would not be like this. Doesn't Obito know this? No, of course he knows. But he still did it, naturally because he didn't care. He really didn't care about this world without Lin, so he acted wantonly. As a shadow, I will never allow the village to fall to you. In the hands of these careerists. Goji Yagura suddenly spoke in an upright manner, and then looked a little struggling, but eventually calmed down. Careful. Master Yuan reminded loudly. It's just that this reminder is a little late. A large amount of flesh and blood swelled out from the identity of Gojo Yagura, allowing it to quickly transform into a mud turtle as big as a small island with a thick carapace all over its body and 3 tails. 3-tailed Isotouch. At this time, Gojo Yagura entered the state of complete tailed beast transformation and directly transformed into a 3-tailed beast. In other words, the 3 tails at this time have both the extremely powerful body of the tailed beast and unlimited chakra, as well as the fighting wisdom of a ninja. The perfect combination. It is precisely for this reason that it is called the perfect Jinhyuriki. In this state, it can definitely exert astonishing combat power and destructive power. Just after turning into a tailed beast, Gotokiba Yagura's 3 tails swept out directly towards the surroundings. Hoop, hoop, hoop. A terrifying hurricane was set off, accompanied by tyrannical destructive power. Amidst the continuous loud collisions, buildings were directly leveled. Although there were still many mist ninjas screaming, they were all inaudible amidst the movement like landslides and ground cracking. When fighting on the battlefield, the destructive power of tailed beasts is not too exaggerated. But once in the village, the destructive power of the tailed beast is fully demonstrated. No matter how solid the building is, it can wipe out large areas with just one move. Just a random sweep created a large area of ruins. Fortunately, the villagers were evacuated in advance, otherwise not only the ninjas would have died, but also a large number of villagers. Are you crazy? Master Yuan yelled subconsciously, but he immediately reacted and ordered, find a way to stop him. The way the other party behaves at this time is completely in the rhythm of stop pretending. And with this sweep, other mist ninjas also stopped one after another, and everyone looked at the huge three tails with complicated eyes. Now, anyone with a clear mind can see that there is indeed something wrong with Mizukage. After all, no shadow would take the initiative to destroy his own village. There is still some possibility of losing control, but Gojo Yagura is a perfect Jinhyuriki, so there is no possibility of losing control at all. Mist ninjas, please atone for what you have done to me. Obito said this through Gojo Yagura, and the anger in his heart naturally wanted to be vented on the Kiri ninja. Although I have used various means to deal with Kirigakure before, I can never resolve my hatred like this now. Gilu. Two different colors of chakra began to gather into a ball around Isofu's mouth. Chapter 444 Mist Ninja vs Three Tails. Tailed Beast Jade. Three-tailed Isofu is ready to take a shot. As long as it hits, Kirigakure village can become history. Although Tailed Beast Jade has a lot of shortcomings, such as slow gathering speed, slow flying, etc. But there is only one advantage that is infinite. Power. The terrifying power can blow up even a small mountain. Naturally, it is impossible for the Mist Ninjas to let it be released smoothly. Water Escape. Water Dragon Bullet. Water Escape. Water Cannon Technique. Water Escape. Water Gun Technique. All kinds of water escapes are constantly being used. Coupled with the drizzle falling from the sky, the power of these water escapes is several times greater than when used in environments such as the Land of Fire. But it's no use. What tailed beasts have in common is that they have rough skin and thick flesh, and their defense power is fully maxed out. If their attack power is below a certain level, they cannot even break through their defense. Especially the three-tailed Isobutsu, this tailed beast may have the strongest defense among all tailed beasts. In terms of defensive power alone, even Kyuubi is absolutely incomparable. The carapace on the body is tough and thick, more reliable than any armor. If the water attack hits it, even a B-level water attack like Water Dragon Bullet will not have much effect. Of course, it is also related to the poor ability of these water escapers to attack difficult situations. If it were the water escape developed by the second Hokage, there might be a way to break through the defense. The water breaks the wave. The principle is the same as the industrial water jet before time travel, it is completely indestructible. It's a pity that Dohei's chakra attribute does not have water attribute, otherwise he would definitely follow this path. After developing this technique to the extreme, it will definitely be nothing. For example, his fire release immortal technique Tien Kong Yun sword borrowed from this technique. Therefore, in addition to the terrifying extreme high temperature, there is also a cutting effect. Generally speaking, when developing ninjutsu or technology, if you don't have inspiration, just copy it, just learn from the second Hokage. Can the ninja thing be called plagiarism? That's called learning from and paying homage to. The mist ninjas are all good at water escape, but unfortunately they don't have very good attack abilities. Even Terumi Mei's monster melting technique has little effect on the three tails. Because the thick armor on the body blocks the corrosion of acid. Of course, if the corrosion lasts for a long time, it can break through the defense, but the time required will definitely not be short. It can only be said that if it were another tailed beast, it might be able to interrupt its movements, but if it were a three-tailed beast, the opponent would be able to withstand the attack and hit the tailed beast Jade. Then, the silent Master Yuan broke out. Water Escape. Water Dragon bites and explodes. Directly cast one that I have never heard of before. Water Escape. Hey! The drizzle falling from the sky and the water flow on the ground all gathered together to form a huge dragon head-shaped vortex, surrounding the three-tailed beast in the middle. It looked like a blue water dragon, opening its mouth to bite the three-tailed beast in its mouth. Cage level. Du Ping came to a conclusion immediately when the opponent attacked. But ninja is a profession that relies on youth, so the opponent will definitely pay a price for being able to exert such terrible power at this age. Du Ping was very happy about this. The master is an old fox. If he doesn't die, it will definitely hinder his plan. So for his own plan, the more miserable the opponent is, the better. Boom! The huge dragon head, as big as a mountain, swallowed the Isobu inside in one gulp. S level. The ninjutsu should be around A level, but with the help of natural forces, the power has been sublimated. Just like Kiran's lightning escape. If there is no natural force to assist, the power may be just like that. However, after using the power of nature, the power will undergo a huge qualitative change, directly becoming an S-level forbidden technique. And the water escape of this water dragon bite explosion can exert such terrible power with the help of this special environment, not to say that the Yuanqi is so strong. Drib. Countless drizzles fell from the sky, and the three-tailed beast swallowed by the water flow reappeared in everyone's sight. Unscathed? At least it looks so. The thick shell on the body has no damage or wounds at all. But with strong eyesight, you can see that this water dragon bite explosion did not cause no damage. The deformed positions have already explained the power. The killing method of the water dragon bite explosion is not impact or cutting force, but deep pressure. Just like everything on the seabed will be subjected to terrifying pressure. Even if it is a steel battleship, it will be subjected to terrifying water pressure if it wants to dive to the bottom of the sea thousands of meters. The three-tailed beast can be safe and sound, thanks to its special structure, which was born to adapt to the pressure of the deep sea. If it were any other tailed beast, it would not be so easy. However, the S-level water escape of water dragon bite explosion also achieved its goal. Interrupt the use of the tailed beast ball. The tailed beast ball that the three tails had originally prepared had been interrupted by the water dragon bite explosion just now. It is not easy for the tailed beast to gather yin and yang chakra, and it is impossible to use it casually like spitting, so after being interrupted, the three tails directly began to destroy it. The ground was broken by the tail, forming a huge pit, and there were a few traces of blood below. Several mist ninjas can't even find their bodies now, only a pool of broken meat proves their existence. Horror. The horror of the tailed beast lies in this place. A random attack is an irresistible natural disaster for the ninja. And because of its high defense, it can also be immune to the attacks of ninjas. Even if it is really injured, its strong recovery ability is enough to ensure that it can recover quickly. With all the advantages added up, it is no wonder that it can become the ultimate force of the ninja village. Of course, there are weaknesses. Like wood release, illusion, sealing technique, etc., all of them can restrain the tailed beasts. But it is not that any of them can have this effect, the prerequisite is to reach a certain level. Just like Yui Kurane, who specializes in illusion, her illusion has little effect on the tailed beasts, but if it is replaced by Mangeki Uchiha, it can have a huge effect, and can even control the tailed beasts. Although it is only a hair's breadth, the difference is really big. The Mist Ninja relies on the blood limit to conquer the world, and in addition, it is isolated overseas. Although it is geographically easy to defend and difficult to attack, it naturally has the disadvantage of inconvenient information exchange, so the development of ninjutsu is deeply affected. Isabu's three tails waved. The Mist Ninjas naturally used ninjutsu and ninja tools to attack. But they are not very useful. To deal with ordinary people, you may still use the human wave tactics. But to deal with the tailed beasts, the human wave tactics are really useless, no matter how many people there are, they will kneel. The 5 great ninja villages were able to dominate the world, in addition to their own strong strength, but also because of the Jinkraki. With the Jinkraki, a war machine, once the opponent does not have a top powerhouse, they can crush him as they want. Buildings turned into ruins, and mist ninjas turned into meat sauce. As long as they are hit by the tail, they will be injured if not dead, and it is difficult to escape unscathed. Unless they are elite jonins who specialize in physical skills, but there are no such people among the mist ninjas. In this way, we can better understand how incredible it is that the 3rd generation Raikage could fight with the Ushioki for several days and finally defeat the opponent. At this time, there were fewer and fewer mist ninjas staying with Dohei and Hinata Sogetsu, and finally there was no one. Because for the mist ninjas, the most urgent task is to deal with the 3-tailed Isabu. The longer it takes, the more serious the damage will be. Now a large area has been reduced to ruins, and the losses are extremely serious. The only good news is that Isabu's mobility is too poor, which is completely contrary to its own defense. If they were as fast as the other tailed beasts, the hidden mist village would be declared destroyed after just a few circles. At this time, countless villagers were frantically fleeing the village, hating themselves for having lost a few legs. Faced with this natural disaster like tailed beast, they had no other ideas except to escape. Although the battle site was not large, any aftermath could cause a lot of damage, especially Isafoki's attack, which could even make the earth wail and shake, just like it was like an earthquake that knocked down many buildings. If it goes on like this, even if the battlefield does not expand, the hidden mist village is doomed, so the master and his men can only fight quickly and decisively, and cannot win by consuming the tailed beasts. Chapter 445 The Sound of Counterattack. Boiling Style, Skillful Mist Technique. Mei Terumi used a big move. And this technique, like the dissolution style, is a bloodline limit, also formed by the fusion of water and fire. Even with the same basic chakra attributes, the combined bloodline limits may be different. Dissolution style, boiling style. Both bloodline limits were developed by Mei Terumi, so she is a true super genius. Compared with the acid-like dissolution style, the skillful mist style is not only more corrosive, but also has a wider coverage and more controllable range. Sizzle. The sound of corrosion continued, and a small part of the huge body of the three tails was covered. Gah! A cry of intense pain came from the mouth of the three-tailed beast, and a large number of windows were directly shattered. What a miserable one-tailed beast! However, this attack completely stung the three-tailed beast, causing its momentum to change. So, can the Mangekyo be played like this? I wonder if Red Eyes can do it. Hinata Sogitsu muttered to herself. Because in her Samsara Eyes vision, the three-tailed beast was being stimulated by the illusion of the Mangekyo and entered a violent state. Just like the nine-tailed rebellion, the nine-tailed beast entered a completely violent state as soon as it was summoned. The current three-tailed beast also entered this state. She shouldn't be able to do it. Dohei added. Uchiha Shizuka can play like this after entering the Mangekyo, but Uchiha Mei can't. It's not a problem of strength, but a problem of personality. Illusion. It requires calmness and careful thinking. Uchiha Mei is strong and domineering, and this kind of personality can't play illusions. At least not this type of illusion. Eye power crushes. That's her illusion route. Just rely on the eye power to force it. If your eye power is stronger, or your mental power is stronger, you can be immune. If not, you will be hit. Simple and domineering. So she can use illusion to control the tailed beasts, but it's totally overthinking to play some tricks. After the rampage, the three-tailed beasts have extremely terrifying combat power. Because there will be no more scruples and restraints, it will directly go all out. If it was a small ninja village, it would be completely flattened. But in the Hidden Mist village, even if most of the combat power went to the front line, there were still many left. Especially those mist ninjas who were captured before, now they have rejoined the battlefield. Since they knew that the Mizu cage was indeed controlled by someone, they naturally couldn't continue to serve him, not to mention that when it came to protecting the village, of course they had to abandon the dark and join the light. Countless ninjutsu and ninja tools hit the violent three-tailed beast, but they were all blocked by the thick early shell. Once someone got close, any attack could cause considerable casualties. The main attacker was naturally Mei Terumi, who constantly used her blood limit to corrode an area, making the wound bigger and bigger. Countless mist ninjas sacrificed themselves to protect her. The Yuanshi also joined the battle. But after using that amazing water dragon bite, there was no more eye-catching performance, at most the level of a ninjutsu-type jonin. It seems that the big move is the opponent's trump card, and this is the opponent's normal state. Isn't that right? Ninja is not a profession that gets stronger as you get older. Chakra is extracted from body cells. Once a person gets old, the energy in the cells will decrease, and the chakra will naturally decrease as well, so there is really no late stage. Seeing the mist ninjas fighting desperately, Do Ping would not be reluctant, and even hoped that they would suffer more casualties. If the village could be destroyed, it would be best if everyone died in battle. It can only be said that his goal has been achieved. After this incident, the Hidden Mist village can no longer withstand the counterattack of the castle tower. Small-scale or individual battles are naturally a test of personal strength, but this kind of large-scale battle is a test of logistics and the ability to continue fighting. Now the Hidden Mist village is completely unable to protect itself. How can it continue to provide these? So it is the turn of the castle tower to take action next. Let's go. Tang Ping turned around. Since the goal has been achieved, he will naturally not stay. With Mei Terumi and the master, as long as the white-eyed wolf does not intervene directly, it is only a matter of time and cost to solve the violent three-tailed beast, so he will not take action. After all, he does not want to be exposed. If he takes action, then the white-eyed wolf will definitely not retreat, but will stay in the Hidden Mist village and stare at him. So he must distance himself from it and let the other party think that everything is led by the master and others. After this incident, the other party will definitely withdraw from the hidden mist village, and Tang Ping is unwilling to jump out at this time to attract his attention. Although Hinata Kangya didn't know the reason, he nodded and followed them to leave. Now, no mist ninja would care about their movements. The village is about to be destroyed by the tailed beast, how can they have the energy to pay attention to other things? That is, the battlefield is in the hidden mist village. If it were to go berserk in the castle tower, a pair of red eyes would be enough to calm the three tails down. Of course, if Dohei and the other strong cage levels couldn't take action, they would be unable to solve the problem. It is still impossible because the opponent's defense is really exaggerated. Regardless of whether they are cage level players such as Hayakura, Yamamakoji, Uchiha Shizuka, etc., it is easy to contain and difficult to deal with tailed beasts. When he turned around, Tang Ping looked at Kirigakure with greedy eyes. I will come back soon. When the time comes, this place will belong to me. After causing civil strife in Kirigakure village, it was their turn to counterattack at the castle tower. Act quickly. It is necessary to occupy Kirigakure village before major countries and forces react. Otherwise, this golden opportunity will be missed. White-Eyed Wolf was naturally aware of the leaving of the two Anbu, but he didn't pay attention to it, thinking it was just a messenger sent or an emergency mission. If he knew that Dohei appeared in Kirigakure village, he would definitely not leave, but would continue to observe his every move. The current castle tower has entered his field of vision. For this reason, he has left several Baiju behind to spy on their intelligence. Several Baiju and Hinata Kangya have already found them. But they didn't make any move, as if they didn't know anything. Because it is useless even if they are cleared. They can continue to send them in the future, so it is better to stay and control the extent of the intelligence leakage. At the critical moment, you might be able to use some false information to make White-Eyed Wolf serve you. It was also the several Baizetsu who were lurking in the castle tower in disguise that prevented Obito from suspecting that Dohei and the others were up to something. It was troublesome when I came here, but it was easy to go back. And when they were halfway, Tang Ping sent back the order to prepare for counterattack. So when he and Hinata Kangya returned to the castle tower, what they saw was that the main force of the counterattack had gathered. Huge steel battleships gathered at the port one after another, and several excited castle warriors also boarded the ship. Yes, the Liang fleet is the main force in the counterattack, and it is also the trump card that the castle tower has always hidden. The technique of Sora Ninja. They have received the opponent's legacy for a long time, but they have never used the opponent's technology in battle. It's not that the opponent's skills are not good, it's because the castle tower didn't need to show its fangs before. But this time is different. We must go all out to win the Kirigakure village, so the hidden trump card must be played out. Combining an aircraft carrier with an aircraft can directly shock the ninja world with a small amount of technology. After this war, the entire ninja world will definitely know one thing. Eating poop. The previous war model will change after this war. Of course, Tang Ping will also follow suit. However, due to his condition, he will not really take action, he will only sit back and watch. With him or without him, the morale at the castle tower is two different things. As for where these warriors come from? Hang gliding. But the most popular sport in the castle tower, the various rewards and benefits are enough to make countless people crazy. Not to mention that the price of renting a hang glider is extremely low. Residents of the castle tower can even rent it for free for 1 day per month. But because of this, countless pilots were trained, 5,000 of whom were directly recruited. Yes, the number is so exaggerated. Ordinary people are not as few as ninjas. There are really many of them. If it weren't for the insufficient aircraft reserves, the number of pilots could be easily filled if there were several times more pilots. Therefore, Dohei, who had just rushed back to the castle tower, immediately boarded the ship and prepared to launch a counterattack. Chapter 446 The Mist Ninja Army, Departure. A huge steel battleship slowly sailed into the port. The Blazing Sun. The strongest warship in the castle tower and the core of the Liang fleet finally arrived from the kingdom of Ti. Well, now the second and third ships are also under construction. Just looking at the appearance, the Liang is not the same style as other steel battleships. Other aircraft carriers and battleships are not much different in appearance from previous battleships. At most, they use steel instead of wood. The appearance of the Liang is very different from these battleships, let alone its actual function. After such a long period of transportation, the Liang has now completed various tests and is extremely stable, so there is no need to worry about problems. Especially the black stick. One stick can support the use of the Liang for more than half a year, which is simply an explosion. The Liang has brought huge benefits to the castle tower. Especially for small countries in the ghost country area, a large number of special products can be transported out, and then the products from the castle tower can be imported there. So much money. Trade is the way to go. But if you want to trade, the prerequisite is to have a reliable enough means of transportation. If it is replaced by the old horse-drawn carriage, it is better to go to bed. Step. Tanghei took Hinata Kangyu, Yamamakoji, Yakang, and other senior officials onto the deck. Let's go, let the mist ninja taste our true strength. Yes. Yamamakoji nodded, and then began to give orders to set off. Wow. The Liang began to slowly start, heading towards the fleet that had set sail in advance and was waiting outside the port. The key to this raid is secrecy, so you need to pay attention to all aspects of preparation. The battle line between the two sides is south of the castle tower, which is an archipelago area to the west of the country of T. It happened to be stuck in the center of the sea area entering the castle tower. As long as you hold on to this place, the mist ninja will not dare to go deeper, otherwise you will easily be cut off, or you will be cut off from both sides. Fill with cheese. The islands have become the focus of competition between the two sides. Since the castle tower was laid out in advance, it naturally occupies a favorable location, leaving the mist ninja army to fill the gap with their lives. Nearly every island is stained with the blood of mist ninjas. If he didn't know the truth, Tang would definitely think so. But after knowing that a large number of noble forces were involved in this mist ninja army, he realized how skilled the mist ninjas were. With only one name, there are countless cannon fodders to help pave the way for him, and there is no need to worry about logistics and supplies. It is a life like a fairy. Therefore, no matter how heavy the losses were, the mist ninjas had no intention of retreating. Since other children would never die, they just had to sit quietly on the Diao Yute. But now, the Fog Ninja army on the front line has new ideas. Because they received information from the village. How is this possible? A female ninja with long brown red hair, vertical braids, and a mouth full of sharp teeth exclaimed after reading the information in her hand. Ringo Yuri. This is her name, and she is also a strong new generation of mist ninja. Now he has the strength of an elite jounin and is extremely proficient in thunder escape. What he wants most is the thunder sword among the 7 ninja swords. However, the sword has been taken away by the traitor and has not been recovered yet. And this battle with the castle tower made her famous. At least when I met Gurren, the new generation leader of the castle tower, I didn't fall behind at all. A genius naturally has privileges, so even if she has a low status and insufficient qualifications, she can still participate in this important meeting. Nothing is impossible. This is information jointly sent by Master Yuan and the village's senior officials. There can be no mistakes. Sitting at the top is a veteran Kuei Saiying. Nagai Takeyama. At the same time, he is considered a neutral civilian faction in the village, so there is no resistance for him to serve as the Mist Ninja army. And the prestige is not low, so even a genius like Lin Kainya Yuri has no intention of exploding. Then what are we going to do next? Withdraw our troops? A Jounin asked. Now that something happened in the village, they naturally wanted to rush back quickly. No, we must attack with all our strength. Nagai Takeyama gave an order that surprised them. After such a big incident happened in the village, not only did you not retreat, but you attacked with all your strength? If the person speaking is not a general who has been with him for a long time, they really want to ask if you have also been controlled by illusion. After saying these words, Nagai Takeyama did not mean to show off, and continued to speak. It is precisely because something happened to the village that we have to use all our strength to force Konoha to sue for peace with us. What he said is indeed reasonable. Once the Kirigakure village shows its weakness, other forces may attack in groups. Especially Kumo Ninja. The other party is not a good person. He has always been domineering and strong in the ninja world. In the past, I had conflicts with the Mist Ninja from time to time. After all, the profits from maritime trade were too great, so the two sides never fought a war and the conflicts never stopped. If the other party knew that Kirigakure village was weak, they would definitely come over without saying a word. Therefore, now not only can they not withdraw their troops to show weakness, but they must show their own style and show to the ninja world that they are still one of the 5 major ninja villages and their strength has not been affected. Ninjas have high IQs, so they naturally know that this is the right thing to do, so no one objects. Note that their goal is to force Konoha to surrender by attacking the castle tower. They do not want to break the castle tower. There is a fundamental difference. After all, the three shadow-level powerhouses with titles such as Purifying Flame, Wrath of Storm and Queen of Thunder and Fire are not decorations. In addition, there are a group of powerful men with shadow-level strength but no titles. They dare not say that they can break through the castle tower. Of course, if you are not afraid of casualties, there is still a certain probability. After all, no matter how strong the opponent is, facing an army of thousands of mist ninjas and a large amount of cannon fodder, no matter how strong they are, they can defeat them. It's not that they don't know what the castle tower's biggest weakness is. But something happened in the village. If we don't retreat, what will happen to the logistics and supplies? The Kiri ninja in charge of logistics asked. Although the logistics are handled by the nobles, they use money to purchase supplies from the mist ninjas, who then transport them to the front line. This is to get rid of the suspicion of meddling. Now that something happened in Kirigakure village, there is no way to exchange money for supplies. It's okay, haven't those guys been urging us to take action? Go and discuss with them. If they are willing to prepare war supplies for us, we will meet their requirements. There was a hint of mockery in Nagai Takeyami's tone. Do those guys really think that everyone is a fool and allow themselves to be manipulated? Since they want to take action, they naturally want to get a vote from each other. I have to say that Nagai Takeyami's brain is really good, and coupled with his quasi-shadow strength, he can be said to be both civil and military. There was no performance in the original plot, and he might have died in an accident. This time, it was because of Tang Ping's butterfly effect that he had a chance to stand out. Yes. The fog ninja in charge of logistics nodded. After solving the logistical problem, the next step is how to attack. Regarding this, Nagai Yingchen's plan was to attack from the front. In terms of strength, the mist ninjas have an absolute advantage. Naturally, there is no need to use tactics such as troops at risk and they can just attack head-on. Naturally, no one in the congregation would object to his tactics. Because they see it that way too. What makes them afraid of the castle tower is the high-end combat power. Although the ninjas are also very good at fighting, they are naturally not afraid of the absolute numerical disadvantage. In particular, they are fundamentally different from the ninja coalition formed by the previous daimyo of the Land of Fire. Since they both belong to Kirigakure village, they are destined not to be split from within. It is not impossible to send people to lurk in, but the number will definitely not be large. Unfortunately, what they didn't know was that the castle tower was also looking forward to such a battle. If the mist ninjas are scattered, their trump card will not be able to have much effect. So after knowing the actions of the mist ninja, Dohei even ordered the fleet to slow down for 2 days before arriving at the battlefield on the day of the decisive battle. Chapter 447 Attack and Defense of Port Eunice Island. Swimmer Island. Located in the sea south of the castle tower. It is also the headquarters where the castle tower army is stationed. Compared with the size of a few small teams on other islands, almost half of the defenders have gathered here. At the same time, the younger generation of the castle tower, such as Gurren and Uchiha Inari, are also stationed here. The two sides took the base camp as the core, and then competed for the surrounding islands in this area, trying to weave an encirclement network to defeat the other side. Although the castle tower has an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers, but his personal qualities are stronger. After all, the mist ninjas don't go into battle. The ninjas who do fight wear mist ninja forward protectors, but their strength is really not that good. Even if it doesn't reach the level of I want to fight 10, it is completely simple and enjoyable to pick a few. The focus is not on these, but on the differences in logistical supplies. The castle tower not only has healing potions, but also detonating charms and various ninja tools. In terms of survivability, it surpasses the opponent by countless levels. Therefore, so far, the ratio of casualties between the two sides has been extremely disparate. The castle tower lost less than 100 ninjas, while the number of mist ninja lost was nearly 1,000. Note, these are just cannon fodder wearing mist ninja forward protectors, but it does not mean that they are as strong as mist ninjas. The strength of the ninjas cultivated by the 5 major ninja villages is definitely far superior to that of ordinary small ninja villages, let alone wandering ninjas and wild ninjas. Therefore, it is completely natural for both sides to have such a large battle loss ratio. If it is not this ratio, then you have to wonder whether the castle tower deliberately sent it away. However, after the real Mist Ninja army was dispatched, the situation was different. The casualty ratio of both sides decreased rapidly. Although the castle tower still has advantages in terms of logistics, there are not many advantages other than that. Today is also the time when the Mist Ninja army thunders across the surrounding islands and directly reaches the Swimming Crab Island. As long as this island, which stores most of the supplies for the castle tower front line, is captured, even if the ninjas suffer little loss, they can only retreat. Ninja is a profession that relies on logistics. At least on a large-scale battlefield. Because refining chakra requires a large amount of food supplies, otherwise, can chakra really appear out of thin air? So the greater the war, the higher the demand for food. Finally, there are various secret medicines and military food pills, which are also necessary to maintain one's own condition. A series of huge warships began to form a semi-encircling formation in the south of the island. There is a famous fog ninja on board. It's not that I don't know how to tread water, but it's to save energy and chakra. After all, if you keep treading water, you will continue to consume it, so if you have a boat, why not use it? The warships on the Mist Ninja's side are extremely large, and they also have fishing crossbows, artillery, catapults, and other war machinery on them. Although it is called a battleship, the real combat power is the Mist Ninja on standby. These war machines are easy to use against ordinary people, but not so easy to use against ninjas. The number of super large battleships hundreds of meters long alone has exceeded double digits, let alone ships. If you add them all up, the number of this fleet has exceeded 100. Simply heartless. You know, these are not merchant ships or fish boats, they are all warships built for naval battles. Only one of the 5 major countries, the Kingdom of Water, can handle a battleship of this size. The Kingdom of Water. The boat belongs to the Kingdom of Water, but it is for the use of the Mist Ninja. Otherwise, the Mist Ninja's manpower alone would not be able to support such a fleet. Just looking at the formation, the Mist Ninjas were so powerful that they seemed to be trying to swallow up the nearly 1,000 Tenshao Pavilion ninja army on the Port Eunice Island in one go. Why are there still nearly 1,000 ninjas despite over 100 losses? Of course, the castle tower has been continuously opening the training mode and constantly replenishing its manpower. In the past, the school only trained a total of 300 ninjas, and the rest were all reserve, that is, 50 graduates every year. But with the development of the castle tower, the emergence of a large population, and the migration of major ninja clans, the number of ninjas they train every year has directly increased. Now, more than 200 ninjas graduate every year. Note that these people do not include some family-style trained ninjas. In terms of the number of ninjas trained, the castle tower is completely on par with the 5 major ninja villages. If you have money and resources, you can do whatever you want. In other words, seedlings with ninja potential are not too many, otherwise the number that can be cultivated will only be more exaggerated. Although the castle tower is far less famous than the 5 major ninja villages, if we really talk about income. Therefore, once the water country is occupied, ninja seedlings can be harvested from the entire country to cultivate, and then it will enter the blowout period. Although the potential of this kind of civilian ninja is not high, Do Ping and his team do not need seedlings with too high potential. Both sides are on the verge of a fight. The fortress on the Crab Island is built on the mountain, located in the center of with only a few shooting holes exposed. There are also many war machines such as artillery and crossbows. These things are not used to deal with ninjas, but to deal with warships. Of course, if it is a large-scale ninja army charge, these things can also come in handy. Combined with a large number of traps, the Crab Island's defense is as stable as a mountain. However, facing the full-strength attack of the Mist Ninja, this defense seems insignificant. With more than 5,000 ninja troops and these warships, it is definitely not something that the castle tower guards of less than 1,000 people can stop. So the Mist Ninjas are full of confidence. In the fortress on the island. It seems that the Mist Ninjas are going to attack us. Uchiha Xiang looked at the fleet in the distance and the ninjas who jumped onto the sea through the observation hole, and snorted with a somewhat dissatisfied tone. He naturally received the information about the civil strife of the Mist Ninjas, and naturally understood why the other party did not retreat but advanced. They were just going to bully them because the castle tower was not strong enough, and wanted to use them as a stepping stone to prove that the Mist Ninjas were still strong and not weakened by the civil strife. It was because he felt that the castle tower was underestimated that Uchiha Xiang was dissatisfied. Although it has only been a few years since he joined the castle tower, all the Uchiha of the eldest branch have regarded this place as their real home. After all, they will not be trained like hunting dogs, and they will be given all kinds of benefits and respect. How can they not be satisfied? Even the Uchiha in Konoha have never given up the idea of letting them go back, but they have been rejected. No one wants to go back to Konoha where they are excluded and suppressed to suffer, and they are not born masochists. Even if someone asks them about their relationship with the Uchiha in Konoha, they may say we are not familiar with each other. After venting, Uchiha Xiang looked at his subordinates. Among them are Yakushi Nono, Uchiha Inayab, and other new generation elites. It is a rare training opportunity, so they naturally want to fight. As for being afraid of danger? Sorry, if you are really afraid, don't be a ninja. Even Honglian, the next generation leader that Dohei and others value most, at most provides sufficient conditions and will not send people to protect him. Only those who have walked out of the flames of war are recognized by them as the new generation leaders. In this regard, Uchiha Mei is a hawk and iron-blooded. Doping did not say anything, but just took the flesh and blood tissue in advance and recorded the chakra at the same time. Well, he has already obtained the impure world reincarnation. If he has flesh and blood, he can naturally come out of the impure world. If he cooperates with Chiyo's secret technique, he will immediately have a complete resurrection channel. Unfortunately, Cho just had an idea at this time and is still far from complete, so Doping and Konan are very anxious and want to jump out to develop for the other party. But it's okay, just have this idea. Anyway, Konan likes to stay in the sand village whenever she has something to do, and she completely respects Doping like a god. Because a few years ago, when the other party didn't even have this idea, he had predicted this in advance, how could she not admire him? Soon, a fog ninja stepped on the sea and killed over. Get ready to fight. Uchiha Xiang was full of fighting spirit. Before that, intelligence came that the support team had already set off, but they would find an opportunity to join the battlefield, allowing him, the frontline commander, to perform freely. Although he didn't know how to behave, Uchiha Xiang naturally couldn't give up easily. So, the two sides started a bloody battle. Chapter 448 It's all Doping's fault. Charge. Kill one castle tower and get 100,000 ryo, a chunin 500,000, and a jonin 3 million. Spread out. The mist ninjas wearing forehead protectors scattered forward. But just by listening to their slogans, it was clear that these guys were just a layer of skin, and they were hired by the nobles. The real mist ninjas were the thousands of ninjas in the back who were arranged in formation and surrounded the warships like a dark cloud. Powerful and orderly. This is the feeling of the real mist ninja army. Those rushing over now are just cannon fodder and tests. Of course they understand this, but who let the nobles give too much? Not only did the reward increase several times, but also increased the reward. Any genin can get an extra 100,000 ryo, and a jonin can get 3 million ryo, which is like preparing to kill people with money. You know, even for elite jonin, the bounty in the underground black market like the exchange is only about 10 million ryo. Saratobi Asuma is worth tens of millions ryo because of his status as the second generation of Kage, but it doesn't mean that killing an elite jonin like him really costs that much. Now the nobles give enough rewards, plus the extra bounty, it's no wonder that the employers the hired ninjas were so crazy that they rushed forward so fast even though they knew there was a high possibility of death. After rushing onto the island. Whoosh, whoosh. The dense thousands of ninjas came like a rainstorm, and directly shot several unlucky guys who were a little slower to dodge into sieves. For the death of several people, the others continued to rush forward without any hesitation. They were only together temporarily because of the hiring. Now seeing each other die, some people would be secretly happy in their hearts, thinking that there would be one less job to take away. After all, there were only about 1,000 people on the castle tower, which was not enough for them to share. But before these people could be happy, a new trap appeared. Boom, boom. The continuous explosion traps exploded, smashing the bounty ninjas one by one. With money, you can do whatever you want. The precious ninja tools such as explosion tags are used directly as if they were free. It's not that others don't know the usefulness of explosion tags. The problem is to be able to afford it. To be honest, the ninjas can afford the money to buy it. The problem is how to buy it. This kind of ninja tool is extremely simple to use, as long as you have chakra, you can use it. However, the threshold for manufacturing is very high. In this regard, the former Yanjian village had the highest technology, but it was later conquered by Konoha, and then the technology fell into Konoha and became the spoils of the Uchiha. The Uchiha, who are born with fire escape, directly dominated the market of detonating talismans with this technology. It can be said that the Uchiha clan can be called a wealthy family, in addition to the family's previous accumulation, but also because of the income in the arms market. The castle tower has the eldest branch, which directly monopolizes their detonating talisman output. There is no middleman to make a profit, achieving a win-win situation. The generosity of the castle tower in detonating talismans is definitely far beyond the imagination of others. The continuous detonating talisman traps directly flattened the cannon fodder ninjas rushing forward, allowing them to see the difference between facing a powerful force and ordinary tasks. Fortunately, ninjas will not crowd together, so although the movement is very loud, the casualties are not exaggerated. Just getting through these doesn't mean you can break into the fortress. One ninja after another appeared above the fortress. Fire style. Fire bullet. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Earth style. Earth dragon bullet. One by one, the ninjutsu cleared the field and directly eliminated the cannon fodder that rushed the fastest and had the best luck. There are naturally not many strong people who can be hired by the nobles to go to the battlefield. There are very few people like the Akatsuki group, and the Xianyuan group is already the ceiling. But in the last war, the Xianyuan group was eliminated by Uchihame, and it was under the premise of 2 cage-level strong men, so she won the title of Queen of Thunder and Fire. Among the current bounty ninjas, the stronger ones are unwilling to provoke the castle tower, because if they really dare to provoke, believe it or not, they will come to kill them directly. Therefore, no matter how high the nobles offer this time, there are not many truly strong people participating. They are greedy, but not stupid. With the advantage of the terrain, these cannon fodders can't break through the defense line even if they are numerous. The mist ninjas in the back are not just posing. Water style. Explosive water wave. Water style. Big explosive water wave. Who's going to build the dam? A large number of water styles were used. It's not a joint ninjutsu, that's the exclusive trick of the rock ninjas, which the mist ninjas don't have. But even if the power can't be superimposed, using this water style at the same time can still achieve the goal. What is the effect of the explosive water wave? Raise a wave of water and rush towards the target. Even the higher level A-level water style, the big explosive water wave, is just a more exaggerated wave. The power of this technique is naturally determined by chakra. Even if an ordinary ninja learns this technique, the power it exerts is just so-so. But in the hands of a ninja with huge chakra like Kisame, the power of this technique can be called a natural disaster. Even the tailed beasts can be overturned. Wow! Dozens or even hundreds of these ninjutsu were performed at the same time, directly creating a terrifying 100-meter height tsunami, which rushed towards the island violently. Flooding. The tactics adopted by the mist ninjas are somewhat similar to those of Dohei. It can be said that he set a bad example. The tactics used, such as lifting the floor and water attack, were secretly learned by major forces. In the past, ninjas were straightforward, completely competing in strength and logistics, and at most playing encirclement and ambush, and rarely playing this kind of tactics. But since Dohei appeared, this tactic is no longer just played by him. However, in this case, those cannon fodders who rushed to the front line would be tragic, and they would be directly caught in the middle. The tsunami does not distinguish between friendly forces and non-friendly forces, and directly attacks people and fortresses together. It must be said that this move will only be so powerful when used at sea. If it is used in a waterless environment, let alone hundreds of meters in height, a few dozen meters would be good. Boom! The tsunami rolled forward like thunder, completely unmatched. Even tailed beasts like the 9-tailed fox would be overturned to the ground when facing such a natural disaster-level tsunami. It won't kill them, but they will definitely be washed away. The bonus of using water escape at sea is really too exaggerated. Buzz! The fortress on the Crab Island suddenly raised a barrier, covering the fortress. Barrier class. The castle tower naturally has such ninjas. After all, with Dohei, Konoha the sealing arts there might not be as good as his, but Uzumaki Kyuyuna imparted her knowledge of sealing techniques to him without any reservation. With so much knowledge of sealing techniques, what is so difficult about first imparting it to Uzumaki Kazumi and then training a batch of them? Run away! Damn mist ninja! When the cannon fodder ninjas in front saw the overwhelming tsunami from behind, they dispersed in an instant. And the tsunami also hit the barrier that was shining with a faint light. The sound, like a god swinging a war hammer, sounded continuously from the cliff. If it were just a cliff, it would definitely be washed away. But with the help of the barrier arranged in advance, the fortress was able to block the attack. Wow! The water receded, revealing the newly submerged island. But the Mist Ninja's goal was also achieved. Traps and arrangements. All were destroyed in this tsunami. Very exciting tactics. Using this move, he not only forced out the trump card of barrier, but also eliminated all kinds of traps and arrangements. Without these, it was completely impossible for only 1,000 people to fight against an army that added up to more than 5,000, or almost 3,000 light mist ninjas. The only suspense may be how long it can be blocked. However, at this time, Uchiha Sho, who should have been desperate, led a group of Konoha ninjas out of the fortress transformed from the cliff and stood at the top. It looked like he was desperate and ready to fight to the death. But soon, the mist ninjas knew the reason. Chapter 449 The Ninja Tool That Brings Change. Wow! Steel warships weighing more than 1,000 tons appeared in the north of Port Eunice Island, as if they were sharp blades cutting through the aftermath of the tsunami in front of them. The Fire Sun flags on the battleship further illustrate their identity. Liang flag. It is also the flag of the Castle Tower Liang fleet. Now is not the time to completely draw a clear line with Konoha, so we can't directly change the name, but some small actions are naturally not a problem. For example, let people get used to the Burning Sun flag. The flag has a black background with gold patterns and a golden sun. Domineering and fiery. I feel this way just looking at the flag. There are only a dozen steel battleships in total, which is about 1/10 of the Mist Ninja fleet. But sometimes, combat effectiveness is really not about quantity and size, especially when there is a generational difference in technology between the two sides. In the Mist Ninja fleet. Is that the Blazing Sun fleet? Nagai Takayama glanced across the island, looking at a dozen black spot-like steel battleships in the distance, with a glimmer of yearning in his eyes. Steel battleship? If the castle tower hadn't taken it out, none of the major forces would have known that ships could still be made of steel. Although it seems not difficult, even the Kingdom of Water has not built one. It's not a technical problem. The most difficult thing about steel battleship is the idea. Now that we have the template, we can just copy it. The difficulty is the material. If you want to make a steel battleship, you need a lot of steel. In the country of water, steel production is simply a huge pit, and there is no hope of buying so much steel. In places like the Land of Fire, getting together the steel to make it is not a problem. The key is not to mention the technical problems, but also due to various reasons. Therefore, even if the steel battleship has been around for several years, there is still no force to come up with it. Even if they know the huge advantage of steel battleships at sea, this is the case. Nagai Takayama is very clear about these advantages, which is why he yearns for steel battleships so much. General Nagai, do you need to send someone to destroy those battleships? A fog ninja asked. Regarding the steel battleships, ordinary ninjas have a very good opinion, but that's about it. Information about the battle for the mining area was blocked. Nagai Takayama nodded. Although he didn't think these steel battleships could have much impact, it didn't stop him from eliminating this hidden danger first. Then, 300 mist ninjas came out, walked around the swimming crab island on the sea, and went straight to the steel battleship behind. The reason why ninjas do not feel that battleships are a threat to them is precisely because they can tread water. For them, the sea surface is completely flat, allowing them to quickly approach the warship, and then slaughter all the people on it or directly destroy the ship. Even steel battleships cannot withstand this tactic. But if there are ninjas on the steel battleship, that's another matter. Ninjas jumped out of more than a dozen steel battleships. Among them are even shadow-level powerhouses such as Yamamakoji and Yekang. With this team here, protecting the fleet is not a problem at all. Of course, the real purpose of this fleet is to build a defense line to prevent the Mist Ninja from crossing here. Because the real killer weapon is at the rear. A few dozen kilometers away to the north. Nearly 100 ships floated on the sea surface, surrounding a few huge steel battleships in the center like stars holding the moon. Aircraft carrier. An aircraft carrier of tens of thousands of tons is much larger than the dozens of steel battleships of about 1,000 tons in front. At this time, the aircraft carrier was extremely busy. A large number of craftsmen are inspecting everywhere and preparing attack equipment. Flying plane. One is in the shape of a triangle, with a equipment of racks and pulleys. In the past, air ninjas relied entirely on chakra to play the powerful brick flying trick. After being improved by Dohei, the design is more in line with aerodynamics. If it is at high altitude, even without chakra, it can maintain long-term gliding, and the consumption is more than 10 times less than before. At the same time, the maneuverability and agility have been qualitatively improved. And the biggest change of this improved flying machine or aircraft is that ordinary people can also use it. In the past, only air ninjas were needed to use it. Because wind escape is used to control the flying machine, without chakra, the flying machine made of metal materials can't take off at all. But Dohei's improvement is completely earth-shaking. Not only has the appearance changed, but the material has also changed from metal to fiber, which directly reduces the weight greatly, otherwise it can't glide in the air. At the same time, this fiber can also carry chakra flow, so it can draw an anti-gravity barrier. Although it is not as exaggerated as the Sky Fortress, once activated, it can instantly make the aircraft and people lighter than a feather. After the weight is greatly reduced, the maneuverability and agility will be terribly improved. However, what should ordinary people do if they want to use these functions but don't have chakra? Of course, it is the chakra core. A thing that can temporarily store chakra. To be honest, there are many things in the ninja world that can store chakra. Yin seals, power armor, chakra metal, and so on. But there is a limitation that only whoever stores chakra can use it. Because chakra carries personal will, there is no such thing as chakra that anyone can use. But if the person who uses chakra is not a human, can this limitation be broken? Yes. Dohei dares to give a conclusion. Because he has experimented countless times. So he came up with the chakra core. This thing can replace ninjas. After the aircraft has a chakra core, even if the user is not a ninja, he can still use wind escape, and the anti-gravity barrier can also be activated. Although using a chakra core has many disadvantages compared to a real ninja. But just being able to allow ordinary people to master chakra is already a revolutionary breakthrough. That's why Dohei said that after this war, the war mode of the ninja world will change. Compared to ninjas, ordinary people are more numerous, and they don't feel sad if they lose them. Trading ordinary people for ninjas is a huge profit, even if it's 100 for 1. In the ninja world, the lives of ordinary people are not lives. One by one, the pilots brought the aircraft to the highest point of the aircraft carrier, and in front of them was a runway sloping downwards, which was specially used for them to take off. Although the original design was to use mechanical boost to take off, it was too troublesome and wasteful, so Dohei improved the takeoff method. Now the weight of the aircraft has been greatly reduced, and with the anti-gravity barrier, it doesn't need the cooperation of warships to take off. Don't think this is unnecessary. In this way, not only can the aircraft carrier free up a lot of space, but it can also give the aircraft a larger combat range, so that it will not be useless if it leaves the aircraft carrier. Attack. After confirming that everything is normal, a craftsman signaled to the pilot who was ready to attack. After getting permission, the pilot pushed the triangular aircraft and began to accelerate forward with the help of the slope. Buzz. In the center of the aircraft, a black disc-shaped object began to emit a faint light. And these lights flowed along the vein-like pipes on the aircraft, not only greatly reducing the weight of the aircraft, but also surrounded by wind escape. Hey! After rushing less than 10 meters, the aircraft took off. Each aircraft carrier has a total of more than a dozen takeoff channels. After all, the aircraft itself is not large, and the required takeoff runway is not long, so there can be so many. If there is only one takeoff channel, it is unknown how long it will take for everyone to take off. A full 5 aircraft carriers are taking off one after another. The aircraft that took off first did not leave directly, but circled in the air to form a team. 1 hour later. Let's go. Do Ping also took off with his aircraft, and then used the communicator to issue an attack order. Following his order, the overwhelming 5,000 aircraft rushed towards the battlefield dozens of kilometers away in the south like a swarm of bees. Chapter 450 Aerial Bombing. Crab Island. Yekeng and Yamamakoji stopped the attack of the Mist Ninja. Since neither of them was the kind of strong man who could clear the field, it was not easy to solve. You can't use a big move to deal with 1 or 2 targets, right? So the Mist Ninja was stopped, but it didn't cause too many casualties. The cage-level strongman is indeed strong, but if it's not the speed flow, it's still a bit difficult to kill the enemy. We should be there, right? Yamamakoji suddenly stopped chasing the mist ninja in front of him and looked at Yekang not far away. The other party knew more. Yekang, who had just used the burning release to blow away several mist ninjas, looked up at the sky and nodded expectantly. Almost done. At this moment, she couldn't help but mention how much fun it was to kill. But even so, she wanted to see what this trump card that is destined to shock the ninja world will look like when it appears. Will it bring changes to the ninja world, as Dohei said? Dense black spots appeared from the northern sky and flew towards this side quickly. If you didn't look carefully, you wouldn't be able to see them. Go forward and fire. Koji Yamama gave the order. Yes, the dozen or so warships behind did nothing except blocking here. Of course, they are not here to pose, but to provide fire support. The cannons adjusted their angles and the warships began to move forward. Bayonet fight. If you want to defeat the mist ninja, the first thing you need to do is to defeat those ships. Once the boat is gone, even if you can tread water, you won't be able to escape far before your energy and chakra are exhausted, and it's not surprising that you'll be drowned. The ability to tread water is easy to use to cross lakes and streams, but if you want to use it to cross the sea, do you really think your chakra is infinite? Even if chakra is infinite, energy is not infinite. Without enough energy and physical strength, you will fall into the sea. When shooting a person, shoot the horse first. When capturing a thief, capture the leader first. This is true. Relief. One cannon after another opened fire. Artillery with a range of several kilometers is definitely beyond the reach of ninjutsu. If used against ninjas, the effect will definitely not be very good. Because of the speed of the shells, it is not easy for ninjas to dodge. Therefore, the mist ninjas near the fleet dispersed as soon as possible. But, people can avoid it, but how can boats avoid it? Open fire and fight back, and use the water wall to protect the warship. Nagai Takeyama gave orders loudly. Water escape. Water formation wall. While speaking, he also formed hand seals and used this ninjutsu. Wow! The surrounding sea water quickly swirled and turned into a water wall blocking the warship. Normal artillery shells, even if they hit the target, will be distorted by the water array wall and cannot cause much damage. But these special shells are different. When it touches the water wall or is about to touch it, it will react in advance. Boom! Flames and explosions sounded, and countless metal storms tore apart the water array walls. And that's not all. Puff, puff. Flesh and blood bodies were torn into pieces by metal fragments. Anyone who got hurt by a scratch would be injured, while anyone who was hit by a collision would die. Yes, artillery uses special shells. That is, the outer shell is metal, and there are 5 detonating talismans inside. High explosive bomb. Perhaps this type of shell is a little weak in terms of penetration power. However, in terms of lethality and killing range, it is definitely maxed out. A round of artillery shells swept past, and although it did not destroy several warships, it caused quite a few casualties among the mist ninjas. Not to mention the number of injured, the number of deaths alone exceeded 100. This was because the mist ninja formation was dispersed and they avoided the landing of shells in advance. Otherwise, under the sweeping of this metal storm, the losses of the mist ninja would have been even more exaggerated. Why didn't you use it just now? Of course it was because, if they had used it just now, the mist ninja would definitely have sent out all their forces to attack and destroy these dozen or so steel battleships first. And Yamamakoji and Yekang, even though they were cage-level warriors, could not face the attack of thousands of mist ninjas. Now, of course, it is because the real main force has entered the field and there is no need to hide the firepower. Yuli, go destroy those steel battleships. Nagai Takeyama gave orders loudly. Because he realized that the lethality of the steel battleship was a little too exaggerated. Yes. Lin Yuri nodded, then quickly rushed towards the dozen or so steel warships in the north, with thousands of mist ninjas behind him. With these mist ninjas following suit, she has absolute confidence in destroying the battleship even if there are 2 cage-level warriors there. Because the warship is too big, it is not easy to protect it, so we just need to bypass the interception. As for the remaining mist ninjas, they naturally stayed on standby, protecting their own fleet while looking for opportunities to take action. Surround the point and attack the reinforcements. As long as the defenders on the Crab Island leave the fortress and go to support the steel battleship, they will rush out at the first moment and defeat the enemy halfway. Good command ability. The reason why Nagai Takeyama was able to become the commander-in-chief of the Mist Ninja Army as a member of a neutral faction was not only due to factional reasons, but also because of his ability. What is that? Just at this moment, the voice of Kiri Ninja interrupted Nagai Takeyama's thoughts, causing him to look up and follow the other person's gaze towards the northern sky. What is that? A flash of confusion crossed Nagai Takeyama's mind. Because at this distance, he could only see small black dots flying towards the battlefield at high speed. In the sky, Dohei controlled the aircraft and came above the steel battleship. 5th Squad, lower the altitude and start attacking. Pay attention to controlling the ammunition. He gave orders using the communicator. Communicator. It is easier to create something in the ninja world than you think. After all, there are various secret techniques that can achieve this effect, such as the technique used by the Yamanaka clan. And not only that, Nagato-san is not only capable of remote communication, he can even make video calls. In comparison, the ninja tools developed by Dohei can only be used within a few kilometers and do not have many advantages except that they are cheap enough. At the same time, this kind of ninja tool is not afraid of being picked up by others, because it needs to be charged before it can be used. And not afraid of imitation. Because the key is not technology. In terms of technology, it is developed based on sound-based ninjutsu and sealing technique, and then charged and used using chakra core. The key is the material. Whoa, whoa. One pilot after another piloted the aircraft to lower its altitude, while the kunao gun under the pylon was also ready to shoot. Kunao gun. A firearm specifically designed to fire kunao. Under its terrifying strength, it is enough to make the kunao shoot through the arrow target. If there is a detonating talisman at the same time, it can also be attached to the kunao to maximize its power. And the pilot responsible for dropping the bomb will also carry an air-burst bomb. It is said to be an air-burst bomb, but it is actually the kind of special shell fired by artillery. It is just that some details have been changed to make it a type that can be airdropped. First of all, during normal training, those pilots who are extremely good at dropping bombs go first. A row of ball-sized metal airburst bombs began to be thrown from the pylon, and then fell towards the thousands of fog ninjas led by Lin Kainu and Yuri. As a genius of the Mist Ninja, Lin Kainu Yuri was naturally not stupid, and he also saw the metal ball falling above his head. Spread out! She shouted a warning and formed a seal with her hands. Thunder escape! Thunderstorm! Directly performed this ninjutsu. Boom! A thunder column fell from the sky and electrocuted a pilot into charcoal. Whoever allows this thunder release to attack high in the air is considered unlucky. However, the number close to the ground is already over 100, and it is nothing to deal with one, not to mention there are more hovering in the air, and the large troops are observing from a distance. Sand, sand. Amidst the creepy ignition sound, these metal airburst bombs falling from the sky suddenly exploded from the middle when they were less than 10 meters away from the ground. Boom! Amidst the huge explosion, metal fragments seemed to fall from the sky like a heavy rain, sweeping the area below. Airburst bomb. Naturally, it needs to explode in the air to achieve maximum damage, rather than exploding after landing, which will greatly reduce the damage. Tear apart. Facing this kind of metal storm, the flesh and blood body was completely fragile and was torn to pieces in an instant. When the air bombs exploded one after another, everyone realized how terrifying this bombing was.